today's topic will be, of course, as you can see on my PowerPoint screen here, it's Microsoft Power BI Essentials. Now, since we start only having a day, right? So this is a training that has been taken from my 1 day, the first day actually from my 3 days full Power BI training, which is actually GRC 101. This is the training code, okay, for my course called An Analytical Journey to with Microsoft Power BI. All right. So please take note that we have actually sent each and every one of you guys a confirmation email, and inside the email you can see a link for you to download the Power BI exercise files that we're going to use today. Right. So the file is actually a zip file. All right, and I think it's going to be called Power BI or PBI Express .zip. And also, please take note that you must have your Power BI Desktop installed, right? Because the training requires to use this app, which is called Power BI Desktop. I have created a folder on my desktop, okay, called GRC Express. All right, so this is actually part of our GRC Express training. We have been doing this successfully for the past almost 2 years already. So each time we release a training, a 1 day free training, branded under our GRC Express series, and it will be on a different topic. Okay, so Power BI Essentials is also done right now in conjunction with HRD Corp's National Training Week, which is NTW. Right, so I'm very happy, okay, to actually see every one of you guys here, and take note, okay, that we do have well over 200 people in this training, right? So I would appreciate it if you can join in and just mute yourself, just to avoid having some disruption. And if you have any questions, right, the meeting chat is open to you guys, so you guys can just type your question into the meeting chat. All right. Now, what you can see on my screen, right, is whereby I've created this folder called GRCX, and I've put my PBI Express.zip file in here, all right, and then I right-click on it and I just extract all, all right. So, okay, so yet again, I'm going to show you here. What you can see is the folder where I've created. And the file called PBI Express.zip, that's the exercise files, okay, that you guys should download. And once you've downloaded it, you just need to right-click and extract the files. Now, since this is just a 1 day training and I focus on just the essentials of how you get kick-started to start your Power BI journey. Now, inside here, right, you will see I've given you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Excel files, and then 1 CSV file, right? The CSV file will also, have the same icon as Excel, right? But the extension is a CSV. So these are the files, okay, that we're going to use today. All right, so make sure that you have that. And of course, let's launch a Power BI Desktop right now. So I'm going to click Start, and I'm going to click on Power BI Desktop. Okay, so that's the version that I've downloaded. And please take note, if I'm not mistaken, okay, that the Power BI Desktop version right now is still May 2023 update, version 2.117. So let me just take a look at that under Help and About. Okay, it has. I've actually updated to June already, 2.118. Right, so this is actually the version. If you guys have just recently or downloaded it, maybe a few days ago or maybe yesterday, you should get a June 3 update. Okay. All right. Now, this is actually the version right now, June 2023. Right. So it's version 2.118. Now, even though you might be thinking, hey, I've got a version that is lower than this. Maybe let's say you just got a version that is early this year. Let's say January 2023, or maybe even last year. Let's say November 2022 update. You can see that clearly, right? Okay, let's say, let me show you. It's highlighted here. Okay, what's the month, okay, and the year of update. Now, Power BI Desktop gets updated every single month. Now, this year, 2023, if I'm not mistaken, there is no, I think they missed out February. Only got January 2023, and then February, there's no update, and then March 2023. Now, the same goes with last year, 2022. February, I think it was January for 2022, so they missed one of the months, right? But this year, right until now, it is June 2023 update. So it is actually quite impossible for you to get your Power BI updated almost every single month. If you happen to, let's say, download it and install Power BI Desktop from your company laptop, and if your company has a policy, okay, that every single app is controlled by your IT, okay, so maybe in your company's maybe software center where you downloaded your Power BI Desktop, it is still maybe October or November 2022 update, and yet until now you don't get any recent updates. So it is still okay, yeah? Okay, but as long as your Power BI Desktop is not too old, right? When I say too old, that means maybe you've got a version 2018 version or 2019 version. Now that would be considered quite old, right? Power BI gets updated every month, so can you imagine, right? So we are in 2023 now, and you're still having a 2018 or 2019 version. Your interface and my interface will be kind of different, you know, right? Quite different. So, but anyway, so please ensure, okay, that you've got your Power BI Desktop downloaded. It is okay if you cannot match June 2023 update. Just make sure that it is not too old. You have a 2022 version, it is still pretty good, all right? So again, for those of you who just joined in, now how do you get this screen is that when you launch your Power BI Desktop, just go to the Help ribbon and the first button, About. Then you can check what is your version, okay? The latest is June 2023, which is version 2.118, okay? Now, once you launch your Power BI Desktop, okay, you should see this screen here. Now, let us familiarize ourselves with this particular application. You've got all these ribbons here: Home, Insert, Modeling, View, Optimize, and all that. Okay, but the most important thing I would like to bring your attention to would be, of course, let me just kind of like scribble here. You have this page navigation here at the bottom. Okay, so this is actually known as your page navigation. Now you can see it shows you page 1, which I'm having right now, and there is a plus sign next to it. Now this is something like your Excel, right? For those of you who are familiar with Excel, there is sheet 1 at the bottom of the screen, and there's a plus sign which allows you to click and keep on adding more pages, right? So there is virtually close to unlimited amount of pages that you can keep on adding and adding and adding, right? Each page has this thing called a canvas, right? So what you can see from here, right now, this is actually known as your canvas, this area here. Okay, so this is your report canvas. That's the term that they use here, right? And then on the right-hand side here, right, I have got my filters pane. Okay, this filters pane here is still collapsed. Okay, currently it's collapsed. The only pane that is visible right now, okay, is this visualizations pane here. Okay, this is actually known as your visualizations pane. Let me just, okay. I have kind of turned off that particular scribbling. So again, let me just highlight this. This is your filters pane. Okay. This one that I'm highlighting right now here is known as your visualizations pane here. Okay. Visualizations. Okay. And then there's one more pane that is collapsed right now, which is this part. Right. This is called the data's pane. Okay. So let me just type here as well. So this is known as your data pane. Okay. So these panes, right, okay, will be expanded once you get some data in, because right now you don't get data in. So that's a reason why, right, okay, you don't see anything. You only see the visualizations pane. Now, on top of these 3 panes on the right-hand side, okay, now let's focus on the left. So on the left-hand side here, right, here, you should get three buttons, this part, okay? So the first button here, second button is here, third button is here. Now the first button here, right, is known as your reports view. Okay. Second one here, let me just label everything first, data view. And the last button here, right, is known as the model view. Okay. You should be going into each and every view right after this. So what you're looking at right now, okay, in this particular screen, let me just kind of like put an orange color here. This whole thing here, like just now what I've labeled, this is known as your report canvas. Okay. So the report canvas, right, is showing you your report view. That's the first button that we are in right now. Now, as we switch through the other views, if you click on data view, if you click on model view, they of course will switch your view to show you a different perspective. We'll run through this very soon because right now there is no data in yet. Can you see that in the center here? They tell you, please add data to your report. So this is a guide telling you that you can now add data to your report. Once your data is in, then you can move on to the next step. Right? Now, let me also highlight to you the three basic steps of Power BI. Those of you who are pretty new in Power BI, right, you should actually take note. Those of you who have some form of Power BI experience, you should know by now, okay, that this would be the three steps. So let me just scribble this again. Beginning with step number one, okay, I'm just going to put it here. We call it get data. Step number two, it's transform data. Now, transform data, right, I brand this as an optional step, okay? I'll tell you later, but I'll put step number three, visualize data. As simple as that. Some people may not agree. They say, that, hey, actually, there will be more steps than this, but not really, because I just want to make sure, okay, that I am convincing you guys, I'm attracting you guys, but not scaring you guys away. Because there's nothing really technical on Power BI to get you kick-started. Of course, if you were to talk about the advanced or the expert level of Power BI, there are really more technical issues or more technical topics to cover. But to get yourself kick-started, right, into the world of analytics, please don't think too hard, okay? Please do not think too much, I would say. Just make sure, okay, that you understand the first step is to get data. Optionally, if your data is not so valid, you know, and there is much cleanup to do, then you go to step number two, transform data. But if the data that you are getting, right, is already valid and already processed and clean, then you can advance straight to step number three, visualize data. And this is what we're going to start right now. I'm going to start with our introduction here, whereby we will do step number one and straight away step number three. Get data and immediately visualize data. The transform data portion, okay, will be later once we finish the introduction. Okay, so let me just kind of like do a screenshot here. Hang on. So just to share this so-called three steps image with you guys. All right, so once this is done, and okay, let me just kind of like check this out here. Okay, I've got a question about April version. Is it possible we change the existing PBX version after downloaded? Okay, now do not be worried about the version of the file which you have created. All PBIX file that you have created, right? When you open it with the later version of Power BI Desktop, they will understand it, okay? Because the concept is exactly the same thing. If you have an XLSX that you created last time in Excel 2013, now you open in, let's say, the latest 2019 or whatever, does it still work? It will still work, right? Okay, so it doesn't matter, right? It has, because Power BI don't capture what version of your PBIX is. Your Power BI file is created with an older version, right? It doesn't matter one, okay? So as long as certain visuals that you created, right? Can I please get someone to just mute yourself? Right? So please join and immediately mute your head. Please don't unmute. Right, so that's actually the explanation here. The version of your PBIX doesn't matter. There's no versioning for PBIX. The version is only on Power BI Desktop, the application. Okay, so all files would open, no problem. Now, unless, right, for example, you created a Power BI file way back in 2018. Okay, now I have actually created a Power BI file last time in 2018 version, and I used a visual, which is a matrix, okay, which is a type of visual, right? And then when I open up today in the new 2023 version, okay, they can still show the matrix, but then they will want you to upgrade it. Usually they'll prompt you to upgrade the visual. So they'll just say like upgrade or no thanks. So you just click upgrade, they will automatically upgrade for you, right? That is only on the visuals, but the file doesn't matter, okay? All right, so using Windows 7 now. Wow, that's sorry to say, but that's a dinosaur. That's a dinosaur on Windows, man. Windows 7 has already lost support for a long time. Okay, so Power BI and some of the apps, right? You won't be able to get it there. Okay, and also for those of you who are using MacBooks, I don't think so. I've seen a question on MacBooks here, but this is actually essentially a question that I always get in my training. I'm using a MacBook. How can I get a Power BI desktop installed? I will actually tell you straight away. I'm so sorry. There is no Power BI desktop for MacBooks. You need to get Windows, right? Unless you have a MacBook that you dual boot with Windows between your Mac OS and your Windows. Other than that, or maybe you run a virtual machine, okay, which is on Windows to install Power BI Desktop, or else you can't do anything on that, okay? All right, and yeah, appreciate to have this recorded. Well, if you can see, okay, that yeah, we are recording this, okay, so don't worry about that. Now, even though it is being recorded, but I really wanted you all, okay, to continue with this training. It's a live training, so recording or whatnot, okay, it is still up to our production team to actually release it, and there is no telling when the recording, okay, is going to be made available, okay, even though we're recording this, but of course we can't promise, okay, the timeline for it. So if you are just waiting for the recording, I'm afraid I can't tell you whether it will be made available. When is it? Okay, so please stay tuned, join into this training, follow through this joyride, you know, and yeah, you'll get immediate information straight away. Okay. All right, so let's get started. Any further questions? You can just put it into it, right? So Karen, yep, you're most welcome. I hope that I can answer all your questions as much as possible. All right. Now, since we've got hundreds of people in here, okay, so yeah, just keep the questions come in, but it will take me a while to run through all the questions, and I hope that I'll be able to, you know, answer all your questions here. All right, so some of you guys who are using the version of 2.11 something, that should be all right, okay? So if you're using July 2022 or maybe last year, you know, whatever version is 2020, the 2022 version, they're still okay, right? No problem, yeah? So as long as you can see that your screen, when you open up your Power BI Desktop, is something like this, right? And your visualizations pane is like this, right? The filters is here, which is collapsed right now. Your data pane is collapsed as well. That shouldn't be a problem, okay? I hope that you are not using a version that is just too old, right? Let's say, for example, 2018 or 2019, now that would be different. So the moment you launch a Power BI Desktop, right, you should see the difference. Because when I started Power BI, okay, I was actually one of those trainers, okay, in Southeast Asia that adopted Power BI way early, okay, as in the beta release. That was in 2015 and early 2016. So that time, Power BI Desktop is not called Power BI Desktop. Those were the days they call it Power BI Designer. And it was a green color theme. It looks something like Excel. And that time, when you launch it, right, it was totally black theme. It's a dark theme. Everything is dark color, right? But today they use a bright theme. So if you still have a version that is a black or dark color theme, that means you're using a very old version of Power BI Desktop. Okay, so please get it updated, right? Okay, so now, if we are anxiously waiting for our training, let's get started right now. I would like you all to look into your exercise file here. Now, if you have actually extracted your Power BI, my zip file here, okay? Once you've extracted and seeing all this Excel file, now let's look at the first Excel file, okay? So which is called AdventureWorks Sales Data. Now, those of you who have actively followed Microsoft trainings and all that, right? You should know that AdventureWorks is, well, a very famous database, right? Those of you who understands SQL Server, SQL Server, you will be familiar with this AdventureWorks database. But of course, I want my data to be portable. And most of the time, I train Power BI to business users from, let's say, HR department, finance department, and whatnot. They are non-technical people. So I won't actually show how you connect to your SQL Server, Oracle, what SAP systems and all that. So those are a bit more technical. Now, speaking of SAP, of course, if you're from a big MNC, right, or manufacturing where you've got the SAP there, right? So Power BI essentially do have a connector that allows you to pull data out from SAP directly, right? So most importantly, for example, SAP HANA, right, as well as if you're using a BW server, okay, business warehouse and all that. So of course, many more types of data sources are available. Now, as of today, Power BI recognizes hundreds of sources, online services, which you can connect directly. For example, you can connect to MailChimp, right? You can connect to cloud services, even platforms like AWS, right? If you've got data stored in your AWS cloud or even Google Cloud. So each and every one, you can use like Amazon Redshift to connect to AWS or Google BigQuery to pull data from your Google Cloud. All right. Yeah, I can see this question coming about SAP ECC. So ECC 6 and all that, right? You have to make sure you install the .NET, the SAP .NET connector on your machine, and you have to configure some form of an OLEDB, because I believe, right, if you're using SAP ECC 6, you need to actually install the .NET connector, which will then add something like a data source name onto your OLEDB, right? It is actually a connection, something like OLEDB, and you get your Power BI to connect through OLEDB, right? But recently, I have actually kind of read somewhere, I cannot confirm because I'm not an expert in SAP. I only follow Microsoft technologies for almost 30 years already, okay? But I read somewhere, okay, that SAP is trying to update all their connectors, right? Okay, for no matter what systems you're using, a legacy SAP all the way to the current HANA, you will get a HANA connector. I believe SAP is trying to merge or make it easier for legacy SAP systems and all go through one single connector. Okay, I believe that it can be, it should be HANA itself, because that's what they are pushing right now. Okay. And Sybase, yeah, I don't think so. Sybase is actually supported directly. But again, if you've got Sybase SQL Server, and you know, if you're on Sybase, well, Microsoft SQL Server actually bought the license from Sybase, because back in the 1980s or early 1990s, Microsoft do not have SQL Server. SQL Server, this name, right, this product belongs to Sybase originally. So Microsoft bought over the SQL Server name, right, from Sybase. But no doubt on the market, you've got Microsoft SQL Server and Sybase SQL Server. All right. So Sybase is not provided directly by Power BI. Okay, but you have to configure again, okay, your OLEDB, or actually it's I think Sybase does not have OLEDB. I think it's the older ODBC lah. You have to connect you have to configure your ODBC DSN for your Sybase SQL Server, and then from Power BI Desktop you connect through ODBC. Now let me kind of show you for those of you who are interested in answering, I mean in knowing this, right? So let's see what I can show you here. In your Power BI Desktop, right, you can see there's always a button here, the first button called Get Data. Remember, we are trying to do the first step, Get Data, right? So you click the drop down here, Get Data. And let me kind of zoom in here. You can see these are the more common data sources Microsoft is pushing right now, okay? Excel is always the most popular, the number one option. Similarly, you can see here also the big button here, Import Data from Excel. And after that, only import data from SQL Server. Obviously, SQL Server today, right? When you say the word SQL Server, people don't think about Sybase anymore. People will think about Microsoft, right? So in this case, right, you can see that this is not just it. You see, this SQL Server means Microsoft SQL Server and not Sybase, So you can click more here, right? Let me kind of zoom out first. I click more. Now, inside this screen, more is going to be the most interesting portion, where you can see under the category of all, look at this scroll bar, which is quite small. That means as you scroll down, right, there are just tons and tons of connectors, right? All connectors are some of these, okay, frankly speaking, I never heard of them also. Okay. So there are many, many different types of data sources. All these are recognized as data sources, third party, and proprietary ones. And of course, if you scroll just slightly up here a bit, just here, if you can see, right, on my screen here, right, you can see ODBC and OLADB here. Okay, so if you have any one data source that when you run through this list and you just cannot find them, right? For example, your Sybase SQL Server. Now, let me just kind of search because there's a search bar here, right? If I type Sybase, okay, oh, Sybase database is here. I'm so sorry. Whoa, I didn't know this. Okay, that Sybase has actually made an appearance. So you are in luck, for the person who asked about Sybase. It is here, see, they call it Sybase database. They don't call it Sybase SQL Server already. Okay, so Microsoft seems to always answer some demands, or requests from their customers. So as they keep on updating, so some of you guys might be thinking, hey, why Microsoft so crazy one? Every month also release an update. Every month update, right? They will update quite a number of things. Even though visually the interface may not have a drastic change, but what they did every month, okay, is to introduce new sources, support for new features. And as you know, Microsoft is leading the AI war right now with Google and all that. So you could have already read somewhere, okay, that Microsoft is launching their Copilot, which is actually built on GPT-4, right, ChatGPT, which they also invested heavily. I believe Microsoft is the largest shareholder in OpenAI right now, after investing billions of dollars in there. So they kind of like own ChatGPT lah. So they updated their Microsoft Bing to have ChatGPT, with the ChatGPT feature and functions. So Power BI will very soon get their very own Copilot. Okay, so if you have actually heard of the word Copilot, this is the brand, okay, their trademark for all the AI features that they are yet going to introduce. So far, Microsoft has announced for Excel, Word, PowerPoint, Teams, Outlook, and even the entire Power Platform like Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, all will get Copilot, right? So this is also another big update that I am kind of like anticipating. All right, I'm anxiously waiting for the Copilot to be introduced. So June update, not really, okay, but since Microsoft is going to start their new financial year next month, July, so exciting things will be launched in July or August or September. Usually the first quarter of their financial year, you will get something new from them. Okay, so yeah, for the person who asked about Sybase here, yeah, I can see Sybase is already here. So you don't really need to configure ODBC, because back then, right, I have to configure ODBC to get my Sybase connector to be supported by Power BI. So right now you get a Sybase here, all right? Okay, so let's see. Okay, may I know if Direct Connect Power BI with SAP require Pro license? Okay, that's a very good question actually. If you're talking about license, now those of you who are wondering, Power BI, I just download, and I never sign up for anything. Now please take note that Power BI essentially have 3 licenses today, but let's talk about the 2 first: free and Pro. The 3rd license is premium. Yeah, I don't talk about premium yet. Let's discuss between the 2. You start with a free license, or you immediately pay for a Pro license. Okay, so free license or Pro license, right? You need to understand one thing. What's the difference between them? Okay, to get your Power BI Desktop connecting to any one of the sources, right? You don't need Pro license. First of all, you download this Power BI Desktop from where? You can either go online, search for it through Microsoft Download Center, or if you're on Windows 10 or Windows 11, you get it from your Microsoft Store. I got it from Microsoft Store. It's available directly from Microsoft Store. So it's free, yeah? Correct? No, it's free. So when you download and installed it, do they actually ask you to sign in or whatever? Yes, they do. But what if you don't sign in? Do they block you from using it? No. For example, you can see that my Power BI Desktop here, right on the top here, on the top right-hand side, you can see my name here, which I've signed in with my company email, gemrin.net here. What if right now I click sign out? Check this out. I click sign out, and that's it. Once I sign out, my name is no longer there, and it prompts me to sign in only, but yet it doesn't block me from using it. So even though I don't sign in, right, I click get data lah, I go to more, I can choose, I can connect to any connectors, no problem. Remember, connecting to sources don't really check your licensing. Licenses will be checked when you intend to publish your report. Remember this. This is where I need to highlight. The difference between your free license and the pro license, right? There's only one difference. Free license, you can have everything. You can do all the reports here. But the moment when you publish, right, you can only publish to your own workspace. Remember that. You have to sign up for a Power BI free account online, which you can log into your Power BI service. There is a Power BI website, okay, which is under app.powerbi.com. Now, essentially, I presume all you guys have Office 365, lah, which is today, they call it Microsoft 365. They don't call it Office already, because Office is a brand unanimously understood part of Microsoft. So they call it Microsoft 365. So if you have got a Microsoft 365 account, you just need to use that email address of your Microsoft 365. Just sign up for a Power BI, which is literally free. Don't need to pay, okay? Because you already paid for your Microsoft 365, fine, you can continue free. But when you publish your report, you remember, you can see this publish. Right now, I got nothing, right? So you can see here, there's a big button, publish, which is disabled now. This publish, when you click, you will be prompted to sign in, because when you publish to the cloud, right? And if you don't sign in now, they don't know who you are, where to publish. That's the only time you need to sign in. If you are not publishing to anywhere, or you're not going to publish anything, you literally don't need to sign in, okay? So that is why when you don't sign in, they don't know what license you're having. And in this case, your experience in your Power BI Desktop is still full experience. They don't block you from doing anything, okay? So the only difference between free and pro license is publishing and sharing. Listen carefully. If I am a free account, when I publish, I can only publish to a workspace called My Workspace. Let me kind of show you now, right? If I open up my browser, okay, I go to my office.com, which is my Microsoft 365 here. Hang on. Okay, so welcome to my Microsoft 365. This is actually my company's Microsoft 365. On the app launcher here, right, I can see my Power BI. So when I click Power BI, I will go into my Power BI. Now, I've already signed up for Power BI. Okay, so just bear with me. You can see my Power BI. I have customized my company branding. I've got my Gemrain and here and now, all that. Okay, so, company branding lah, yeah. So your Microsoft 365 also, your organization can actually establish a company branding. If you don't implement your company branding, then everything will be the same, just Microsoft 365. So in my case, when you see I'm at my home of my Power BI website, now you can see workspaces here, sidebar, workspaces, and I have my workspace, and I've created another workspace called training. You see there's a button here called new workspace. Even you are free user, when you sign in, you also can see this button, new workspace, right? Which essentially, wow, everyone say, wow, excited, can create new workspace. When you click new workspace, on the right-hand side, they ask you for the name of the workspace. Wow, still excited, yeah, I can create new workspace. But when you click apply, or when you save that time at the bottom here, once you want to save the workspace, if you are free, you'll get a message box. please upgrade your account. That's the irony here. Okay, you can't create a workspace if you're free. That means you are literally only restricted to your My Workspace only, which is a private workspace for you and yourself only. So when you publish your report, you publish into My Workspace. Okay. Now, can you share the report to your colleagues or to your peers or to anyone? Listen carefully. Free account, no sharing. Yeah. That's the only drawback. That's the only difference between a pro account and a free account. Okay, so if you are in Malaysia, pro account, right, cost you 42 ringgit Malaysia a month, right? But since we may have international, people in this training, so let's use US dollar here. So it's $9.99. It's literally one of the cheapest analytical tool on the market. Okay, so if you talk about the pro license with pro features, so it will cost you $9.99 a month, right? So you need to multiply that by 12 because when you pay for pro license, that's an annual commitment. You pay one shot, 1 year. So after you pay 1 year, right? 6 months down the road, say, man, I don't like this. I want to cancel. Well, you cancel at your own discretion. Microsoft is not going to refund you. Don't expect that I use 6 months. I still got a balance 6 months. Maybe Microsoft is going to compensate me back, refund my 6 months. No. Whatever subscription you pay for 1 year, right? Do not expect anything. So you cancel, that's your problem. Do not expect Microsoft to pay you back the remainder, how many months there, all right? So purchasing of licenses, okay, it's compulsory. Well, yeah, I wouldn't say it's compulsory because I've known a lot of enterprises whereby they don't pay for some users. But if you're working for a company that is already embarking on a full Power BI journey, they make use of Power BI like crazy, definitely they will buy pro license. They have to pay for the pro license. Okay. But some people still say, hey, pro license, I only pay for my builder, people who build the report. But my bosses are the C-level people who only want to view my report. I don't need to pay for them because these bosses believe that, hey, what for I pay? I don't build the report. I only read the report. I'm waiting for my staff to build the report for me. So they don't believe in paying just to read, you see. But you have to understand this. Power BI, okay, Pro is needed also to view a report shared to them. All right. So please take note, okay, that Pro can only share a report to Pro. Pro cannot share to a free. So again, being a free user, you cannot share your report out, and yet people share a report to you, you cannot open. You see? So that is the reason why Microsoft came up with the third license type, which is called premium. Premium is on the organization level. Premium license are only applicable to a big conglomerate. But today, premium, you have two subtypes also. We've got premium per capacity or premium per user. Let me kind of like write that out here. Okay, let me turn on my whiteboard here. Okay, so essentially we've got number one, the free license. Number two, we've got the pro license. And number three, right now you've got 3A, okay, which is called PPU, premium per user, or 3B here, which is PPC, premium per capacity. Okay. So the premium license, right? If you talk about premium per user is just double of pro. So if pro, you're paying like $10 a month. So premium per user, it's going to be $20 a month. Right? If you're talking about Malaysia ringgit, Malaysia ringgit pro license is 42 ringgit a month. So premium per user, right, is 84 ringgit, double of pro. Now, premium per user, you look at the name per user, that means the premium license is attached to the user account. But premium per capacity, don't think about it because it's going to be really expensive. If I'm not mistaken, right, it costs 20 over 1,000 ringgit a month, You still need to multiply that by 12. That means it cost you almost ringgit, almost 200 over, almost up to 250,000 ringgit lah. That's ringgit a year. Okay, that's a year, because when you pay for 1 year, right? So, but who's going to pay that? Premium per capacity, we don't talk about you or me or whoever pay that. It's a company level. The organization pays for premium per capacity. When you have premium per capacity, right, the license is not on the user already. It's that on the organization tenancy, whereby when they pay this ringgit a year, they get a premium capacity. The capacity is like in terabytes, if I'm not mistaken, right? Whereby on the organization level, on the cloud, you have a dedicated workspace or workspaces, premium workspaces, which you can create, right? With a dedicated storage for your organization. So everyone in the organization who creates a report, the pro people create the report and they publish to this dedicated workspace, a premium workspace. They have a dedicated storage on the cloud. So anyone who view the report, okay, they have a dedicated performance. So you don't fight with the performance and you compete with the rest of the user on the internet. Since you've got a dedicated storage, all your report, right, is actually stored in that particular dedicated storage. So performance is guaranteed. It's just like ChatGPT lah. For those of you guys, right, okay, free or plus. Now I am on ChatGPT Plus. I paid $20 a month. So what's the difference? If you were to, since everybody is now actively trending talking about ChatGPT, free can still use why I pay? You understand me or not? So free can still talk to the ChatGPT. You still get your things done. But why would I pay ChatGPT Plus? Because you get a dedicated and also some form of a guaranteed performance, faster result, and you get to access GPT-4. If you're free, you can only access GPT 3.5 model. You understand me, So there must be certain features that is given to you, guaranteed to you if you pay. If you don't pay, I don't mind. You can still use. I don't pull all your privilege from you. You can still use it, but with a certain restriction, right? So Power BI free, the restriction is just on the sharing, yeah? Okay. So subscription is per machine or per company. Well, it's not on machine, okay? Microsoft don't talk about machines anymore, yeah? So that's a very old thing. So subscription, because it's all cloud-based, right? So cloud-based subscription are all based on either user or company level, yeah? So let me just kind of like, again, do a screenshot from this. And I'm going to paste it here, okay? All right, so this is actually my Power BI website, which once I've created a report, I can publish it here, all right? Okay, so if you publish to a web, do you still need a pro to view the results? Okay, now, like I say, it depends on where or which perspective you're looking from, all right? Remember that when you publish to this website, you publish directly to my workspace. Now, I've got nothing there yet. Every time I do a training, after I shown everything here, right, I will delete my stuff from the workspace, ensuring every time I start a new training, my workspace is clean. You see, there's nothing here yet, as you can see. This is my workspace. Free account can only publish to this workspace. Now, this workspace, right, who can view the report in this workspace? The workspace name is called My Workspace, so it's your own. So if you publish it to this My Workspace, only you and yourself can see it. I told you already, free user, can you share or not? You can't share. You can't share out the report. So you need a pro license if you want to share the report out. Just imagine, just take OneDrive as an example. You guys understand OneDrive, right? You created a file, you upload and save in your OneDrive. Who can see the file? Who can access the file by default? It's you only. OneDrive is per user, your own OneDrive. But you can choose to now share a certain file to other people. Now, just think of it like this. OneDrive don't need you to pay extra if you start sharing a file from OneDrive to someone else, correct? But Power BI does. Okay, you need to be a pro account. You have to pay for the pro license if you intend to share a report out to someone. If you are free, well, it's considered a personal report only. The report is personal, private to you. You can't share out. But someone share a report to you, can you read or not? You also cannot read. You also cannot open. That's the only drawback, the limitation of free. But if your company has subscribed to premium, they are paying a hefty amount of ringgit a year. Now, the reason why behind premium, right, is to get the hundreds and thousands of free users, right, to be able to now open the report, provided they are a member of the premium workspace. Because company pay premium, it's really a huge sum of money in investment there. So this one, Power BI, Microsoft now allow free users to be able to read and open the report shared by the pro people. But they must be added as a member of a premium workspace. Say, for example, 1,000 users in a company, right? And this company already paid premium. And then they created a premium workspace. But they only add 500 free users inside the premium workspace. Another 500 people, they are still free, but they never add them into the premium workspace. So these 500 people outside of the workspace, right, will just be operating personally. But the 500 free users added as a member in the premium workspace can start opening reports shared inside the workspace under the premium workspace. You get that? Okay. So for the free license, will other user be able to share and use, like I said, well, I mentioned that clearly just now. For free license users, okay, you are isolated. Okay, when people share things, the pro license are needed to share, right? They share and fire to each other, all that, right? Between pro users, you are free, right? There's nothing going on with you. Okay. In order for you to be able to read a report, open a report being shared, you are going to be added. You must be added as a member inside a premium workspace, provided your organization really pay for premium lah. If your organization never pay for premium, right, that means you must either upgrade yourself to become pro, or that's it. You cannot join in the fund, right? If publish Microsoft Teams share as dashboard, which license required? Okay, like I say, anyone who publishes a report, okay, shared on Teams or whatsoever. Now, because Microsoft has actually launched the Power Platform for Teams, not just Power BI, but Power Apps and Power Automate, which you can create, okay, a team, right? An environment where you can actually publish Power Apps app or a flow or even a report onto it. But the thing is that when we talk about Power BI now, let's not talk about the rest. If you have a report and you embed the report in Microsoft Teams, okay, so this is whereby they will check for licenses as well, whether you've got free or pro license. So again, right, you need a pro license in order for you to be able to read a report that is being shared. If you are a free account, you can't view any content shared by the pro, right? So please take note, okay, that all this information about licenses, you can still obtain that from Microsoft documentation. You can just do a Google. And well, because of ChatGPT today, I seldom Google already. I directly ask ChatGPT, okay, tell me all about Power BI license or something like that. They will tell you, right? They will immediately explain to you in further details. But I have actually kind of put it into simple format, into a more layman approach, okay, about the basics, okay, of Power BI licenses, pro and free. Okay, so for premium and all that, you need more detailed information. You have to go online and check out between premium per user as well as premium per capacity. All right. Okay, so now let's go into the more functional portion of Power BI. So licensing, well, I would like to stop it right now because I'm a technical trainer. I'm not a pre-sales trainer. So that one you can actually find out more from the internet. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my Power BI desktop here. And let's say for now, I want to open up the folder where I've got my AdventureWorks sales data here. Okay, so if you guys have downloaded this exercise file, you must extract out the file. So please double click on the Excel file. It should open up in Excel and let's have a look at it. Okay, so I've opened up this AdventureWorks sales data. Excel file. And please take note that I will have 4 sheets here. Okay, so you can see, okay, there's actually number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. Okay, I'm branding all these 1, 2, 3, 4, all the sheets here. Okay, so these are the 4 sheets: dim customer, dim product, dim sales territory, and fact internet sales. Now, for those of you guys who are a bit more technical here, okay, you have a technical background and you have actively followed Microsoft training elsewhere or something like that, okay, so do take note that these names are very familiar to you, lah. Okay, especially if you know very well the AdventureWorks database in your SQL Server. These tables, I got it from AdventureWorks DW, which is a data warehouse. For some of you guys who are non-technical, you might not be knowing, you might not understand what am I saying here. What data warehouse lah, what factory, whatever. No, don't worry about it, okay? I pull these data, right, from a complete big data warehouse. I put it into this Excel file, make it easy for me to share the data out, and make it easy for me to cover Power BI training for business users who know nothing technical, but only know about Excel data. You know that you store data in your Excel here, right? So that is why I've got these 4 sheets here. So don't worry about the name. Dim customer means customer lah. It's a customer table. You can see here. Okay. Dim product, go to next sheet here. It's like product table lah, right? And then dim sales territory is a sales territory table. This one is the smallest table, 10 rows only, 10 records here. And the largest table is this fact internet sales here. This, don't worry about the long name there, but this is like a sales table. All right. Most of the essential training by Power BI, right, okay, usually will quote sales lah, right? Because sales data is the simplest to demonstrate, to cover, right? Most people will kind of like understand directly about sales here, sales data. All right. Now, this table here, right? Okay. Sales, I've got 60,000 plus rows here. If I'm not mistaken, if I control down arrow, and you can see I've got 60,390 plus. So I think, wait, hang on. I need to click on here and go all the way down. Yeah, there you go. 60,398 rows, because row number 1 is a column header. If you can understand that, right? See, the first row is actually a column name. So that means only start from row number 2 onwards, we've got all the data. So if I press control down arrow, you can see 60,398 lah, right? Okay, so now what else? So if you can see from here, right, customer, I've got, I think, 18,000 plus customer, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 18,484 customers. And then, of course, products, I will have around 600 plus products, 606 to be exact. So now, essentially, all this data, I have put it into this particular Excel file. Now, our mission number 1 right now is to get these tables, these 4 spreadsheets into Power BI. Okay, and then we try to create a report from Power BI, using Power BI, which I got the data I pulled from this Excel file. It's as simple as that. And I am assuming that all this data in my Excel is clean enough. We will talk about consolidating data and all that, okay, in a moment, right after we finish this. Okay, I'm just going to show you how easy for me to get the data, this into Power BI, and then we're going to create a report. So let me close this file right now. Just close the Excel file. We have a look only. Once we understand how many sheets in there, let us now return to Power BI Desktop, and we can click this import data from Excel. Now remember, let me show you something here. This button here, Excel workbook, you can also find on the ribbon. If you click the drop down get data, you can also see Excel workbook here. Or this big button directly on the canvas, import data from Excel. You see one screen here, I am showing you 3 Excel buttons. That means Microsoft offer you 3 separate methods that allows you to get data directly from Excel. Import the data from Excel. Either you click the button on the top in the ribbon there, or you click the drop down get data, you can see Excel workbook, or directly in the middle of this report canvas, there's a big import data from Excel button. Whichever one you click, I don't care lah, right? Please remember this, okay? They are all the same, right? Doesn't matter which one you click. They are all going to get you to bring in data from Excel. So, but I am going to click on the biggest button I can see, which is in the center, import data from Excel. You can see once you click, right, okay, they're going to launch this open file, okay? In the open file here right now, I will show you whereby I can now go into my folder, GRCX folder here, and that's where I can see, oh yeah, that's all my Excel file, which I've extracted from the zip file here. I've extracted out here, right? You see, AdventureWorks sales data, all right? So then now I'll click on open. All right, so let's see what's next. You will see, you should be able to see this screen here, this dialog called Navigator. Okay. Now, this Navigator, right, AdventureWorks sales data, they will show you this. And there you go. I can see now 1, 2, 3, 4 items. So that means part of this file, they can actually find our 4 sheets. Can you see that the icon is like a sheet here? See? And the names, well, that was what we found out just now when we open up the file. Dim customer, dim product, dim sales territory, and fact internet sales. Now, clicking on every one single sheet here, click on this. They should show you a preview here. Look at this preview. You can scroll right and left to have a look at all your data. They essentially able to read the data directly from the spreadsheet. Each sheet you click here, dim product, they should show you a preview. Remember, they say preview lah. Preview means, see, they don't show you everything lah. I know my dim customer table. This sheet, I got 18,000 plus rows, but they only show a sample, the first top 15 or top 20 rows only lah, right? So don't expect them to show you everything because it's just a preview, right? So in order for you to be able to see everything, you have to import, you have to load them in, right? Right now, they are just giving you a glimpse of the data. But something that you should find out, okay, is that every row, the first row, they understand that it's a column name. You see, dim product, they understand. Look at that. Every table I click, they are kind of smart enough to promote the first row as a column header. They understand that. But just now when we open the Excel file, right, the Excel data, I did not even format as a table. Just to remind you again, let me reopen the file. Okay. Just to quickly, recap. See? Look at that. Look at this. See? Every sheet I go into, the first row, right? We know it's a column header, but this is not a table. Let me use this small table. Okay, essentially in in Excel, yeah. If I select all, I press Control T, and I can create a table. This is a table. This is really an Excel table. Just now was not a table. That was just only a range, okay, a big range of cells with data. Now this is a table. Right? A table don't just have coloring, of course, but the column header all has this drop-down button. A drop-down button allowing you to sort and filter your data, correct or not? Okay. But just now, if I undo here, this is not a table. This is just a range. Okay, a range of cells with data. But Power BI Desktop, when they read, right, they can understand that the whole heap there is actually a table. And the first row, they understand and quickly promote it to become a header. So that means when you read data from Power BI, your Power BI Desktop here, when you read data from Excel, your sheet data, right, doesn't really require you to go and format it as a table. Okay, it doesn't really need you to format it as a table. You understand that? Okay, so even though it is just a range, so all these data from a range, right, can also be processed. Okay, can also be processed as a table. They can understand that, right? So please take note, okay, that this feature, right, is automatically enabled. You don't need to do anything. Power BI decides, okay, that the first row is a column header, and that's it. But if one day you don't agree, they say, hey, they wrongfully did for me the header, then of course, no problem. You can still go and make amendments here. So the amendments is what we call transform data. Remember my step number 2 just now? I said transform data, right? Transform data is when you are not happy with the data, when you know that it is not correct, they are not valid, there are some issues to it, they are not clean, you want to change it into some manner, then you click transform data. The button is right at the bottom here. Look at that. They are still all disabled. Load or transform data here. So how do you get this button enabled? Well, you must select a particular sheet here so that you are trying to identify that these are the table that I want to bring in. So can you see checkboxes at the side? I will begin by checking dim customer. The moment I check the checkbox, you can see the buttons are enabled. If I uncheck and none of them are checked, then load and transform data is not enabled. Right? Now, the word I use here is called check. Right? Because, well, Microsoft is American, so we kind of like, got used to the terminology used by the Americans. So it's called a checkbox. And the action is to check it. Right? But if you follow British, right, okay, they will call it tick. You tick it. It's a tick box. Right? So you tick the box, tick, tick, tick. We Malaysians, okay, we follow British English, so doesn't matter, you call it tick box, check box, it's the same thing, okay? So I got used to follow Microsoft, Americans all the way. So even if you pay attention to my date on my computer, I've been using American style for a long, long time already, right? 20 over years, I got used to MMDDYYYY. I don't use DDMM, even though Malaysia, our standard date is DDMM, but I got used to MMDD. So it's 6/15, right? Instead of 15/6, 2023, right? So pardon me if you don't agree with me, but well, I'm just trying to tell you okay? So the check boxes here, you can check it or you want to call it ticket. Yep. So I'm going to check all 4 of them. I want to load all 4 tables. Okay, all 4 tables here. At the bottom here on the screen, you can see the green button load. If you have an older version of Power BI, I believe it was, if let's say some of you guys voice out, I've got July 2022, right? Or even let's say early last year update. I believe it is still yellow color. The buttons are yellow. That's the official color last time, okay, for Power BI. I don't know why Microsoft suddenly decided to change all the default coloring scheme from yellow to this green here, okay? This dark green here, all right? So please ensure, okay, that you've got the same buttons, but don't be too worried about the coloring. Here, all yellow last time. See, all this coloring. Wherever you see the greenish thing here, see, the tick box last time also now green, right? Last time is yellow. All these where they highlighted, right, all supposed to be yellow, but now it's all green. Okay. All right. So now, okay, if there are multiple headers, it will still require us to transform. Yes, correct. If you have a screen, right, okay, that shows you a double layered header like that, you need to transform it. But I just don't know why you got that double layer there, because for what I can see, right, your Excel file name also kind of different from mine. Okay, you see your file name. My file name is actually AdventureWorks Sales Data, like that, a proper name. But your file name, right, okay, is an alphanumeric, okay, 60B18, whatever, all that. I believe you did not extract my file yet. Okay, so you need to extract your file. Remember, you see in my folder, my zip file here, right? I don't double click the zip file and I don't double click to open all here. Double clicking, right, is not the way. Double click the zip file means you go inside the zip file only. Oh yeah, I can see it. And then seems like you can open it. You double click, oh, I still can open, but you're opening from memory. You haven't taken out the file. So like I say, when you have a zip file, don't double click on it. You have to right click and extract it. Extract means take out the file. Zip file is a file compressed already. You double click, you think you take out. No, you double click on the file, you only go inside and have a look on it. So that's the reason why your file name is different. Look at my screen here. Okay, my file here, right? It shows AdventureWorks Sales Data, the proper file name. Your file name is the numbering or whatever, all that. That means you are opening the file from memory. Okay, so please ensure that you load the data properly. Okay, to avoid any mistakes there. Okay, so once I checked or tick all 4 of them, I click load. Now, then you will see this progress. Okay, see, they're loading already. They show you, oh, all 4 tables, they're trying to load. They're trying to put it in from memory and memory transfer it and load it into your Power BI desktop. So watch this, guys. Now, mine is loaded. Once the data completed, they loaded already. Now, you should get that your report canvas here, the message now changed already. Just now ask you to get data, add data. Now they tell you build visuals. And one more thing is now the data pane has now expanded. Previously, data pane is collapsed. Now it's expanded. Right? So, okay. So now the data pane is there. Okay. Okay. You have made this more complicated than necessary after. Okay. If you feel that this Power BI Essentials is, I'm just taking too long and all that, right? Please to ensure that you are following a training where we've got hundreds of people in here. Okay, so I need to ensure that everybody can follow me through. I cannot just demonstrate this too fast because this is not an advanced class, yeah? All right, so if you're looking for advanced training, well, you have to take a look into our training courses. This is not an advanced course, yeah? So I've got to do it step by step, really slowly, make sure that everybody can follow, all right? Okay, so once my data is in here, I've got 4 tables in here, right? So dim customer, dim product, dim sales territory, fact internet sales. Now the instructions here is very clear that they say build visuals with your data. Okay, you get it, huh? Everybody here? Okay. So then now take note, we are not going to build the visual yet, but we need to explore the data. So let's click the data view here and let's find out how much of the data that we've loaded. Now you can now confirm at the bottom of the screen, 18,484 rows. That's confirming my total number of rows for my customer. Then when you click on every of the table, dim product here, you've got 606. As you venture and click every single table, you can see all the data is in. All right. So once you actually go into each and every of the table, all right, one thing that you should realize right now is that if you click on any one of the cell and you expect that you are able to change, you type, you bang your keyboard or whatsoever, right, nothing's going to change, right? Please be aware that the data that you see in this data view, right, they are all read-only, because the data you imported it, okay, from your Excel. So Power BI is not going to allow you to make changes immediately or directly here. Changes to data must be made only through a proper transform data channel. All right. So here you can see that the data pane, data view only allow you to view it or maybe allow you to only change the formatting. For example, you can see in my sales table right now, I am in my sales table. You should also realize again that when I click the sales table, something expanded and they show me many names here. These are all the columns that you can see stretch out. You can also see that I can collapse it by clicking the chevron button here. I can even expand it and I can see all these names are essentially representing all my columns here. Now, when you see I've got order date column here, when I click, you see that they're highlighted here as well. When I click due date, see, they also highlighted here. So which means that you can also click here. For example, ship date, when I click, see, when I click this button, they bring me to that column. I click this name, order quantity, they will bring me to that column, see? So that means I can look at the name here and I can select it and they also will select the column. Now selecting the column, right? For example, I bring myself to order date. I click the order date. So this is the date that you're looking at. So what can I do with it? And you can see that the date, you realize it's a long date format, right? Long date format. Now, what I can do, even though I can't modify it here, right? At the top here, there's a format button. It's a drop down. So from here, you can choose to just reformat it, change your format if you don't like it. That's it. Okay. You can click on a short date, long date, or whatever format you want. So let's say, for example, I click short date. You can see now from long date, they change to short date. All right. So similarly, I click due date. I will do the same thing. Drop down here, short date. Ship date, also same thing. Click the drop down here and short date again. So I've changed all 3 dates okay, the columns here to become short date. And that's about it. You can select, you can either rename the column here or whatsoever. But like I say, renaming the column names if you don't like the name, or maybe changing format or whatsoever, right? Yeah, you can do it directly here in the data view. Okay, but changing names and all that can be properly established when we do transform data later. Okay, and in this data view, right, you can also click on new column, right? This new column here, right, is essentially covering about calculations. Now, we don't have time to cover DAX here, okay, because DAX, D-A-X, the portion of Power BI formulas and functions, calculations, I have separate courses on that. Okay, so this is actually Power BI Essentials. This is just a Kickstarter. It's a beginner type of course. So I do not want to, make it too heavy as in, wow, I cover so many grounds and wow, talk about calculations and all that, right? So I essentially split that out. So here we are only covering the beginning part. So you can create a new column and you can write a formula which is based on a calculation and the column will come out. It is essentially something like Excel, right? But anyway, I want to move on to a third view that you guys must be, must be familiar with. This is very, very important, okay? This button, model view, click on it. Now, when you click on model view, right, you arrive in a view that nothing that you have seen before in Excel, except if you do Excel's Power Pivot, if you have experience with Excel Power Pivot, yes, it is something like this, okay? Now, for your information, yeah, Power BI came from Power Pivot in Excel. Because Power Pivot, Power View, Power Query, these are the add-ins on Microsoft Excel, okay? And then in Microsoft Excel, okay, whereby the success story of Power Pivot, Power Query, and Power View, it promised Microsoft to take out all these three add-ins, right? And they created this Power BI. So Power BI is actually the descendant of these three add-ins. So if you are familiar with Power Pivot, then you should have seen this before. It's a diagram view of all my four tables and they are connected by lines. Now I need to spend a little bit longer time here to really explain to all you guys what is this about. Because not everybody come in here, okay, and may understand what is this. And some of them really scoff it off and say that, oh yeah, this one nothing lah, already connected, whatever. But there is an essential understanding, an important understanding here. Let me rearrange this thing. You see, when you hover your mouse on the title bar, right, you can move it. You can move it around, okay? I'm not here to show you how I juggle and shuffle and moving it, but I just want to make sure that everyone can see comfortably one screen, so I don't need to scroll up and down, left and right lah. Okay. I also, if you caught me doing, I also collapse the properties here, collapse the data here, just collapse it. I want to see in one full screen this diagram here. Okay. Good. Now, if you are now here, you are following me through here. Allow me some time to explain this. This is what last time they call it the relationship view. For those of you who are technical people, right, you should be able to understand here that this is showing something called a table relationship. For those of you who are non-technical, maybe you have heard before what is table relationship, or you may understand about table relationships. Well, congratulations, because you know that. But for people who don't understand what I'm talking about, what relationship here, all right? Now, this is a topic, right, that can match something what you have done in Excel called VLOOKUP, all right? So those of you who understand, yes, you see, some of you guys wrote there, one to many, many to many. So yeah, good, okay? Now, we've got hundreds of people here in this training with different backgrounds, you know, and different experiences. Well, congratulations if you know this immediately. Very good, okay? But for those of you who don't understand what is this all about, now let me bring your attention back to your your Excel's VLOOKUP. If you don't understand relationship, usually I will tell people, do you understand VLOOKUP? They say, oh, VLOOKUP, yeah, I use it. Then I'll ask you, what do you use VLOOKUP for? Then they say, the function name is called VLOOKUP. So lookup, no? Yeah, I want to look up. Look up for what? Look up for information, right? So can you imagine, right? I've got one table, let's say, for example, this table, which is one sheet. And this table, is from a separate sheet in Excel, right? So if you are trying to build a column or in one cell, you write a formula, right? So when you type the formula VLOOKUP, right, what you're trying to do is that you want to look up for information from a different sheet, where that different sheet, right, that table there is a column that provides a value that you want to use. And you want to use the value for matching. You want to compare the value. If it matches, then bring the value in. Correct? No? Okay. So that's what VLOOKUP is for. So in VLOOKUP, okay, you have to write a formula to do that. But in Power BI here, right, there's no formulas to do it. We use a database concept, right, of connecting the tables together with a line like this. So if you try to actually observe this, right, let me kind of draw here. I've got numbering here, 1. I've got 1 here, and I've got 1 here, blue color. Now I'll use the orange color here to indicate the other side here. Orange color boxes here are all the asterisks. Okay. So now I've got 1 to the other side asterisks, all connectors. You have got 1 to many here. The asterisk means many, 1 to many. Now 1 to many relationship is the most common relationship, right, in the world. Very, very common to have it. So it's like here, 1 sales territory, I've got many sales. 1 customer here, I've got many sales. 1 dim product, 1 product, many sales. You got what I mean? Okay. So this is actually what we call the cardinality. Remember that in Power BI, the 1 to many or many to many or 1 to 1, all these things, right? Okay, it's called cardinality. Okay, so let me just type it out here. Cardinality. Cardinality, we've got 1. Okay, we've got this 1 to 1. Okay, we also got 1 to many. The many will be asterisks. And also we've got many to many. Asterisks are used to indicate many. Now, let's not worry about many to many, because that's considered a very complex relationship that has to be handled with care. But essentially 1 to many, it's the most common. Okay. Now, I know that I've seen quite a lot of people posted something in there and all that right here. Let's say, okay, you're asking for a quick break. Now, we are going for a break at 10:30, which is going to be in 3 minutes, right? But let me just kind of like look at it. Well, yes, see your dim customer, you got all the column 1, column 10. Can you compare your screen and my screen? How come my dim customer have all the names properly done? How come your dim customer only got column 1, column 10, column 11, column 12? You don't have the column names created, right? So like I said, that the column names is not recognized. In my case, when I loaded it up, okay, the column names are promoted. But how come your column names are not promoted? So again, let me quickly remind you, okay? When you downloaded my exercise files, it's a zip file, all right? It is a zip file. So this zip file here, PBI Express.zip, you cannot double click, you see, and then directly use the file here. You have to right click the file, extract, take out the file. You see, I take out the file all here. So then when you load it in Power BI, right, Power BI can read it nicely. If your Power BI cannot even promote the dim customer or whatever, and all the column names are column 0, column 1, column 2, column 3, it's a bit weird for it to do that. All right. And also you can see that some of your connections again are all connected wrongly. You see, even dim product also got column 1, column 0. All your column names are not recognized yet. Okay. So okay. You want me to share the okay, I don't think so I can share the file here to external users, because my Microsoft Teams, the sharing of the file is only for internal organization sharing. Okay, so there is actually a link that you can click to go to our webpage to download that. Okay. So Puvan, are you here? Can you kind of like copy the link, okay, that directs the attendees, right, to go into our website to download the exercise files from our GRCX page, right? So so for those of you who can't get this yet, there you go. Thank you so much, Puven. So my marketing person, Puven, he has actually shared to you all, okay, the link there. Okay, or rather, there's another person, okay, who also shared the link. You can download from here. Yep. Thank you so much. I think, Puven, you don't really need to share it, okay, because one of the attendees has shared it. Okay, thank you so much for sharing the link. All right. So now the asterisk means many. Okay, one on this side means this table, one record will have many related records here. Okay. Now I'm going to explain to you in more details about all this. If you point to this, okay, if you point to it, now let me kind of like scroll down here. This is sales territory, yeah. This is sales territory. This is sales. If I hover my mouse, I point. You see, I point. What is the difference? I don't click, I just point my mouse to the line. Now watch this. Okay, you get something like this. They highlighted sales territory key, and they also highlighted sales territory key here. Correct? All right. So when you get this, that means that this line gets connected, right? Because of sales territory key on one side and sales territory key on the other side. That means that they use these two columns for matching purposes, right? Now, I will tell you more about the criteria for these lines to be connected. But some of you guys might think, do I really need to create it? Do I really need to know how to create the lines? I think Power BI created for me, right? I thought all these things are automatic, right? Now, there are so many things that you need to know first. How you get Power BI to automatically do it for you. And if one day Power BI don't do it for you, how do you do it yourself? Because the relationship is essentially very important before you dive into creating your report, yeah? Okay. All right, so I see a hands shoot up here. Yeah, Joel Wong. You need help because you raise your hands there, or you accidentally click on it, or what? Yes, Joel, you have your hands raised. You got a question you want to ask, or you want to type something in there? Oh, accidentally, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Because there's a hand there raised that's raising your hands. You want to ask question, okay? That okay, no problem. So you go to the model view, yeah. Okay. So once you have loaded the data, you go to the model view. Yeah, accident do happens. I know that. Clicking here and there, no problem. I understand that. Okay, so there's a question also, is it possible to create fact table in Power BI itself other than getting it from Excel? Well, yes, there is a way to build a table from scratch directly in Power BI without getting data from anywhere. Okay, so you should know that. Let me point you to the correct place. Can you see this button here, enter data? This button here, when you click enter data, you see, when you click on it, they are giving you this dialog box which allows you to create table from zero. Start from creating column name, and you can even fill up every row, all that, right? Okay, so then you give the table a name at the bottom here, you see. Then you click load, all right? That is actually, you can do that from zero, yeah? But anyway, I don't talk about that here, okay? Because Power BI, most of the common usage are a reporting tool, and your data should be from somewhere. You have a data from Excel, from other sources, so you pull the data in, and that's what we're exploring right now, okay? All right, now I'm going to explain more into details about this. Remember, I will owe you two explanations here. Number one, how did Power BI automatically build this for me? I just load the data from Excel, but when I come to this model view, right? How come the lines are connected? Wow, so smart one. How are they so smart? It's not smart, Okay, they have a pattern to follow. They've got criteria to follow. Technical people, right, about this relationship. It's important for relationships to be there. Now, why are these relationship lines then number one in the first place? They are automatically created for you. because of two criteria. Right? Now, let me show what are the two criteria here. Okay. Now, number one, okay, criteria number one, both column names on each side of the table must be the same. That's criteria number one. Criteria number two, right? Both column values must be matchable, okay, on both sides of the table. These are the two criteria. Let me take a screenshot of this and share to you all. Okay, so if you read that, okay, my screenshot here, let me just go and bring my Microsoft Teams here. So you see, this is a screenshot I've taken and I pasted it onto the meeting chat. Now, both column names on each side of the table must be the same. Both column values must be matchable on both sides of the table. Now, let me go and explain to you all. Number one, if I hover my mouse, I point my mouse to the line. Can you see that this line was created between sales territory key and sales territory key? That means, you see, both the two column names are the same, you know. All right. Similarly, this one, dim product, you see, it's also between product key and product key. Okay. And again, now this side, dim customer, is between customer key and customer key. Now, please take note that the column naming here, right, they use the word key. Because for technical people, you should know something called primary key, foreign key. This is actually the database concept. Okay, people who don't know what is primary key, foreign key, it's okay. Don't need to worry here. Okay, but just know that these columns are IDs. Right, now let's talk a little bit about the data concept here. Okay, can you imagine you've got a table called customer? So what is the first column that usually we create? It's a customer ID, right? If you have a column called, if you have a table called employees, besides the first name, last name, or whatever name of the employee, their address, city, state, postcode, whatever, right? You should have an employee ID, okay, or employee number or staff number. Each of these ID uniquely identify the particular entity, right? For customer, the ID uniquely identifies each customer. So customer names can be duplicate, correct? Maybe there are more than one customer with the same name. If let's say, for example, John, there's hundreds and thousands of Johns out there, okay? So using the name, not unique enough. So the best is, of course, using some form of ID. Similarly, if you are Malaysian, okay, we have our IC number. Each one of us, okay, are given a unique IC number. Each product that you have market from your company, okay, the product will have a product number or product ID, or maybe you call it SKU number, correct? No, so stock keeping unit number, right? So all these numbers, right, okay, is used to uniquely point to each of the record. So in database concept, right, each table will have a unique ID. So for example, in my customer table, I've got customer key, right? But customer key, this column on the sales table will be duplicated because the same customer key will exist many, many times. Because the same customer buy many times on a different day, maybe buying different product. Speaking of product, the product table here, right, the product key, which is the ID, is unique. No other product will have the same ID. But then the product ID column, the product key here in this sales table, the same product will have many records referring to the same product because the same product was bought by many different customers on a different date or maybe the same date. You understand me or not? Okay. So this is whereby one to many, one product, many relationship. Okay. The relationship is one to many. One product can appear many times in the sales. One customer can appear many times in the sales. One territory can also participate many times in the sales. You get what I mean? Okay. So this is actually what we call it as one to many. The one to many, right, okay, is a relationship, okay, that is standard. Okay, it's like one teacher, many students, one student, many subjects, one subject, many grades. You understand me? Okay, so we are living in a one-to-many world. Okay, of course there are times, okay, where we do a one-to-one. Okay, a one-to-one will be something like, for example, one husband, one wife. Okay, something like that. So this is just an example that we quote, okay, to understand, okay, the importance of having a relationship, okay, and the common one would be a one-to-many. So if you really look into your sales table, the same customer ID, the code, the customer number, right, will appear many records. Maybe the same customer buy, let's say, 10 times, 20 times. That means 10 or 20 rows, 10 or 20 rows of the record in the table will be the same customer, because that customer buy on a different date, buying different product. Okay, so this is how the relationship was created. Okay, and of course, like I say, the name of the column must be the same. Okay, Power BI able to automatically connect these two tables together because they found the column to be the same name. And at the same time, you must go into the column and check the value. The value must match. Again, the two criteria must match, must meet the same, okay, the two criteria. If you happen to have two columns with the same name, but then inside the two columns, on each side of the table, the value cannot find a match. They cannot find matching. Then Power BI also don't create the line for you. Power BI created the line for you because the names of the columns are the same and the values between the two columns can find matching. All right. So this is the criteria for Power BI to automatically build this relationship. Now, let me explain to you my experience in training for so many years, right? I've trained one customer. I'm not going to disclose the company name, right? And they actually gave me a scenario. Let's say their finance department has an Excel file whereby it's a manufacturing company, right? So they've got many factories around the nation. So in the finance department, the table to keep track of the different factories, right? They use a factory code, right? So the column name is called Lock ID. Okay, LOCID. So let me just write it out, so at least you understand what I'm talking about. They use this name, Lock ID, location ID, right? But then the other operation department, to refer to the factory code, the column name is called plant number, because different plant, right? So the column name is called plant number. Now, column name does not match, but the value in the two columns, okay, are matching. So when they load these two tables into Power BI never create the line for them, even though the values can match, but because the column names does not match, the column name is different. One called Lock ID, one called plant number. So that is why they cannot find a match there. Okay, so this automatic relationship, right, cannot be created. But then if no automatic relationship, what about we? Can we manually drag and drop Lock ID to plant number? The answer is yes. So if there's no automatically built for us, we can take charge, okay, and create the relationship ourselves. All right. So that's actually the explanation here, right? So Power BI will always try its best to automatically create a relationship, but provided the two criteria must be matched. Okay. So there's a question here. When you say Power BI is able to automatically match the column with same name and values, are we first supposed to set a VLOOKUP and Excel or in a relationship? Okay, no, not really. Okay. Remember one thing for sure. In fact, this question, okay, by Jason, thank you so much. In Excel, your data, right, in every cell, Power BI only interested in the value. They don't check in the background, your cell A got what formula. They don't care about the formula. All right. Whatever functions or formulas you write, Power BI will ignore all of them. When Power BI reads the data and import the data into Power BI, They are only reading the actual value planted on each of the cell. Behind the cell got what formula, they are completely ignored because those formula has nothing to do with Power BI. Power BI has their own formula, has their own function to enable you to do calculation. You get what I mean? So it's essentially in your Excel, when you store the table, when you create the table at that time, the name of the column, okay, you design it in such a way that you try to match the column name, okay? And the values you entered into the column, right, must have a match. Okay, but in order for your Excel to do the matching, yes, you're right. You write the VLOOKUP to really look up for the value, right? But if you talk about technicality here, Power BI ignore the values. Ignore the formula behind that. They only read the values. Okay. But the column names in both the sheets must be the same, right? Yes. If you want, yes, column name must be the same. It's not to say, I shouldn't use the word must, Jason, right? If you happen to diligently create the column names by matching them same, it will greatly help Power BI to automatically build the line for you. Yes or not? Okay. But if you are like my customer last time, the scenario, one side the column called log ID, the other side the column name called plan number. It's just that column, the automatic relationship, they don't build for you only, but this still doesn't stop you from manually create the relationship on your own. Okay, what do you mean by manually create the relationship? Let me show you now. Do you guys know? Now, I don't want you to follow me. I just want you to observe my presentation here, my demo. I just want to prove to you my point. So don't follow me yet. I right click on the relationship, I can delete one, see? I break them up. Are you sure you want to delete? I say yes. Whoosh, gone already. But you don't do it. I do it, I demonstrate. I want to break all of them up, delete. Yes. Point to it, right click, delete. Yes. Okay, see, everybody stand alone already. Just now, all of them join hands, okay, shaking hands, party, now all break up already. Okay. Do you know that I can re-establish the relationship by manually doing it? I just want you to imagine this side here, product key. And this side here, right, let's say it's not called product key, it's called P key or something like that. So how do I create, okay, a relationship? I just click, product key here, and product key here is supposed to match. Click and drag. Watch this, I zoom in, okay? I click, drag to, now cannot simply drop one, must match, so that is why there is a dotted line, there's a dotted box. Highlight, hover, make sure the dotted box is matching product key like that. You see? Must match, don't simply drop to somewhere that doesn't match. Product key, release. There you go, the line came back. And to make sure you point saja, you point only. And when you point, make sure, yes, highlighted product key and product key. Right? You got it? Just drag and drop. And then one more thing. If you accidentally created the wrong relationship, can you undo? You see, I just managed to do it, all right? Now, I try to control Z and undo. You see, there is no control Z. Look at this, on the top left-hand corner, the save button here. I got undo button, I got redo button. Let me zoom in, see, you can see, but they are both disabled. Undo button, redo button, these buttons are disabled here. You can't access undo. Wrong one, delete and redo. Okay, so sorry, no control Z undo one. Wrong already, it's wrong. Just delete the line like what you saw me doing and rebuild it. No problem. The sky haven't fall down yet. Okay, don't panic. Wrong one, delete, redo. Okay. Could we do the reverse? Yes, I'm sure that this question is going to come. Okay, now see, I right click, I delete again. Let's say this is wrong. Then redo it. Just now I drag from here to here, right? Can we do the reverse order? No problem. Here, drag this side to here. Release. It is still okay. And Power BI, right, can still able to determine that this is many and this is one. The order of dragging and dropping, right, okay, doesn't matter. All right? The order of drag and drop doesn't matter. So even if you drag from the sales to the product, or you drag from the product to the sales, Power BI still can understand which side is many, which side is one. Okay. Okay, right. So why is there a crying face there? What disappointed you? Because of the no undo, is it? Well, remember, you are dealing with a piece of software that is totally different from your Excel or Word or whatever. We are dealing with analytics. Certain things here, okay, are very sensitive, so they want you to be really, really sure. Something that you do here cannot be undone. Many things in Power BI, as you slowly deep dive into it, you can't undo. So make sure you do correctly. But I know accidents do happen. So if accident happen, you just delete it and just redo. Okay. So remember, nobody trained me Power BI. I train myself on Power BI. I study my own. I click in Power BI wherever can click. I clicked it millions of times already. So that's why I got myself familiar. I do Power BI. I don't even need to think, because why? It becomes habit to me already. Because I do so many times, I repeat again and again and again until I dream a nightmare also Power BI. You understand me? No? So it's all about familiarity. It's all about repeatedly doing something. People who are expert, why? Because they've been doing the same thing over and over and over again, more than other people. That is why you call them an expert. Okay, anyone can become expert as long as you do something again and again and again until you vomit lah. Then you are called an expert. You understand me? Right? Okay, so that is why. Okay, what makes me as a trainer? Because I like to talk. That's number one. Number two, okay, I like to show the things that I know, right, to all you guys. So in the future, you guys can also be a trainer when you train some other people, because you have been doing this again and again, and you're familiar with it, right? So doesn't matter, yeah, whether you drag it from here to here or from the bottom one table to the top table, because Power BI knows which is one, which is many. There is no requirement for you must drag from the one to the many or from the many to the one. All right. Now, how do they know which is one, which is many? Because I told you, when you drag the product key to product key, Power BI in the background try to read the value inside the two columns, and they try to match them. Okay, very, very fast in milliseconds. They are trying to match the values. And they found out, okay, that this side, the product key, this side, right, all the values are unique. Each product, right, is assigned a unique number. The number assigned, right, cannot repeat more than once. That is why it's one, unique, one. But this side over here, the product key here, right, the same number, right, can exist many, many times, duplicated. That is why, duplicated, so many lah. This side not duplicated, so it's one. Understand that? So in the background, Power BI just give that matching, right? So can we save the project and revert to the previous project? It's not really a project lah. It's just one file here. It's just a report, okay? So sometimes when you want to save, it's up to you to save separately. Like for example, now I haven't got the report yet. You see, my report view is still blank. We are still focusing on the data we brought in, and now we're studying the relationship. But right now, I can even click the save button. When I click save, you can see it is actually a PBIX extension. All Power BI file is a PBIX. But when you refer to the word project, now, recently Microsoft announced Microsoft Fabric. Microsoft Fabric, it's, for those of you who are non-technical, it's not time for me to explain so much into that because it will confuse you more lah. Okay, but anyway, just want to tell you, there is a new Power BI project already. All this while, they never give a project file. But Microsoft announced there will be a new extension, PBIP file. Okay, PBIP stands for Power BI project. Right? That is a different story already. Okay, so if you talk about project, well, don't confuse yourself with the Power BI project. Because last time Power BI project don't exist. Today they exist, PBIP. So, but we are creating PBIX. Every single file is a report and their data together. So it is all saved in a PBIX. So PBIX is just one file. But if you save something in a file, right, and you want to revert to the previous, well, there is no version control here. There's no versioning for that, lah. But it's up to you yourself to create your own versioning, lah. Either you create a PBIX file and you use something like GitHub, right, to track your version, and you upload, you sort of like check in the file to GitHub. If you understand GitHub, lah, right, you can use GitHub as a version controller. But if you don't know GitHub and you don't know what am I talking about here, right, if you want every single Power BI file to be a different version, then you can save as a new name, maybe _1. Next time you continue working something, and then, oh, it's time for me to save another milestone. Then you save as again, another _2. You continue working a little bit more. You save as _3, something like that. So for every milestone of the same report you create, you want to save as a separate file. So you want to keep something like a backup, of different progress of the same report. That is my suggestion, lah. Okay, but if you're a technical person, you know what is version history, version control, then you can use GitHub to do it also. Okay. So you're most welcome, Jerome. All right. So, yep, keep the questions coming in, and let me proceed, okay, to talk about this relationship here. Now, you have seen how I deleted the relationship, right? Now it's time for me to prove to you the relationship's importance, the criticality of relationship. Again, for those of you who already do have some Power BI background, right, or you are from a technical background, I'm sure you feel a bit boring lah and all that. Okay, but I apologize because there are, well, thank you so much, okay, for the crowd. Okay, we have 300 people in here, all from different backgrounds. This is a National Training Week training, right? So I hope that you guys can accommodate me, allow me to explain and demonstrate further why is the relationship so important. Watch this, guys. I will right click on the relationship, I delete it off. So confirm now, I do not have any relationship at all. Power BI created for me, I delete them all. Now, what would be the implication? Okay, watch this. I return to my report view now. I want to build a report. I want to build a chart now. Okay, let's say I want to pull data from my sales. See, I can see my sales. These are all the columns I have in my sales table. And I am interested to show sales amount. You see, sales amount. This is the value of the sales. Now I can do drag and drop onto the report. You see, immediately give me a column chart. Just drag and drop. Or, let me delete again. Or, if you are not a fan of drag and drop, every column you see here, they do have check boxes again. See, semua ada. Everything got check boxes, check boxes, check boxes. See, so I can also check it. If you don't feel like drag and drop, you check. See, sales amount, check. Also put it here. When you check, they usually place on the top left-hand side. That's a default position. You guys understand, default position in the computer is always top left. That's the default coordinate. And that's also the reason why your mouse pointer is always pointed top left. You don't see a mouse pointer pointing back, downward one. The mouse pointer always pointing up, and somehow it's slanted to the left because that's the default computer location, the coordinate, right? So that's why they pin it onto top left, and that's a column chart. You untick it, gone. But the chart, the column chart is empty now. It's still here. You see, I can resize it. I pull the handle like this to resize the size of my chart. Right? Now, if I check again, it came back. I uncheck, it's gone. I check, it's here. And as you check, you can see this sales amount is placed. Let me zoom into this part. Y-axis. You see? I can delete it. No more. You see? Gone. Here, they will tell you for X-axis, you can add your data field here. Every one of these, even legend also got add data field here. Add data field here, see? So you can actually drag and drop it onto Y-axis here, or you can drag and drop it inside, right? So let's say I drag and drop to Y-axis, also can, see? Same. And by default, they will show you sum of sales amount. The column sales amount, they auto sum. That is why they show you sum of sales amount. That's the reason why all the column here, you see here, all got auto sum icon. This icon are very popular in Excel. In Excel, it's auto sum, right? So that's why when you deal with this field, this column, because they are numbers, this column is a number. When you drag and drop, they can auto sum lah. Okay, column like this one, sales order number. This one got no auto sum icon. Why? Because they are ABC, they are text. They are text based. Text cannot be auto sum. Pure number can be auto sum. You understand me? And besides sum, when you click this drop down here, right, you can switch to average, minimum, maximum, count, you know, all the aggregation function. These functions you can know, okay? You have heard before from your Excel experience. So now you can see similar, can sum, can average and all that, okay? But the default is sum. Any number they see, they auto sum. That is the reason why now the bar here, when you point your bar, can you see that? They say sum of sales amount is 29,358,677.89. Okay? But this is just one single bar showing the grand total. 29,358,000 plus, right? But what if I want to put something on my x-axis now? I want to slice by something. For example, now I go to product table. I expand dim product. Okay, product here. And I can see my product color. So maybe I want to show the sales amount, right, by the color of the product. So now I take the color. Watch this. Observe. I take color. Color really added to the x-axis. You see, all these are different colors of my product. Black lah, blue lah, gray lah, you know. But there is a big problem now. Watch this. As I point to every bar, come on lah. Even if we are blind in one eye also, we can tell this is wrong lah. Way. How can it be possible? Every color also report the same 29 million. Cannot be, ma. You see? Wrong. Every bar is the same height. Same value. Okay, not satisfied. Okay, no problem. I click somewhere blank. I want to create a second chart again. The same. I check sales amount. They give me a second chart. Okay, put it next door here. Same sales amount. But this time I want to go to customer table. Dim customer. Customer table. Let's see what I want to put. I want to slice my chart. I want to slice my sales amount by, let's say, gender lah. Gender of my customer by gender. Okay, I drag gender to x-axis. That gender really got two lah, female and male. Okay, so female and male, F and M. But again, look at this. Female also same 29 million. Male also same 29 million. You know the 29 point something million is the grand total. How can it be possible that female and male also report the grand total? Yet again, same thing here. How can it be possible? Every color also report the same grand total lah. Come on lah. One glance at it, you know currently the value, the result are completely and ridiculously wrong lah. Okay, they are ridiculously wrong. So why? Because of the relationship. Now you are seeing it. Without the relationship in the model view, that's what will happen. So how do I solve this problem? It's to reconnect the relationship. Let me prove to you now. Let's say, for example, the color. Sales amount is a column from sales table, but the color column is from product table, right? So I need to solve the issue between these two tables. Sales table, where I've got sales amount, product table, where the color come from. So now I want to build the relationship. Product key, drag to product key. Release. Now the relationship is established. Product key to product key. Correct or not? Now when I return to my report, voila, there you go. Now solved already. Relationship line came back. They have the correct result now. Black color is the highest, 8.8 million. Red is 7.7 million. You see? So now they are reported correctly. White is so little, the sales is so little, 5,000 plus only compared to the millions that black lah, red lah, silver all make. You see? But the problem with the gender is still there. Why? Because gender column come from customer. I haven't solved the customer relationship yet. So I return to my model view. Again, customer key, drag to customer key here. All right. The line came back again. The connection is established again. So now when I return to the report, yes, baru betul. Female F, 14 point something million. M, male, slightly little, slightly below female. See, 14.54. This one is 14.8. Female sales slightly higher than male. No sexual discrimination here. Just an example only. The male, don't be jealous of the females. Okay. So anyway, I have solved that. You see. So is it clear right now the importance of relationship? Why relationship must be there? Because the relationship shows the filtering direction, right? Customer must be able to filter out all the sales for each of the customer. Product must be able to filter out all the sales for each of the product. That's the line for what the relationship line is for. The moment now, again, let me show you. The moment I go back to model view, if I right click and delete the relationship again, yes. Right click again, I delete, yes. Again, returning to your report view, the problem came back again. It's immediate one. No need to process whatever. You delete the line, all your chart go haywire. You create the correct relationship, the charts are all correct. Right? Any questions so far? Okay, please keep the question coming in. So give me a thumbs up if you are clear, if you're good with this. Just show me a thumbs up so that I know that all you guys are following, right? There's a way for you to go to the reaction in Microsoft Teams and just give a thumbs up. Most of you guys are raising your hands, not thumbs up. Okay. Yeah, thumbs up is actually on the react button. Okay, there's a react button and you can see there's a thumbs up. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so that means you guys are clear, right, based on what I explained here. All right, cool. Thank you. Now, guys and girls. Oh, thank you for the Mr. Bean thumbs up. All right. Now, let me delete off this chart first. Okay, so this is just a demo, right? I delete off the chart here, right? Okay, I want to show you something wonderful here. You see, I've been deleting and creating and deleting and creating the relationship over and over again. And you know that I drag and drop the relationship, am I right now? Okay, but guys, we already know that Power BI automatically built the relationship for me in the very first place. So when I delete the relationship, right, I have to manually drag and drop again. But not really, you know. Watch this, guys. At the top ribbon here, you've got Manage Relationships button. Manage Relationships. If you want to try this, guys, you watch first. After this, you guys can try. Okay, you watch me first because I deleted my relationship. Gone already, am I right? I click Manage Relationships. Confirm in the Manage Relationships, there are no relationships. But what catches my attention is this button here. Auto Detect. Oh, ada Auto Detect ni, right? So when I click Auto Detect, Power BI say, I found 3 new relationships. Ada 3 new relationships. I click Close. They came back with the 3 relationships here. I close another time. Voila. All 3 relationships are created automatically because of Auto Detect. So why do I need to drag and drop and all that again? Because I know my table design, the column names are the same, and then the values can be matching. My hands itchy, I go and delete all the relationship line, but because of the Auto Detect, I don't need to do manual labor. Very easy, click Auto Detect, they came back to me. You see that? Okay. So there's a question, do you have chance to demo average sales? I come across average number is not same as Excel ones. Okay, well, the averaging, right, okay, is actually based on the total. okay, the total number here. The average, right, as you can see here, if I were to create an average, let me drag and drop the sales amount. Let me go to my sales table, sales amount. So this value is showing sales amount, right? Now, if I click the drop down, I change to average. Now they're showing average. The average right now shows you 486.09. That's the average sales amount. And we try to do that in your Excel. Okay, I never tried in Excel actually. I never bothered to check it. So in effect, internet sales, I go to my sales amount. Where's my sales amount? Let me go to all the way at the back. I think sales amount. Okay, where's my sales amount? Maybe I'm a bit blind, cannot see. There you go. Column R. Okay, the sales amount here. So if I were to go all the way down, okay, and then at the bottom here, I do an equal to, okay, average, okay, of the above. Now, I think I can do a very quick one. Where's the auto sum here? Drop down, I just do an average. So they know the average here, okay? So when I press enter, so this is actually in the date format. I would like to change the format, okay? Right click, format the cells. I want to show it in the number. When I click OK, so who say different? Who say different? Is it correct, 486.09, okay? I do my average is the same. I don't know why you say that the average is different from Excel. My Excel, I'm doing Excel, I do the average for the whole column, sales amount is 486.09, correct? All right. Can you try it again? Can you verify that you're doing the correct averaging? You see, I'm averaging directly the whole column of my sales amount is 486.09. In my Power BI, I also find it the same. See, 486.09, average of sales amount, same. All right. So please verify again, yeah? Because if you are using the same file, my same Excel file here, I believe it's the same amount, okay, of averaging. Okay, so that's the average, okay? And also what I've just shown you is the automatic detection of your relationship. If you right click and delete, again, you guys try it, please. Now you can try it. Right click on every line, delete. Yes. Right click on the line, delete. Yes. Then try to click manage relationships, this button, and click auto detect. They will tell you found 3 new relationships, confirm one. Then when you click close and close, there you go. All 3 lines came back. So now you also know the importance of having matching column names. So from the very early stages of your table data in Excel, if you can create the column names that matches between them, that would be great because it will make it more convenient and easy for you to manage your relationship in Power BI. But if you cannot have the column name the same, well, that shouldn't be a problem also, but just that, you don't get the auto detect kind of thing, right? The auto detect must meet the 2 criteria, right? Okay, so Wei Xing, Chia Wei Xing. Okay, so do you have? Are you able to get the correct value, the average of the sales? 486.09. Yeah, that's the average which I've counted here just now. So if you do it in Excel, the average is also same, 486.09. Okay, absolutely fantastic. That's good. All right, cool. I just want to make sure, okay, because just now when you say that the Excel score, I mean the value is different, I was surprised. I was like, did I get my numbers wrong? So but it should be correct, okay. Okay, now if there are no further questions, let's build the report. I'm going to show you a report. Okay, let me kind of show you a sample how it should look like an end result. I want to build a report that looks like this. Let me show you. I'm showing you the end result. So guys and girls, this would be the end result I want to build. Okay. Now the map is actually not showing because this one's supposed to be a map. Okay, so I believe that the map somehow rather it's not loading, but let me kind of like delete and delete again. So it's a map visual that I'm using. And the map comes from this. Let me try to drag and drop again the map. It is still not being shown. So I believe the June update, right? I do really hope that they just recently updated to June. They have announced that the map will have a significant change of that, you see. So I do hope that the map has not been taken out and replaced with something called Azure Maps. Because previously they want us to upgrade and change this map to an Azure map. So surprisingly that it is not there. Let me just try check my setting. File, options and settings in the options here. All right, let me just kind of check my security here. Use map and fill map visuals. It's already there, you know, but I just don't know why the map sometimes is not loading. Sometimes I may need to reopen again. Let me try again. Close, don't save. I reopen my file. While waiting for the opening, question about can the dashboard this so-called the visual copy and paste to PowerPoint or Word? No. All right, the report can be exported. The whole page must be exported. Now there you go. See, when I close and reopen, the map is loaded again. Okay, the whole report, the whole page can be exported to PDF or PowerPoint. Yes, but individual, like I say, for example, I want to select this pie chart. I just Control-C copy and then paste it in Word or PowerPoint. No, cannot. But you must save the whole report. The whole report, right? Then you can actually publish. You must publish to the cloud. After publishing, officially published already, then you can export into PDF or PowerPoint. That one can. But individual chart, right, cannot be copied and pasted directly to PowerPoint or that because the object is not recognized in PowerPoint or Word or whatsoever. Okay, so that's the explanation, yeah? All right, so this is the end result, what I want us to build. Okay, so you will now follow me step by step how to get this report out. Remember, these data that you see here are all from our same 4 tables. Okay, so let me just move this away. So let us all return to the report. This is the basic part of creating a report. Okay, before we do it, let's see. I've got another question in. Can we uncheck all the selection at once, instead of uncheck one by one? So you want to uncheck all selection as in what? The report? Okay. Okay, now you want to uncheck all, right? I do not see that there is an uncheck here, you know. You can't, because checking means you have made a selection of the column that which you want to put into a chart. So they do not have a unselect all. No, they don't have that because it's an individual separate selection of which field you want to drag or which field you want to put it into a chart. They don't have that uncheck all right? But you can expand all. For example, you can right click here, right? You can see collapse all, expand all, right? So there is no unselect all. So you see, I collapse all, so all collapse. You can right click and say expand all, so every table fully expanded. Customer expand already, see? Product expand already, sales expand, everything expanded. Okay, but I can right click again quickly, collapse all, so every table collapses. Check, uncheck, no, don't have, right? And publishing requires pro license, no. Publish can publish with free also. But only thing is that you publish to your own My Workspace, right? Doesn't mean that you need a pro license. Pro license means you need when you share the report. If you're not sharing the report, just to publish to your own workspace, no problem. Free also can. Okay, just sign in with your own account, even though it's free. When you click publish, they should prompt you only My Workspace. Okay, you can actually get it under My Workspace. All right. So now, follow me. First thing first, I want to build a visual. Number one, what we have seen earlier is this one. At the top of my report page, this part, I use a type of visual called a multi-row card. It's a card that displays important figures I wanted. Okay, Now, there are 5 important figures I'm displaying here. The sales amount, the cost, the tax amount, the shipping charges amount there, and also total number of orders, the quantity lah, right? The last number, 60,398, they are quantities, okay? So this is what I want to do. So before we create the chart, we must make sure that our figures, okay, are all in a proper currency and all that, okay? So, okay, again, let me check, echoing, if published to own workspace, can copy paste to PowerPoint. Not copy paste, yeah. Remember, we don't use the word copy paste one. It's called exporting, okay? You can't copy and paste like Control C, Control V, no. When you publish it, it's on the web, okay, it's on the web. You can't select things on the web and Control C and what, you know, because that portion of publish, the report, it's a final report, it's a running report. So it's like a web page already. Even though from web pages, usually we can copy text and whatever, right? But the object of the visual cannot be copy and pasted. So we use an official export. Export the whole report page into PowerPoint or PDF. But remember, if your Power BI account, even though you are free, but your Power BI account is part of your organization, Microsoft 365, all right? So your organization administrator may already have blocked the feature of export to PowerPoint or PDF. So you have to understand, okay, that there are times whereby people really, organization level, because of security policy or whatsoever, they will block certain features from happening. All right, I have trained many different organizations before, and to a surprise, right? Yes, people or organizations do have a policy to block, okay, the feature of exporting here, exporting there. Don't ask me why, okay? But what I can explain is that because of security policy, okay, they deem that as maybe a security kind of thing that they don't want to let their user to export it into a different format other than viewing the report live, okay? All right, so that's ultimately that lah, okay? Wow, there's so many questions here. Hang on. Is there any way we can sign up the account other than sign up using company, organization, email? Okay. Well, you want to sign up for Power BI. For what I understand, right? Microsoft will prompt you for work or school account. Okay. You can try to put in with your personal Microsoft account. For example, a Hotmail or Outlook.com, you know, or maybe your Microsoft account is a Gmail account. Right, I believe they don't allow that. They would want you, right, to at least have a Microsoft 365 account. Okay, maybe they have relaxed it again today for you to sign up. Okay, you can try to sign up. Okay, using, first of all, try with your free personal email. Let's see whether they allow or not. For what I know, all this while they don't allow that. They only allow a work or school email. School email means those with a .edu. Okay, then of course the company account, all that, those are work lah. Okay. Okay, so yeah, you can see that some of you guys already checked that you got export to PowerPoint and PDF. Yeah, there you go, correct. So that means if you have got that export to PowerPoint or PDF, that's the one I'm referring to. Okay, there are these two formats, PowerPoint and PDF. You can export only from the official website once you publish it. Okay, mention publishing requires licensing. That in terms of exporting, does it? Okay, like I said, right? When you publish, okay, it doesn't require license, right? Remember, free is considered a license lah, free lah. Okay, that means you must have an account lah. When you're free, you can already publish, but just that when you're free, you can publish only to your own workspace. You have no other places to publish. You can publish to your own account, and yet to your own account, you cannot share out. You understand me? Right? Publishing doesn't require you to must have pro or whatever. They don't check on that. They start checking, right, okay, when you view a report, when you sharing and all that must have pro. Okay, let me reiterate that again, right? So please ensure, okay, that when you export also, okay, now exporting to PowerPoint and PDF, I remember last time they do prompt you for a pro license because you are trying to actually like take out the report, okay, export it into a format, and they know that when you export it, you intend to share it to other people. So because free account, they block you from sharing, you see. That's the most important criteria. So that is why I believe that when you, even though you can see export to PDF or PowerPoint, when you click, maybe they prompt you to pay for Pro, okay? Or we can publish the dashboard without signing in. No, you can't publish if you don't sign in. See, right now, I am not signing in. Even though the button there, click publish, right? Now, you watch what happens when I click publish now. I click publish. Do you want to save your changes? Oh yeah, we haven't saved yet, right? So let's click save first. Let's save our file, our PBIX. I save it into my folder here. I call it introduction. Just call it introduction will do. I don't know what other name to call it. Just call it introduction. So it's a .pbix, so I click save. After I save, can you see this? They will prompt you to sign in. That means you don't sign in, you can't publish. When you click publish, they prompt you, please sign in with your account. There is no such thing as publishing without signing in. Just without publishing, you just save locally into your hard disk. The PBIX file just save locally into your hard disk, okay lah. Then you don't publish to the cloud. But the moment you publish means you push it to your cloud. Pushing it to the cloud means you have to sign in. They must know where you publish it, which account. Okay. So this is actually how Microsoft makes money, of course, you know, or how would Microsoft be one of the world's richest company, right? That's how they do business, They still give you free, no problem. But of course, I think it's literally logical, okay, for them to have a way to get you to pay for a license, right? All right. So everybody is trying to exploit. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's try to go into our report, okay? Because yeah, I appreciate it if you can. What Krishna says is correct. Yeah, some of these question and answer, maybe we push it towards the end of the session, right? Okay. So now let us start building our report here. All right. So first of all, I want you to return to your data view first because I intend to point something to you. So far, our unit price column, see, our extended amount column, all these columns, the data is all numbers, correct? Let's look at sales amount and all that towards the end. Look at total product cost, sales amount, tax amount, freight. Freight is your shipping. You see, all these values are just plain decimal, not currency yet. I intend to display as currency. So you need to format this column into proper currency format before you display it. Okay. So now let's try to go and format it. Okay. So beginning with total product cost. Again, some people ask me, can we hold on to control key and select multiple column? Can't. You're not allowed to do that. You can try, hold on to control key and try to select multiple. They don't allow that. You have to do it one by one. I'm afraid to say so, right? So beginning with total product cost, when you selected it, right up this portion here, this part, format, you can see. Can you see that there's also a currency button, $ button? So I want to click the drop down here where you can choose some other currency symbol, but I want to standardize it, okay, based on my US data here. So it will be dollar, right? English United States, so which gives you US dollar. I click on it. So now it is currency, see, US dollar, $1.87 here, okay? These are all standardized with a dollar. And we're going to do and repeat the same thing for the next sales amount. Also click the US dollar. Okay. Tax amount, tax AMT here is tax amount, also English United States. Finally, the freight column, freight charges, also English United States. So these 4 columns I am going to use in my report. I want to display this. They are all in currency. If you are diligent enough, right, you can also update the rest lah. But I don't want to waste time here. Since I know I only want to make use of these 4 columns in my report to display, I will format them as currency. One more that you need to format is your order quantity column. Order quantity column, nothing wrong. They are all whole number because it's quantity. Quantity definitely cannot be a dollar. Quantity is how many number of pieces of items, right? So it's definitely whole number. But I want to display 1,000 separator. Can you see a comma here or not? Because you see, let me prove to you now that they don't have 1,000 separator, Watch this. I drag and drop my order quantity. I expand, in fact, internet sales. My order quantity, I drag and drop. You see, they show me this, but watch this when I hover my mouse. Look at the value. 60,398. But there is no 1,000 separator, no comma. Okay. So you want the comma to indicate 1,000 separator. You have to turn it on. So go back to your data view here, the column order quantity. Just click one time the comma button. That's 1,000 separator. You click, they turn on already. You see, turn on. So once turned on, you return to your report. Now watch me, I demonstrate. There. Now got comma already. Can see or not? Okay. If you cannot see, let me try to zoom. Let me try to zoom in again. Closer. There. 60,000 comma. 398. So the comma is there. Okay. All right. So that's what I want us to do. Once you have done all the monetary currency value sign and also the order quantity is 1,000 separator. Now, follow me now. Let us start by clicking this button. Out of so many type of charts and all this, I want you to click on this thing called multi-row card. Now watch this. Okay, I zoom in. I zoom in here. See this one. Now, can you find this? Multi-row card. You point to it, they'll tell you what is this. You see this one? Pie chart. This one, donut chart. This is tree map. See, this is a table. This is a slicer. Power BI also got slicer. So this one, I want multi-row card. Now, once you got it, you found it, you click on it, they will give you a card like this. Now, I want us to go and adjust the sizing like this. Drag across, place it across the top like this. No need to be too thick. Okay, drag it across. Because this multi-row card is going to display all the figures that I wanted. So once you got a card resized like this, make sure they're selected. The card is now selected in this size. So let us start selecting. Number one, check sales amount. Check sales amount. So you can see that sum of sales amount is shown already. The font is still very small. Don't worry, we shall format the font later. Check sales amount. Next one, total product cost. When you check again, sum of total product cost is there. Then I got tax amount, tax AMT. Then sum of tax AMT also is added. Then tick freight. Sum of freight is also there. And finally, order quantity. Sum of order quantity. Okay, so this should be what I ticked. Okay, so let me just do a screenshot here so that you guys can follow. In the fact internet sales table, okay, this is what I ticked. So you have at least a reference in the meeting chat, okay, and the order is like this. Let me show you also this part. In my fields here, this is the order I ticked. Sum of sales amount first, sum of total product cost, sum of tax AMT, sum of freight, and sum of order quantity. At the top, very much you can see now all your sum of this, sum of, but I hate the word. Their branding, their labeling is like sum of this, sum of that, I hate that. Do you know that we can rename the label? This labeling here, this one, all follow from here, you see? All from here. So now I can rename it. How to rename? Watch this, I zoom in. I will just double click Double click. Itu saja. Double click and you can rename it. I will call it total sales. This also double click. Total cost. Sum of tax amount. Okay. Double click. Total tax. Double click sum of freight. This one I say shipping charges. Sum of order quantity. I put it as num of orders. Oh, not num of orders, sorry. Num of order quantity, right? Num of maybe no lah. Just put it quantity will do lah. No need to think. Total quantity. Total quantity. All right. So this should be what I rename. Okay. So hang on. I shall do a quick screen grab here and show you what I have renamed. This is after I rename. This is, remember, labeling. Look at that. Whatever I double click and change, you see, the column names still remain the same. There is no impact one. Don't worry. This is for labeling. When you drag and drop sales amount again, again they will tell you, see, again, one more thing. This is for this. These are only labeled for this visual. If I click somewhere empty here, I drag again sales amount. Again, they call it sum of sales amount. See? Here for this chart, they call it sum of sales amount. But in this, it's called total sales. It's just a label. You see, when I hover your mouse, can you see now? When I hover my mouse here, they will tell you the label is called total sales, but then look at the tooltip. The tooltip says it's from your fact internet sales amount. It's sum of sales amount, but the label is total sales. Okay, so don't worry of being impacting your data. It won't change anything. Okay, so let us format this guy. Now, once we click here, you have renamed everything. Right? So now I want to enlarge the font. Now, formatting fonts and changing coloring here and there, look out for this button. There's this button, right, called the format button. It looks like a paintbrush there. You see, there's a paintbrush. Click on it, and now you are shown properties of formatting. So first thing, right, it would be the numbers, right? Someone is unmute. Can you mute yourself? Okay, thank you. So when you actually format and you see the numbers, now the numbers are known as a call out values. Okay, they are call out values here. Call out values. You expand call out values, and there you go. Immediately you can see you can bold and you can increase the font size. I want to increase it to size 20 points, like this will do. You want to make it larger, 24 points also can, right? But I don't need to be 24 points that big. 20 points will do. Okay. And yeah, you want the color of the font to be something else also, no problem, right? And then the label, I don't think so. I need to, increase the font for the label. I think the font label is okay. It's good enough. So that category label is also can be increased the font here. That's called category label. Sometimes you don't need category label. You can turn off. You see, there's an on-off button. I can turn off, no label already. But cannot be lah. And people read, they don't know which is which. You see, so many numbers here. You must have a label. So that's why I turn on the label. The label is there. Okay. And then the cards also. So the cards, you can change the styling. For example, you got a border, a background color for the cards. So maybe, like I say, background color is nothing here, right? Okay, it's still white. There's none of the color. So you can actually choose some other color. For example, this color. So now the whole card, right, seems to have a shade of some coloring here. So that is if you want to put out, okay, some coloring. But in my case, I don't want. I just revert back to default. I just make it plain white will do lah. Okay, can we change negative values? And okay, yeah, of course, can, no problem, right? If negative, once the value is negative, it will become red, and once it goes into positive, right, okay, then it becomes green. That is called conditional formatting. All right, but conditional formatting for cards, I doubt that's so, but let me kind of like show and see whether it's there. So in the call out values, you see color of the font, right? There's a new FX. It is available now. because currently the font color is black, you see. So in the FX here, conditional formatting, you click. You can choose like this. You see, minimum one color, maximum this color. So you can show a gradient. But I do not want to show the gradient. You can change format style here to based on a rules. You see, rule style. The rule style shows you like this. There, if the value is greater than or equals to a minimum or lesser than. You see, so here I just say greater than 0. Greater than 0, right? And lesser than. So don't need this one, this 0, no need, you erase. Okay. So then it will be a green color. So you choose a green color. So let me kind of like zoom in, and let's say I use this lah. Okay. If greater than 0 and less than, this less than, you must erase the 0. When you erase the 0, it becomes max. That means that if greater than 0, all the way to max. Okay. Then you add a new rule. You add another new rule here. This one now is lesser than. If it's lesser than 0. So if here is 0, then this one, okay, will be minimum. So because you want it to be lesser than. So lesser than 0, then the number will be, you choose, okay, the color will be, let's say, a red. Maybe I choose, I don't know what color. Is that a really red here? I can't see a really red here. Let me kind of like, yeah, my differentiation of color is pretty bad here. Yeah, let's say I just choose this one lah. Okay, which is supposed to be a very dark one. Okay. If you want it to be a bright red, maybe I can click more colors here, and then I just go to a real red like this one. Okay, so maybe if you want, then you can put it to 255. Green is 0, blue is 0. Then you've got an extreme red like this. So I click. That's one. Okay. So that's the red I want. Okay. Good. So can you see this now? So if it's greater than 0 and max here is green. But if it's actually minimum here and also less than 0, it's going to be red here. Okay. So that's it. Okay. So can you see now all turn green? There you go. But if one day there is that happened that it goes into negative, then it will become red color. Okay. Now, for those of you who want to ask a question about can we filter? Now, filtering values are all here lah. Expand it. You see, filters. The filters pane. So depending on which one you want to filter, okay. For example, total quantity currently is all. You can expand it here, and you can choose your own filter condition, right? So the filtering portion, okay, it's I won't be showing it here in this Power BI Essentials, because in the Essentials, okay, I'm supposed to talk about the quick way, okay, of deploying a report, creating a report, and then after that, okay, I also need to show you how to do a quick cleanup. Okay, remember transform data. I also want to show in this particular training about how we consolidate data. What if I got table from one file and another table from a different file, and then I want to actually consolidate the two tables into one? How do I do that? So I'm afraid if all these extra things are in there, okay, I won't be able to show you all that. Okay, so I just point you to the correct direction, and then you guys can play around with it. Okay. So filtering and all that, okay, is usually covered in my 3-day course, but just only a free 1 day here. I got not enough time to show you maximum for everything. Okay. Okay. So now my conditional formatting is in place, so that I've got all the values of which are green because it is actually all positive numbers greater than 0. If a value happens to go into negative, then only it turns red lah. But now I don't have any negative values, so there are no red color. Okay. So now let's create our first chart, which is to show the timeline. Okay. I want it to be a line chart or an area chart. Okay. So, okay, if you want to know when is lunchtime now, I usually break at lunch at 12:30. So it will be in another 25 minutes lah. Okay. So lunchtime will be 12:30 to 1:30. Okay. So hang on to your seats. I know maybe if you guys are hungry, if you want me to go for break right now, also no problem. Maybe some of you guys, you got used to lunch hour at 12 to 1 maybe. Okay. So, but maybe you go in between lah. Okay, I know some of you guys are asking this means you might be hungry already. So let's say I break for lunch at 12:15. Okay, 12:15, and we come back at 1:15. Right. So let's create our first chart first. Okay, I want this to be an area chart. Now remember, this is a line chart. Let me resize it. I want the chart to be placed at the bottom here, like this. And then I want the size to be like center, and this one also to be center here. All right. So this is a line chart. Now I want to show you an info about line charts. Please remember, not all charts are suitable for every purpose. Certain charts are for a particular purpose. Okay. For example, line charts is a good example. Line charts are only suitable when your x-axis must be date or time. They must be chronological. Okay. If you intend to put, let's say, product category lah or country lah on the x-axis, you cannot use line charts or area charts, because line charts or area charts shows trend, shows progressiveness, must be based on a timeline, right? Must be based on chronology. That is why x-axis must be chronological. All right. If you intend to create a sum of sales amount by country or by gender or by department, then don't use line chart. It's not suitable at all. Okay. So I am going to use a line chart because I want to show now sales amount. I will check sales amount. So you see sales amount now is a single dot here. Okay. Because I want to show by order date. You see, order date is a column from the same table. The order date column, right? It's a date. You see, there's a calendar icon there. Look at this. It's a calendar icon. And this date with the calendar icon, right? I want to show you that there is also an arrow that allows you to expand. When you expand a date, they show you it's a date hierarchy. Power BI automatically builds a date hierarchy for you. So when you expand the date hierarchy, then you realize there are 4 levels of hierarchy here. That means Power BI automatically detected the date can be broken down into the year level, quarter, month, and day. Okay, this is very, very common and logical for every dates that you encounter. Naturally, Power BI will know how to group up by the year, then down by the quarter, and further down by the month and day. Okay, so for every date, you can identify which year they belong to, and by the month, I can know which quarter they belong to, and of course, the month name, and also which day, correct? Because of your DD, MM, YYYY, or vice versa. That, and of course, the quarter, the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, okay, they are all based on calendar hierarchy. Now, I'm sorry, this Power BI essential training, I don't teach you guys how to do financial hierarchy. The quarter here is automatically understood. Quarter 1 is always January, February, and March. Quarter 2 is always April, May, June, right? But in my full Power BI training, I do teach people, especially people who are from finance department. Your reporting are usually don't follow calendar. You follow financial year. Now, I will quote Microsoft. I take Microsoft as example, because different organization got different financial year. They start the financial year with different months. Microsoft's financial year starts from July, ending in June. So that means next month is their new financial year 24 already, 2024, July. So that means next month, July, August, September is Q1. Okay, October, November, December is quarter 2. Next year, January, February, March is actually quarter 3. So we at GemRing Consulting, okay, when I started my company here, okay, it's just coincidence. It's also matching Microsoft. So in fact, Microsoft's financial year is the same as my financial year, all right? So this month is our last month of financial year 23. Next month, we are starting new financial year 24, all right? So that is why you need to understand. calendar year, January, February, March is Q1, calendar year. But financial year for Microsoft and Jamrain is Q3 for financial year, you see? So, but it's just a simple discussion and let you guys understand, okay, that dates can be arranged in different types of hierarchy. For finance people, they are really interested to know how can I create a date that is arranged following my financial year hierarchy, not just necessarily the calendar year hierarchy. It can be done, but I can't because not enough time to do that. It involves calculation. You have to write formula to build a date table, sort all the table, right? And place all the dates, identify them into a proper sequence of hierarchy. But now on this column, order date, Power BI automatically give you a hierarchy already. No need to do anything. They automatically detect one. But this hierarchy is based on calendar year, right? Calendar year, which is, January, February, March is always Q1. April, May, June is always Q2. The last Q4 is always October, November, December, right? Understood one. Okay. So with this, let me show you now. What can I do with this? If I drag and drop the whole order date, I don't care what is the hierarchy. I drag the whole order date to my x-axis. Or you can tick the whole order date. Watch this. When I tick, can you see when I tick, they show me this line chart like earthquake like that? Because why? You see this part? When I tick the whole order date, they literally put all 4 levels of the hierarchy, year, quarter, month, day, all together. 4 levels are included. And when 4 levels are included, right, what they are showing now is the lowest level. It's the day level. That's the reason why, watch this, if you hover your mouse across the line chart, you see, when you move like this, they were showing every day transaction is a daily transaction. It's by the day. If you move across this, it's by the day. See? But if you say that, hey, I'm not interested in the day, can you see that there is this up arrow button, drill up? I can click drill up. So they go up to the month level now. See, day 1 level go up is month. This but month by month now. See, month or month over month. MOM, month over month. If you drill up again, that is quarter. This is QOQ, quarter over quarter. See, from 2018 all the way to 2019, 2020, and 2021. And if you drill up one more time, the highest level is year over year. So this year level, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Can you see that? So this is actually what the hierarchy is for. Hierarchy allows you to be able to segregate grouping of your data, especially dates. Dates can be modeled from the highest level yearly broken down to 4 quarters of the year, quarterly, and each quarter 3 months, we've broken down to all the months, or you want to travel by all the 12 months, right? So these are the hierarchy levels, okay? Okay, so this one, year, quarter, month, okay, sales by year. So yeah, in your case, right, okay, when you drag and drop, immediately show only year, okay? Because why? You did not drill down. In my case, when I drag and drop, right, it immediately show me to the lowest level. Yours immediately show the highest level. You have to drill down. Drill down involves this, you see, okay, for let's see who's for Alan, right? You're the one who posted that, right? So you need to drill down. See, this is one. You either do this, you right click, right, and you click on drill down. Or in this case, right, you don't drill down like that. You click this. Can you see the branch? This button, this arrow. Expand all down one level. It looks like the Aquaman's trident, okay? But Aquaman trident, not two. Yeah, this will look like a desert fork like that, okay? So click that fork button down to quarter. Click again down to month. Click again down to your earthquake every day. Now, there's a trick one, Alan, since you highlighted to me, I need to show you this trick. Let me delete off the order date. Let me delete off my sales amount. I clear my x-axis and y-axis. Watch first. I want to show you something. Watch first. If I create the x-axis first, I tick order date first. You see? I begin with x-axis first, order date first. Then only I go to y-axis, sales amount. You see? They start from the top year first. Got it, huh? Okay, I delete again. But just now when I started, I don't start x-axis first. I start with y first. I start with sales amount first, so that I got a dot here first, you see? Then only after that, I do the x-axis. Then now when you do this, you get the day. Okay. So Alan, now you know the trick. You say, why? How come yours, when you immediately put already there, how come mine I put only the year? Because of the trick. A lot of people don't know this trick. This trick, right? I know it because why? That proves I have researched until Power BI is it's up. I turn Power BI upside down already. Okay, it's not documented one. They will never tell you this. Oh, which one first and all that. But I discovered you do x-axis first, then only put the y. Different appearance. If you put the y first, then only x-axis. Okay. Yeah. You accidentally discover this also. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So a lot of things discovery, okay, is based on accident. Okay. Christopher Columbus also discovered America by accident, you know that, right? Okay, or else there's no America, right? Yeah. So every discovery is by accident. Okay, cool. So now you know that to put X or Y is a different story. Similarly, since you talk about this, before I told you that we got to break for lunch sooner, right now. Since you mentioned this, I want to show you another one. I click outside. I don't want to mess around with this. I click outside somewhere blank. I want to show something. If I tick on sales amount is a value, right? It's a value, correct? It gives me a column chart. Then only in the column chart, I want to say maybe, let's say by country lah. Okay, I go to my territory. I check the country column. By country lah. It's column chart by default. Yeah. All right. Okay, great. Now watch this. I delete again. If now I start with country first, they give me a map. You see that or not? I start with country. They are so smart. You see country name. Oh, they straight away give me a map, right? And then only I put a sales amount, which will enlarge the bubble. The larger the bubble, the higher the value of the sales amount. The smaller the bubble, the lower the value. You see, the different appearance when you choose that. You see. Okay, another one. Maybe not by country. Now maybe by color of the product. If I choose the color first, you see, they give me a table. They start with a table because I choose color first. Then only I choose sales amount. Right? Okay, it's continued to be a table. Look at that. It's a table. They are not giving me a chart. But if you start with the sales amount first, then choose color, it's already a column chart. So now you want it to be a column chart, you have to click yourself here. Click, then it becomes a column chart. Else, you click, become a table. So sales amount by day. Okay, you choose day itself. Sales amount by day. Now, because you know why? I believe I see your title of a chart, I already know. Your sales amount by day is because that you throw away year, you throw away quarter, you throw away month, only day. See, I get the same thing as yours. Can you see that your chart is the same as mine? Yeah, so this one is by day. Why? Because your order date, you only choose day. You got no year, quarter, month hierarchy. Am I right? So that is why your chart is like this. But if you put in month, okay, and quarter, and then year again, wow, then you got like this. This is a stupid bug. The moment you choose only one, and then you try to put it back, it becomes like this. Zoop, zap, zoop, zap, zoop, zap. I don't know what is this. This has been a bug which has been reported to Microsoft for many times, but they still haven't solved this. So what we need to do is usually I delete the order date. I re-add back the order date manually, and then you can get this. Okay. Can I? So you delete off the order date, re-add back your order date, and you will get this. Okay, so all, it looks like an earthquake lah. Okay, oh yeah, you're talking about the red and green coloring. That one is actually conditional formatting, yeah? You missed that already, yeah? So it's a conditional formatting. I just showed because based on the question, people ask me how to do. Positive value is green. If it's negative, I turn it red, So it's the card. You have to select the card and in the format button here, where you change fonts and colors, right? So in the call out value here, you can see there's a color. Color, right? You can click the FX button. You click FX, you can come to the rules here. You choose rules. So I created the rule, right? If value greater than 0, less than max, I put green. If it's value greater than min and less than 0, I put red. Okay, it's the FX button. FX stands for conditional formatting. It represents conditional formatting. Okay, you know, conditional formatting is very, very popular, right? Very normal. It's a normal in Excel, right? So they bring in conditional formatting into Power BI. So because, well, everyone wants that. Okay, cool. So let me quickly save it first because I intend to break for lunch right now. It's already 12:20. Just now I say, well, maybe halfway through 12:15, right? So let us try to, maybe why not like this? We create one more chart, then we go for lunch, okay? So one more chart here, this side. For this one, right, I don't like the day. I don't want it to be this one. If you guys are following me and you get this earthquake kind of chart here, I want you to throw away the day. Only delete off the day here. Can you see this part? Year, quarter, month, all got cross, right? I want you to cross out the day. Delete the day, only left year, quarter, month. Year, quarter, month. In fact, the quarter also I don't need because year can directly go to quarter. Delete the quarter. I want you to maintain year, month. So you should get like this. Business is going very well up there, but by then 2021, immediately just drive straight to hell. January 2021, very little sales. Okay. Anyway, our sales data stopped there only, right? So I want your chart to look like this. So the title should be sum of sales amount by year and month. Quarter is gone, day is gone. If you can't get it like this, right, okay, don't worry. Don't need to dilly-dally there. Follow me. Delete off the whole order date. Add the whole order date again. Then start removing day and removing quarter. That's it. You will get exactly like mine. Okay? And once you're ready, you're done here, please click somewhere else empty area. Please click somewhere empty outside. Click on it. So you deselect. You don't select this already. Now I want you to select sales amount. So you should get another chart. So let me place the chart next door. I want to place the chart next door here. Right? Like this. Arrange it. And this chart, I want to show sales amount and by color lah. Just go to your product table and check color. So you should get, like just now what I've demonstrated, the sum of sales amount by color. So this is showing sales by color. And you know Power BI, what's powerful about it? Now I've got the same sales amount by year and month, one side, one by color this side. Now watch this, guys. You can't do this in Excel, only Power BI. If I want to see black color, I click black color. You can see black color. I can monitor, the sales of black color over the years and like this. If I click red, red color sales by this, you see? If I click on silver, silver is this. Yellow color like this, red like this, you see? So they are called cross filtering. Excel charts cannot click like this one, okay? Excel can only place a slicer and you select slicer, then the chart only changes. But Power BI, you can click the bar, they will show you and filter other charts as well. And look at my value. The value also are filtered. If I click on red, they are showing me red color sales how much, red color costs how much, tax for red color is how much, shipping charges how much, and quantity for red. If I click on blue, see the figure also are filtered by the blue. They are showing blue figures. You click blue again, then they show all. Even the line chart here, I can click a particular point. For example, 2020 January. I click one data point. January sales is like this for color. You see? Very little. I can hold on to Control key to select multiple. For example, I want to select the 6 months, the first 6 months of 2020. So January, then I click February. This is March. This is April. This is May. And this is June. See? I hold on to Control key. I selected 6 dots, 6 data point on my chart here. And they show me 6 months, first 6 months of year 2020 sales is this much. These are the charges and all that. And these are the figures for the color, right? Sales for color for first 6 months of 2020. You see, it can be done. That's the beauty part of Power BI charts. Okay. Okay. So how to correlate the filtration selectively? Meaning if specific color chosen and not all indication to the filters automatically. You mean what? If I select the color, right? I just select the color, so you can see that it's bold here, and these are all the months for that particular color, right? And even that, so right, you can point every visual, right? There's this filter button. You see now, when you point hover to this filter button, they will tell you included is black color. They tell now the chart is filtered by black color. They will tell you. I hope that your question is regarding this lah, right? So, but anyway, if you click this, they will tell you that this is red. Red is selected now, so the chart over here is showing what has been filtered here by red. Okay. Under your dim product, there is no color. Are you sure? Because if you have imported everything, the color column is there. You know, I just hope that you have not accidentally deleted the color column, right? Yes, in this training, I'm not covering DAX, all right? So DAX is a very large topic. I don't have time, okay, to include DAX into it, right? So even though this is called Power BI Essentials, now Essentials is just the quick start way of how you go into Power BI, but calculation on DAX is considered under advanced, intermediate to advanced. So I don't include in this training. Okay, say let's say black color is chosen, perhaps indication of total quantity is not filtered. Still show total for all colors. Oh, you want that way? Since this is actually a card, one single card that shows multiple. Now you can't control the interaction. Let's say if I go to the format here, you can see. Okay, let's say I click this guy. Now I will say that I want to edit the interaction here. If I want to filter, right, the values of this is going to be applied. I don't think so. You can actually stop one of the figure from being filtered unless you choose a separate card. Okay. Yeah, I think you have, if you've hidden it, yeah, I think maybe you click the eye icon so that it's hidden, right? But if you're talking about you want to select, let's say black color, and these are filtered, these are filtered, these are filtered, but maybe quantity not filtered. Okay. So if this is the case, right, you cannot use this card. You have to use a single card, one card, one by one card. For example, you've got one card here. This one is quantity, order quantity. See, this is one by one. One card can only show one figure. Then you have to create another card. Paste again, separate card. This card maybe I want to show, let's say, tax amount. Okay, let's say I delete this one. I show tax amount. So separate cards. So now when I actually want to filter, see, when I click, it filters all the cards. But if I want to stop one card from being filtered, right, let's see what I can do. Under format here, I want to edit the interaction in which I can say no interaction, none. Stop this guy from interacting. Or maybe this one I want to filter. This one I want to stop, you see? So now when I click, can you see this? This guy is not moving already. I can stop it from interacting. So this is the answer to your question, okay? But like I say, because this whole thing is one card, the whole thing is called a multi-row card. They will automatically apply. I'm so sorry, okay? You can't control like this one filter, this one don't filter, this one filter, this one don't filter. No, because it's a whole card. Unless you populate separate card like this, then you can control each one figure, okay? So this guy here, for example, just now I click on this one, okay? You have to go to format button, format ribbon, and you can see edit interaction. You click on edit interaction, you can see what has been interacted. So for example, this one, I stop it, this one none, but this one filter. Even the line chart also I can say none, you know. When I choose none, now when you click, you see, everything else will move except for the line chart and this one. Both none, they are not moving already, you see. They are frozen in time. Are going to complete this report quickly by producing two more charts at the bottom, the empty area here, right? Now, before that, let me kind of see there's a question earlier. Is there an example for Excel column which has many empty cells in some rows? That means null values, but also has data on other columns. And we will still need all those rows because of other. Okay, this is actually the example of cleaning up, right? Remember that when you have blank values, null values, right? This is whereby we need to clean them up, because depending on what type of data you have in what column, sometimes it is unhealthy for you to have blank values, because it will disrupt your reporting. Your report, okay, may not be accurate, or maybe it is not the way that you want to show in a report. So cleaning up is something that we'll learn after this. Once we finish this, we'll jump right into the topic of cleaning up, right? Cleaning before loading or here itself can do. Well, like I said, you're going to explore the cleaning up capabilities in Power BI. Okay, so it's not every day is a holiday where you get the luxury of your data all clean already in Excel. Okay, so when you bring into your Power BI and you see that, due to some certain issues, a little bit of things you can clean. It's not that Power BI can clean up everything. Don't look at the portion, the component of Power BI which allows us to transform data. Don't look at it as in it's a very, very powerful tool. It can do all wonders. It is powerful, but to a certain extent, right? It would be great if your data from Excel, it has gone through some form of cleanup, right? Then later when you bring into Power BI and you realize some of the data, right, may not be suitable to fulfill your reporting. So that's the reason why you want to further change it, or you want to reshape the data. Okay, so but it would be best if you have already validated and you have already checked the validity, right, of your data in your Excel. All right, so that's actually the we call it the pre and the post cleaning. Okay, so before you bring it into Power BI, if you can verify the data is already valid, then your Power BI job will be much easier. But if, let's say, Excel level, your data is cannot be formatted the way you want it, then you will need to go through the cleanup or the reshaping of data in your Power BI. So here we are going to explore the Power BI's capability of doing so, right? But like I said, the action of transformation, it is more than what I'm about to show you. But in this free one-day training, right, I'm just going to step into the basics of that. Okay, so before that, let us continue and build up the two charts here first, the last two charts. So we will need a map, and which I've demonstrated earlier. The moment you go into your sales territory table, there's a column called sales territory country. Make sure you click on the blank area first. Okay, make sure, because if you are having this one selected, right, you can't simply check anything because it will add on inside. So make sure that you click outside so that you want to build a new chart. So when I click the country, you can see immediately they give me a map. All right. Now, some of you guys who have just installed Power BI Desktop, you may not get to see your map, right? So this is due to the fact that your setting of your map, right, is turned off. All right. So I'm just trying to see how many of you guys, when you click the country, it shows a map. Or maybe you show a map and they tell you with some messages there, some error or whatever on the map. How many of you guys don't see a map? Let me know. Anyone? No map, huh? Okay. Okay, some of you guys working, some no map, right? Okay, good. Now, for those of you who don't see a map, okay, do you see something like a message here written across? Instead of showing a map, they show you a message. Those of you who don't see a map? Yeah, okay, good. If you see a message, right, well, they are telling you why. Because your map has been disabled. You just need to turn the map setting one time, okay? Yeah, correct. So some of you guys got the screenshot. They say map and field map visuals are disabled. You need to enable it yourself. This enabling, right, is only one time. So let me show you now. Go to File, Options and Settings, you go to options. Okay, options and settings, and click on options. Okay, now in this list of many options you can configure, look for security, this part, because it has something to do with security, right? And then you can see at the bottom here, somewhere in the middle, you see map and fill map visuals. Make sure you check it. You see mine is checked already, that's why it can show. You guys says disable, right? Because it is not shown. It is not checked. Make sure you check it and you click OK. That's it. Okay, check and click OK. Once you check and click OK, if the map shows, that is great. Right? From here onwards, the map will show. If the map still don't show, right? Well, follow me. Delete the map and start again. Check the sales territory country, the map will again appear. This time it should work. Okay, it's because of that setting. Okay, good, huh? Yeah. So this setting is only one time. Okay. All right, good. Some of you guys, okay, if you can't find it or whatsoever, make sure that you have got the setting on. Okay. So still can't get it, right? Try to delete the map and create again a new one. Okay, if you still can't get it. Delete the map and create a new one. Add a new map. The map is actually here. Or you can just immediately check your sales territory country column. It will produce a map for you. Those of you who can get a map, you should see small bubbles, and which the bubble is indicating the country where they are. Right? So you can see the small bubble. Now, this bubble, right, can be larger, can be smaller. You use the bubble size to control the data. Okay, you use the bubble size, okay, to control the value. So in this case, okay, how do you do that? Is because of the sales amount. Just look for your sales amount again in the sales table. When you check it, now you see some bubbles are big, some bubbles are small. Okay. Now, if the settings, if you after check it already, right, it's blank, right? Very simple. You try again, go to File, Options and Setting, go back to Options again. Okay, go back to the same place, Security. Okay, you try to untick, click OK, and tick it again. Untick, OK, then open again, tick, and OK again. Just is like turn off and turn on again. Okay, if it still doesn't happen, right? Well, the last thing you can do is very simple. Quickly save your file, close Power BI Desktop, and reopen the file. We saved the file called introduction already, am I right? So let's say, for example, I save it. Then you close the entire Power BI Desktop. See, I close everything and then open up, okay, the file Windows Explorer. Go to your folder where you save your introduction.pbix and you reopen. Usually when you reopen, it should work lah. Just reopen. Okay. And you can see, there you go. Try that, yeah? Yeah. All right. So you know Microsoft lah, okay? Very simple. Things that you suspect doesn't work lah, whatever. Okay, you just save it, quickly save it, close it, reopen. Should be okay, right? So remember, your map is now showing country and also the sales amount. So the higher the sales amount, the larger the bubble, right? The bubble size is to determine your sales amount value, right? The higher the value, the larger the bubble. So now I can select US. Let's say I click the US bubble, and you can see now the map, right? Once you click, the other visual also will change, right? The line chart and also the column chart here also gets filtered. Okay, if you click on Australia, now see the line chart and also the column charts also gets filtered. Everything filtered. So it continues to behave this way. Okay. Jason, whatever you shared there, right? It's exactly what I've actually spoken for, right? Before lunch. Remember, I told you the order. Remember, we were talking about discovery, you know. So that is something that you need to discover. So depending on whether you click which one first, right? You select the sales amount first, you get a column chart. If you select the country first, you get a map. Okay, this was mentioned already. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so there you go. And finally, the last area here, the blank part here. Okay. So when you click the empty area, now we want to create a pie chart, right? Bubbles not appear means you have you dragged, have you selected sales amount? Make sure that your map is, look at the title, also will tell you it's sales amount, sum of sales amount by country, right? You must have sales amount, or else the bubble are very small pimple dot only. Okay, you need to have a value there. The value will determine the size of the bubble. Okay, just tick your sales amount and you'll get it lah. Okay, don't worry about that. Now I need a pie chart here. So I will first of all click a pie chart to place the chart directly in the same place with the remaining space here. I want a pie chart here, empty one. And this pie chart, I want to show the same thing, the sales amount, all right, here. Check the sales amount. And this time I want the pie chart to slice by over the dim customer table. I want to use the English occupation. I don't want gender because if I use pie chart to display gender, only male and female, they are roughly almost equal, you know, almost like half the slice each. And the pie chart is not a great one to display, right? The differences. So I want more categories. So I think I don't want gender. I want to use English occupation. There you go. So at least I've got 5 different categories of occupation. Right? So I've got 5 different occupations there, different groups of occupation, so that at least I've got 5 slices of the pie and different percentages. So sales amount by English occupation. You can see occupations like professional, skill manual, management, clerical, and manual, right? These are the 5 different categories of occupation. Okay, got it, huh? All right. So you can see here, make sure that the pie chart, this is actually the pie, right? And you can see the legend and the values. Always remember your values, okay? Legend is occupation. Values is sum of sales amount. Those of you who see something like this, right, because you have clicked something, unclick it, you see the full pie. You slice by something, they will slice the pie like this. They highlight the pie like this, you see? You click US or that, okay, they will highlight the pie like this. So make sure you off any filtering, then you see the full pie. Okay, so cool. Got it, huh? So, then, so Aryan, right? Okay, you say yours cannot because I can see your pie chart is only occupation. Where's your data? No figure, no value. Your value is sales amount, ma. Make sure you add sales amount. Like I said, I always stress the importance, okay? You want to create any chart also, okay, look at the value first. The value is the one that you need, all right? No number for what you create chart. You want numbers, ma. Report is all about numbering. Always stress, I want display what number first. Then only determine you want to slice by what? By country lah, by department lah, by what lah, you know? Number put in first. You want what number? Think like that. Then your reporting experience will be good. Okay. Okay. If you got it, good. That would be very good. If yours is bar chart, then select pie chart, because you click default. Okay, default will be this one, sorry. Default will be this one, right? Like this. So bar chart, then select lah. from here. Many charts to select. Donut also can. Donut is like pie chart, but a hole in the center. Then you can click pie. Easily switchable. Very easy. Okay. Just click on the visuals available here, right? Look for the pie chart. Click on it, it will switch to a pie chart. Okay, great. All right, so I think that's our introduction here, okay, to Power BI. So you can see now it is actually quite easy for you to get started. It's just that you need to get used to the way on how you build the charts compared to the way you build charts in Excel. And the charts in Excel, right, you need to do quite a number of properties to format it, right? Because in Excel charts, you can format and control even the tick mark, right? Got major tick mark lah, minor tick mark, but in Power BI, we don't need to worry all these things. Certain cosmetics that you want to change, you know where to go. You click on the paintbrush button here. This one allows you to explore all the properties that you can control, like changing the font, changing title, changing color of the slices, right? Changing the detail label, whatever, right? This one, I don't want to cover one by one. I got not enough time to do that. Even in my full 3 days training, right, I don't cover every single one of the properties. I just show you where they are, right? And then it's up to you to go and explore, experiment with them. Okay. Any new stuffs that you come across, any new application that you're learning, make sure that you have a sense of adventure. Okay. Don't worry, clicking wrongly here and there, it doesn't explode and it won't kill you on. Okay. So be adventurous, be experimentatious. Okay. Try to experiment, clicking here, clicking there, right? So worst come to worst, it destroy your report, then redo. Right? I create reports, I experimented with Power BI, I have redone myself millions of times. Screw up already, never mind, throw away, build again. Screw up, throw away, rebuild, So that's how you learn. So quickly save this, guys. Quickly save it. And for those of you who are ready to publish to your own account, if you already got an account, doesn't matter, you're free or pro, just publish to your My Workspace. So you can see on my browser, I already signed into my Power BI website, and I purposely show you my workspace here. Okay, I am inside my workspace. There's nothing here yet. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to click publish, the button. When I publish, they immediately ask me for my email address because I am not signed in yet. So I will sign in with my email address. Continue. It will prompt me with the password to log in. Just click on this, continue. There. Once I'm signed in, you can see they will ask me to select a destination. Can you see this now? In my case, I'm a pro account, so I can see my workspace. I can see training workspace. Now, these are workspaces which I've created earlier, right? But most importantly, if you are a free user, you can only see my workspace. All right. Some of you guys maybe depending on your user account, you might be able to see some other workspaces. Maybe you are part of an organization premium. Your organization got premium means you can see other workspaces. Those workspaces don't simply publish there, right? Because you might be a member of the workspace, but maybe only to view the report. So don't care about other workspaces that you can see there. For this training, I don't want you to disrupt anything. You publish to your My Workspace. I also do this. I also select My Workspace. Click select. So now they're publishing. We're pushing it to the cloud. So please take note. See, now it says success. When you successfully publish your Power BI to your My Workspace, now don't be surprised to see one pair of items. It's not just one. Even though you save the report as a single file, introduction.pbix. But watch this when I go to my browser. I refresh and you can see there are a pair of items. Look at that. Even though one file, but when you publish it, it becomes two. Same name one, But pay attention. Both, even though the names are the same, but from the icon, I can see there are two types of item. Look at the type. One is really the report. The other one is known as your data set. Because you must understand, in a single PBIX file that you save, there are two major content inside. Number one would be your data. Remember the 4 tables, our dim customer, all that together with the model view, the relationship, right? So that is your data set, the set of data that you have. And number 2 is your report page that you design, the charts, all that. So that is why when you publish, right, Power BI will split this file into 2 types of content. One type is called report. The second one is called a data set. That is why you can see the same name, introduction. But you want to view the report, you click the link of the report type. You click the link. Now watch this. It is now rendering the report online directly on your browser. There you go. Okay. So if any revision does republish is required, yes. Any single change to your report, you have to republish. Okay. But even though you don't change your data set, let's say you change your report, but your data never change. But when you publish, right, they will ask you to replace the data set one. No choice. Even though, right, the data set got no change at all, you only change your report. For example, the pie chart you change to donut. Just you change one type of chart from pie to become donut. You also need to republish, and they will prompt you to replace the data set. Just click replace only. Okay. So what is the best practice if you want to monitor different versioning? Now, Power BI versioning, all that, right? They don't have it here. So like I said, you have to make use of other tools most of the time. Okay. So I believe that based on the introduction of Microsoft Fabric, right, which they introduced one lake, all that kind of things, right? So the reason why they came up with PBIP file, Power BI project file, I think that is somewhere along the line where they allow you now to monitor different Power BI reports into a project. So I have not really read thoroughly about the entire scenario or ecosystem of Power BI project. Okay, I haven't gone into that. I got no time to do that because right now I'm focusing on my ChatGPT courses and all that. So, but anyway, do try to do a read up. Try to find out, okay, is there such a thing introduced by Power BI project, PBIP, right, which is related to Microsoft Fabric, okay? But if not, right, the only way right now is to manage your PBIX through a repository, like using GitHub or your DevOps and all that, all right? Azure DevOps, they have got a repository that allows you to do version control. But directly, well, you can't. Based on whatever we have here, we are not allowed to have tracking of changes and different versioning. They don't have a versioning built in directly to Power BI Desktop. Okay. So Karen, I think hopefully that answers your question. Okay. Map is disabled again after publishing. Okay. Jason, you mentioned that map is disabled because why? That one, once you publish, can you see that your message now is different? It says that your organization level tenant setting has disabled it. Okay. That means your organization, once you publish it, right, under your organization Power BI portal, the admin, the administrator must go into the portal, the tenant setting, right, to turn on your own Power BI report inside Power BI Desktop. During the time you build the report, you can turn on. You say you want to use map. But the moment you publish onto the cloud, right, so you are now at the mercy of your tenant settings. So if you are the administrator, you can turn it on. If you are not, you got to contact your administrator, okay, and tell him about this. So admin only has the rights to do this. Now, let me show you. If you are not the admin, well, you can't do this. But if you are the administrator, let me show you where to turn it on. In the setting button on your browser here, right, you can see these are all the settings, right? Can you see this one called admin portal? This admin portal, right, is only accessible by the administrator, the person who has the privilege to do this. Click admin portal, you are brought to admin portal, right? So you can see in Microsoft Fabric under preview, or it's already rolled out to me. Currently, it is actually disabled for my entire organization. So you can see under tenant settings, I slowly scroll down, or maybe I can do a search here. Search for map. I type the word map. No result found. Maps. Cannot. I have to really scroll down and look for it under security setting. Allow, publish the web, allow. Then you can see, as an administrator, I can disable all this, I can disable export to CSV, export to Excel. I can disable all type of exporting. So when I scroll down, let's see where is the map thing. Somewhere around here. There, can you see this? Map and fill map visuals. In my case, I've enabled it for all my entire organization because I'm the administrator. So if I disable it, then no one can actually use the map. That's the answer to your question, Jason. Okay. So you must have administrator rights, lah. Okay. Right. Okay, so yes, I believe that some of you also found out that they do have versioning kept in the form of a file or something like that. Yeah, I think you have actually discovered that there is actually version history like 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, right? Okay, the size of it, right? So that one looks like it's SharePoint. I'm not so sure whether that is the one. So let's say, for example, here, okay, if I can see my introduction here, right? Let's see whether I have the ability to do it. Let me on my workspace. Let me see whether they have actually built it in triple dot here. They got view lineage settings. Is it in the settings? I don't think so. I haven't seen that in a while. I don't see the report settings for that, even though it's in my workspace. But what if I actually browse it under browsing? This is my introduction report. I only can see the settings here only. Yeah, I can only go into the setting. Let me see whether if I can click triple dot here, is there anything about version history? Not really. File, downloads, file management permission, settings of the file. Unless they have rolled out the version history. But the screenshot of the version history seems to be like a SharePoint level rather than directly from here. Okay. Okay, so anyway, I don't really see it on mine, but maybe you guys, your tenancy has got some privilege, a setting to that, right? But you can actually view only right now. Okay, so if you, let's say there's another question. If I have a new data up to 2023, is there a simple way to refresh the data? Prefer that a user can dump the new file to a folder and the report will refresh in the Power BI report. Well, of course, that one is part of my data consolidation, which I need to do it after this right now, okay? So if I export it out of my workspace, is the map still disabled following the portal settings or enabled since my application enabled it? If you export the file, okay, the map, all right? Remember, you click on export here, right? You export to PowerPoint or PDF. Based on whatever that you have here, for example, you click on export PDF. I believe, right, okay, based on your tenancy settings that the map is turned off, right? Whatever you exported into the map, it will follow your tenant settings, okay? So that is why I can make sure that your map is usable first. It is renderable. Then only you export to PowerPoint or, or your PDF. Now I can experiment lah, right? Let me just see, let's say I turn off the map lah, since I'm the administrator. Okay. You confirm already, yeah. Because as far as what I know, when you export it into whatever it is, right, they take literally whatever that you have there. So if you have disabled it, your export also is disabled. No choice. Okay. So since you discovered it, then I don't need to demonstrate lah. Okay. So that's my answer anyway, because that's what I've experimented before. You can't export it and try to cheat around it. Okay, there's no cheating here, so they know it, right? Okay. You want to try PDF? Okay, you can also, but I believe they may not be able to also export it, because PDF also has their own content verification, content security. So based on the security setting that your map has been disabled, whatever you exported to PDF, it should be relatively the same. Okay, so there you go. We are done here. I've shown you how I publish the report, and it's all here on your browser. Okay, so you can directly view it on your browser, of course. Yeah, there you go. See, I told you your PDF also cannot. So I'm not lying, because that's ultimately what it should be, where the setting. All right. No map. Yeah, you have got to tell your administrator to turn it on, right? There are quite a number of features which usually an administrator will turn off and don't let their user to play around with. Okay, because these are already considered a security concern, right? All right. Any other questions? Okay. Now, so in case if you're away, can someone else edit and refresh my Power BI even if I publish it to my team's workspace? Now, if you publish it, if let's say you are really a contributor level on your workspace, okay, and you publish a report to a workspace that is shared with many members, other members, right? Okay, contributor is a level of access that you can publish it to workspace, all right? But if let's say there's another person who's also a contributor, I don't think so they are able to go and change your report. They can only contribute their own report into the workspace. They cannot simply edit your report. They can only edit their own. But unless they are given a permission which is elevated to become member, member is higher than contributor. Okay, member then can edit each other's report. Any report they see in the workspace, they can edit. Because inside a workspace, which is premium workspace or a standard workspace, right? Every time I add a user to be a member of the workspace, I can set their permission level. Okay, so let's see whether I can show this or not. I do have one team workspace called, let me show you my workspaces, called training. I created this workspace especially for training. Inside is empty, all right? But I can click this button, manage access. Currently, you can see I'm the only one person in there. I did not add anyone in. But for example, if I click add people or groups, I start to type a name. Can you see this? Drop there. I told you member or contributor. Member is higher than contributor. Look at this. Whatever email or name I type here, let's say, for example, I type my marketing guy, okay, Proven. Okay, so let's say I type Proven. So I see him here. So then I assign him viewer, which is only read, contributor, member, or admin. See, admin is the highest one. I'm the admin, right? So you can see they say here, admins, members, and contributors have edit and view access. Viewers only have view access. See that? So contributor can contribute, okay, can edit. Now, contributor can only add and edit their own. But member can add, can edit any reports they find in the same workspace, okay? So that is the way on how you talk about the team workspace, right? Okay. So the version control, yep. Thank you, Alan, for sharing that. Like I said, built into Power BI, not really. You don't have version control. Like I said, that you have to use other things, right? So in this case, that they share about uploading it to SharePoint. If you've got SharePoint, yep. SharePoint document libraries are already built in with version control, all right? So that's, like I said, that the screenshot that you have shown, okay, that's a SharePoint screenshot, all right? So if you want to really keep track of version history and all that, yep, you can use SharePoint if you want to, but that's not the place for you to publish. That's just for you to upload your PBIX file onto a document library just to keep the file in terms of versioning, right? But for me, I would use GitHub or any DevOps tools with a better version controller where they can check in you can check in and check out the changes, and you can track what changes, who made it, and all that. But that is actually for a team environment, okay? For example, sometimes you're not the only one who are building the report. Maybe, right, one report is a team effort. I do something and then I have to pass this file, okay, to another person who contribute other few charts. Or maybe I do page 1, another person do page 2, but they are on the same Power BI file, see? So that one you have to use a good source control tool or utility like GitHub or any other repository, okay? Okay, how to, let's see, how to do tick box drop down list. You're talking about the tick box drop down list. Oh, you are referring to, that is actually a slicer, slicer will have all that, right? So for example, if you want a slicer, let me go back to this, our introduction report, even though I published already. Let's say now I make this smaller, make some space available for my slicer. Shrink this a bit, okay? Now this is a slicer. I click a slicer, so they occupy here. So a slicer is like a filter, what you want to slice by. Maybe now I want to slice by the year, okay? Slice by the year. So I go to my order date, okay? I will expand, I choose year to be on a slicer, see? So when I drag and drop the order date year as a slicer, because year is a number, so they show me a slider. I don't like a slider. So what you can do, you go to the formatting here in the slicer setting, you can choose a style of that drop down. You choose a drop down, then they show you like this. See, you know, instead of popping down, you're going to pop up. Stupid like this one. Okay. Sometimes it pop down, right? If you want it to be a list, a vertical list, you also got vertical list because it's very small. It can be a list. So you choose a style that you want. Okay? Drop down. It will be the drop down. But this one is parallel. It drops up into with a tick box. Okay. So I think Wesley, that's the question. If you're following this, I hope that this answers your question. Because what you showed me that one, okay, it's a slicer. So user can now slice, okay, so you see when I slice by 2020, you see everything only show 2020 now. I see even the months also show me 2020. If I show, let's say 2019, this 2019 alone. I hold on to control key, I can select a few. 2018 plus 2019. Or 2019 plus 2020. There, you see? Or 2020 alone. That's called a slicer. Slicer is like a further filtering as well, okay? Okay, good. So, yep. Thank you, Wesley, for your confirmation. All right, I just delete off the slicer. I put back in. Okay, what is the limitation to Power BI to be uploaded? That's a very good question, yeah? What is the limitation? Remember, all limitations, right, in Power BI, it's kind of very basically, right, refer to only one thing, the size. The size of a PBIX cannot be more than 1 GB, okay? The file size, I talk about your PBIX file size, no more than 1 GB, okay? Now, this is actually a file size limitation for almost anything on Microsoft 365. We talk about even Word document, Excel file, whatever you want to upload to OneDrive, one single file cannot be more than 1 GB. But especially for OneDrive, talk about OneDrive or even SharePoint, the administrator can even sometimes reduce the size one, Even though hard limit is 1 GB, they can even say, maybe the administrator say, no, the upload size, I do not want it to be too big. So they drag the slider and lower it to maybe 500 meg only, or 250 megabyte. It's configurable by the administrator, but hard limit, right, is 1 GB. That's your publishing size limit, okay? Okay, so I hope that that answers your question. So the data size itself is more than 1 GB. We'll use database. Okay. Now, like I say, when you import data into a Power BI desktop, now don't talk about Excel. Excel are very small, right? Okay. Let's say one day you connect to a database or a data warehouse. It's a server. The database size itself definitely more than 1 GB. It's a very big database, tens of gigabyte or hundreds of gigabyte. Now, let me tell you, no one in the world with the correct mind, right? No one will be insane to pull the whole database into your Power BI because you are building a report. Are you telling me you're reporting everything in the database? No, right? You need to select what table you want, what is needed, you only pull in. What is not needed, you don't pull in. You get what I mean? But there are times, right, even though you selected a table that you need to use, but yet the table itself is how many gigabytes? It's more than that. Okay, so that is whereby you don't use what we call import. If you connect to server, right, there is a different type of connection which is called direct query. Excel file, CSV, data which is in file format, you have only import because they are small enough to be imported entirely. But if you're connecting to a data source like a database server, live database, the size is huge. So they allow you, right, okay, not just to import, but connect direct query. Means you don't pull any data into your Power BI dataset. Every time user browse the report, they make a live connection back to a data source, query live and show live. You understand me? Okay. So this is actually more advanced. It's an advanced topic, right? So that's actually the answer, lah. Okay, depending on what data source you use. So don't ever pull data that is everything, lah. Okay. You try to restrict the size of your data model, your data set. All right, so I would like us to save this thing up since you have already published it, you know. So let me close Power BI Desktop. We are done with the introduction, okay? So I would like us to step into our next particular topic. Okay. How did I slice by the year? So you just add a slicer and you add the year into the slicer, okay? So just remember your the order date. Any dates when you expand, you can see the hierarchy, right? Year, quarter, month, they just drag the year into the slicer. Then you get the year. If you drag the quarter, then slice by quarter, right? Remember the 4 levels of the hierarchy that Power BI gave you? So just take the level of hierarchy and put it into the slicer. So if you want me to demonstrate that again, okay, fine. Let me introduce, let me open up the introduction again. Okay, so it's here. You see, every time I open up the stupid map, doesn't seem to load again. You know? So I have to close it. You have to reopen again. If the map blanks out, you just need to close and reopen. You see, they ask you to upgrade the map. I say no thanks, no need to upgrade. This map is not free one. This map comes with a cost. You need to have an Azure subscription before you can have the Azure map. You don't have the Azure subscription, no point using Azure map. So the name Azure, you know, is Microsoft's cloud. Okay, so anyway, now if you want a slicer, so let me just shrink my pie chart a bit. So I've got some space here to put my slicer. So this is a slicer, this one. Click the slicer. Oh, sorry, not this one. Click the empty area first. Make sure you click the empty area, then you click, so the slicer will place there. Okay, so the slicer is here. Now I just need to go into my order date column, whereby I can expand to see the date hierarchy. Then I just need the year, so I just check the year. So now the year is in a slicer, but I don't like this slider. So I just need to go to the slicer setting here in the formatting slicer setting, change the style to become a drop down. That's it. So now it actually drops up. So maybe I pull it down a bit, and I don't know why it says drop down, but then the behavior now is drop up. I don't know why. Maybe I put it like this. Still drop up. I don't know why they cover that. Even I put the slicer way to the bottom here, it still drop up. Bit weird. Let me see whether it's selection. Not really here. Values. It's just that lah. Doesn't matter lah. Drop up or drop down lah, right? Okay, so you can now change the style to a drop down, and every year is now shown as a list. But since there are only 4 years, I don't mind changing it to a vertical list rather than a drop down like this. See, because vertical list like this also enough for me to display all the years. So I can slice, slice here, slice again. There you go. All right. Okay, cool. Right. So it doesn't matter, lah, okay, whether it drops down or in my case, it drops up, lah, whatever. It's just the rendering. Lah. This one, I can't control it because Power BI controls it itself. There are just times, okay, when that guy is just a bit stubborn. I just don't know what happened, right? Usually it drops down, but if there are no space at the bottom, then only it pops up. Okay, so this is a bit weird. When I have space at the bottom, it doesn't go down, it goes up. And when it goes up, right, it covers my column chart at the top. Very strange behavior here. Usually it pops up when the below area, right, has got no, has something that is blocking it. But in my case, it's clear. The coast is clear here, but it still goes up, right? So I've never seen this. Actually, it's my first time. I go to drop down again and see if I click. Yeah, it pops up. Just don't know what's going on. Okay. Right. Okay, cool. You know how to get the slicer up already, eh? So in my case, I just close it and I'm not going to save it. Now, I wish you all, right, okay, to start following me to go to our next topic. Okay, this is actually the last topic because I'm splitting my Power BI Essentials only into two parts. One is the introduction, how to quickly get data in and you can immediately build a report and experiment a bit on the report, right? The second part, right, which is I do a quick one coverage, okay, of what is data consolidation. All right, when you have got not just one Excel file, but you've got two or more Excel files, how do we combine the data into one? Okay, so what I want you guys to observe right now is this. Can you see that there's one Europe and one North America? Okay, these two Excel file. Now, I want you to try to open up this Excel file and have a look at it. Now, I open up both Europe and North America. Now, let me just kind of, put it up and down, all right? So I am actually displaying not side by side. Actually, I put it, okay, one at the top, one at the bottom. So Europe file is at the top, North America is at the bottom. If you try to observe the two files, the table found in each of their own sheet in the two separate files, the table is identical. Okay, I'm talking about the schema of the table, the structure of the table. Structure means what? The number of columns, the column name, the order of the columns, all same. Directly same. When they are same like this, means good lah. I can readily combine them already. Okay. And this time it is a table. Right? You can see that the whole range of the data, right, is formatted as a table. Every column header has a drop down for you to filter and sort. Correct on. So ultimately, both of them has a table. Now, also, because it's a table, in Excel, you have a table name. So if I click on, let's say this, put my cursor inside the table, I can see table design ribbon. And from here, I can find out what is a table name. So here I can see, all right, sheet name is Europe. Okay, sheet name is Europe here. This one. Table name is also called Europe. Look at that. Okay. Sheet name is Europe. Table name is also called Europe. All right. Now, what about North America file at the bottom? I also click inside here. I go to table design. And also now I can see the table name. So, but the North America file, different. The sheet name is called North America with a space. The table name, on the other hand, right, okay, it's not the same. They are called Sales North America, no spaces. Table names in Excel cannot have spaces. Sheet names can have a space, no problem. So take note, the Europe file, table name and sheet name is the same, all right? But North America file, table name and sheet name is different. But the two tables can be readily combined. Now, no need to count. I will tell you the answer. Both Europe file and the North America file, both are with 1,000 rows. Okay, both the tables, 1,000 rows each. Our mission is very simple. We want to combine these 2,000 rows together into one single table. And your report is going to be built from this one single table. Okay. And in the future, if you imagine you will have a new file coming in, South America file. and then you want to also add them in, okay, combine it. Then in the future, you've got, let's say, Africa or Asia Pacific. Every file that you receive, you want it to be also consolidated into the new table. All right. And your data actually will be updated. So I will show between two files first. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I want to close these two Excel file. We just had a look at it already, understand already. So let's launch a new Power BI Desktop. Just open up a new Power BI Desktop, please. And we're going to bring in data from both Europe and North America. Now, usually I conduct this, right, in two parts, part one and part two. You get what I mean? Okay, part one and part two, yeah? Part one, right, is to show you the fundamental of combining two files, okay, together. But it doesn't future-proof it. Future-proof as in, it doesn't give you the convenience of, oh, in the future, suddenly I receive one file or two more files, right? Okay, I just want to one-click refresh, they auto-combine for me. Part one, don't showcase you on that. Part two, I can demonstrate the real world way of automating. When you click one-click refresh, you get automatically the table combined, consolidated, and your report also will be updated. Part one here is to show you how tedious the technique can be. But the real technique, right, is in part two. So hopefully I don't need to spend too long time in the first part. So then I can show you part two. Okay. Yeah, part two is better, right? So must you close and reopen Power BI or just open a new PBIX? We always start a new PBIX. You close Power BI Desktop because one Power BI Desktop is one file. Okay, because just now it's introduction.pbix, right? That is one file, one report. Now we're going to start a new one. So that is why you need to launch a new Power BI Desktop. Okay, the introduction that we have just done, right? If you want to leave it open, also no problem. All right, you can leave it open, but I'm just afraid that you might be confused lah. And furthermore, technically speaking, try not to get too many Power BI Desktop open at the same time. Why? Because Power BI Desktop is a resource-hungry animal. It eats your memory like crazy one because you're doing data manipulation. It's an analytical tool, you see. So the memory is used, right, so that depending on how much data you ingest, they keep that data active in memory. So if you have still all these things launched, you might get your computer running slower and slower and slower. So that is why in training, I try my best to always advise everyone to, you are done there, right? Close it, then only open a new one, okay? All right. Okay, so I'm glad, okay, that there are quite a number of you guys are quite active in this training and, posting, typing questions and posting some, that means it's really, really interactive. I can imagine that if this is a physical class, right, you guys will be talking and all that. Yeah, but sorry, this one, we have got 200 plus. This morning, I think as of this morning was 300 people in the class. All right, so let's jump straight into it. You already have seen Europe and North America, two files, okay, two files only, yeah. Now, two files, part one, we try to discover the basic fundamental technique into combining the two tables. Because we only got two files, and I'm not talking about future proofing, right? I'm not talking about in future, I'm going to anticipate new files giving to me, and I want a very quick one button click, refresh, and everything goes in. I don't want to talk about that first, okay? So hopefully I can cover that, okay, after the afternoon break later. Now let us get to study the usage of something known as Power Query to do it. Now let me try to scribble something here, right? So this I'm going to show you, right, is known as Power Query. This is the portion, right, that they also is available in Excel as an add-in. It all started in Excel version 2013 when Microsoft introduced the first ever Power Query. Now it comes in the form of a separate window. When you add this add-in into your Excel, right, called Power Query add-in, right, when you go and edit the query, it opens up a new window, a separate window, and that window is called Power Query Editor. Okay, let me show you this. Type it out. It's called Power Query Editor. In short, we always call it PQE. Okay, it's called PQE. So I'm not going to keep on saying Power Query Editor, Power Query Editor. It's a mouthful, very long. I just usually call it PQE. So PQE is a separate window. Now this window, it gives you the environment so that you can massage your data. You can do number crunching. You can reshape and transform your data. That's the whole idea of Power Query. Okay. So inside Power Query, you will get to see a type of programming language called M language. Now, pardon me, I shouldn't use the word programming language because it's not for programming, but it's a type of code. It's a type of language used for transformation, right? This is called M, all right? So M, we just call it M code, okay? M formula language. Okay, it's called M formula language. All right, why M? M, well, is it because Microsoft is M? Well, this M, why they choose the letter M, right? Because M stands for mashup. Data mashup. Mashup, right? Okay, it's not mess up, it's mashup. Mash potato, mash, and then up. But it's all in one word. Data mashup, if you were to, search what is the definition of mashup. Data mashup, right, is defined as getting data from two or more sources, right, and then converge the sources and clean it up into one, right, one single point of truth, okay, one single source of truth. That's the definition of mashup. That is why they call it M language. Okay. Now, when they introduced Power Query with this M formula language, during the year 2013, that time, Microsoft used to name it as M Power Query Formula Language. Okay, this is used to be the name, but you know what? BMW make noise. BMW warned Microsoft, hey, you cannot name this one because the word M Power in front, we registered one. That's our engine technology. That's our performance technology. So you cannot name it as M Power Query. Microsoft says there's a word query, but at BMW say, no, I don't care of the word query. Your word has the word M Power in front. So that is why Microsoft say, okay, I have to surrender. Cannot use M Power Query. So just call it M Formula Language. The Power Query is dropped. But Power Query is still the technology, right? Okay, behind M Formula. Yes, Alan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for finding the logo of M Power. Okay, and yeah, just in case some people don't know, but I guess most car enthusiasts will know, right? So thank you so much for that. Wow, you're good, Simply can find one logo for M Power. Yep, that's it. Okay, so I'm a car enthusiast myself, so that is why. Yeah, that's registered by BMW. So anyway, now it's called M Formula Language. And usually, you know what? In short, I just call it M code. Just call it M code. All right. So no more what M Power Query language or whatever. We just call it M or M code. Right? For what's the name? I think it's what? Is the movie James Bond or something like that. Okay. There's also an M there. Okay. I think that's the boss of James Bond. Okay. So, but anyway, you're going to have a look at this M code. But bear in mind, Power Query Editor, for those of you who freshly install Power BI Desktop, Power Query Editor window will open in a small size window. It's not maximized. So I advise you all to maximize it right after you see the window pop up. Okay, now you want to see it? Let's jump into it. First of all, click Import Data from Excel. Remember, we've got two separate files to open, Europe and North America. Some people start asking me, hey, can we open the two files at the same time? Then faster. Okay, just open one shot, two files. But now, you try. You try. You'll see cannot. Because when you hold on to Control key, you thought that you can click Europe, hold on to Control key and select North America together, right? No such thing, see? You can only open one Excel file at a time. So that is why if you are trying to consolidate 10 Excel files, 20 Excel files at a time, sorry, you got to do that 10 times or 20 times separately, which is, like I say, tedious lah, right? Part 1 here, you're just going to learn about the fundamental, the theory behind that, okay, the technique that they use or that they have. But since we are opening 2 files only, so I can still live with it. I'm not opening 10 files or 20 files, only 2 ma. I don't mind opening 2 times, okay? So let me start with Europe first lah. I select Europe first, I click open. We do it together, yeah? So you can see the navigator came out. And of course, there you go. When the navigator comes out, they will show you the 2 items found inside Europe. You might be thinking, wow, why 2 one? Huh? There's only 1 sheet, ma. Correct or not? If I click on the sheet Europe, yeah, the table is there, ma. But if I click on Europe 1, how come there's another one called Europe 1? Huh? I click on it, it's the same thing. But the only thing difference is that this Europe here, right, is a sheet. Can you see that? This represents a sheet. This icon, this one represents the table. That means, now, Power BI, right, okay, they can actually detect Europe and Europe 1. Now, I'm going to explain Europe 1 later on, okay? So Europe is the name of the sheet. All right, and then Europe 1, it represents the table. Because Power BI can see the sheet, which is a source of data. Now, after that, they also can see that they have created and formatted a table. The table also was given a name, right? So when the table was given a name, Power BI see that as a separate object with a separate name. But because the name we give, right, is the same name, Europe also, same name as a sheet, Europe as well. Power BI will need to differentiate. So they add a 1 at the back of the table. So to differentiate. Even though it's a separate type of object, but this is Europe. The table also called Europe, so they add a 1 at the back. Okay? That's just the explanation. But similarly, later on, when we do the same thing for North America, that will be different because the sheet name and the table name is different. So then the table name will be representing the table. The sheet name represents the sheet. Okay? But now we are in a dilemma. Okay? The dilemma would be, we don't know to choose sheet or table because both are referring to the same thing. Apparently, when I choose the sheet, right, it's good enough. The column, right, is promoted. The header is there, right? And even Europe 1, the table, it's referring to the same region of data. Okay? So, hang on, meaning if there are multiple tables in a sheet, then we can see 5 tables and a single sheet. Yes, you are right. If you have an Excel file in which one sheet inside got separate tables within one same sheet. Okay, so if you select the sheet, right, it will literally be sheet lah. Okay, because they will see all crap there. But if you have formatted different regions on the sheet with the table, separate table name, right, you will see the separate table names. So that is why usually when you see a sheet and table, you choose a table better. All right. Sheet contains all the tables. Now, I can actually do one simple demo for you. I'll just show a simple demo. You guys don't follow me. Okay, I cancel here first. I show you one demo. Let me launch my Excel. Okay, for the question, how different is the M language from DAX? Oh, very different, right? If you ask for difference between M and DAX, it's like difference between a fish and a snake. Both are different species, different animal, right? M language, it's a code that is targeting transformation. It's optimized for transformation. DAX is a formula language that looks and smells like Excel formula, and it's for calculation, not for transformation. So it's a totally different species and different animal. So it's very different, okay? So anyway, back to my Excel here. I'm trying to demonstrate something here. Now, let's say this is my sheet. I try to create just to tell you, just to prove to you, I am not going to create anything from the very first cell A1 here. I try to create a table here. Let's say this is customer ID, then name. Then I've got age. Okay, just demo only, right? I don't need a full-fledged table, right? So just 3 columns will do, and 5 rows will do. Name, let's say John, Michael, Kumar, Ahmad, Abeng. Okay, whatever. Age, okay, 30, 30, 29, 24, 30, 26. Okay. No need 26, Sorry. 2 engrossed already. Okay, good. You see? Done, But I don't want to format as a table, Then suddenly at the bottom, somewhere around here, I've got another table. Region ID, name, amount lah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Name, okay, north, south, east, and west. Okay. Amount 100, 200, 300, 400. Okay, something like this lah. Let me show you. I quickly save the file. I save the file into my GRCX folder. GRCX folder. Lazy to rename lah. I call it book. Just call it book1.xlsx lah. Save it lah. Book1.xlsx. So it's here. Okay. Now, I go to my Power BI desktop and I want to open now. Okay. Again, import data from Excel. This time I can see book 1. That's the new file I created. I choose book 1. I'll open. Now watch this, guys. Look at the sheet. Look at the sheet. Look at the preview of my sheet. I don't have table, right? Sheet, but look at the sheet on the sheet. Seriously, sheet lah, Because when you choose sheet, right, even though got 2 tables, they can only interpret the top, the highest, okay, on the top and the leftmost table. So you can see that they know customer ID, name, and age only this part. You see that? This part, right, okay, they try to put everything into the same table. So there, very good. Yeah, holy sheet, right? This sheet, SHEET. You see? So that's the reason why, right? Okay, you will need to go into Excel, okay, create this as a table, and then after that, you also select this 3K and create as a table. Give this one table name, give this another table name. Then in your Power BI later on you open, there will be 2 more items here, named properly after the table. So then you can choose the table and not choose the sheet. You understand me? But you know what? You guys are dealing with the most modern Power BI desktop ever. Today, there is AI built in. They see sheet, then at the bottom, they got suggestion, Hey, I suspected there are 2 regions of table. Even though you never create a table, I create for you. Look at this. Table 1, which is the top one. Look at that. Then if I choose table 2, ooh, not bad, That is truly AI in action. So rather than choosing this sheet, Power BI gave me a suggestion. Oh, okay lah, I choose table 1 and table 2 lah. Even though no name, later on I can rename myself. So now I properly select the table region, okay? So I don't need to actually select the sheet because the sheet is really holy sheet lah, okay? Kind of not, right? So that is why last time they don't have this area. Let me tell you this. Last time they don't have this. I'm talking, when I say last time, I'm talking about version 2018, 2019. This thing is actually already existed way before the era of ChatGPT, the AI war that we are now having. Okay, they already have it. This is actually based on suggestion. Okay, there is a pattern they do it. They don't need to rely on today the generative AI to do it. This is actually a static AI. So they can suspect the regions of tables and then they just suggest for you only. So anything that you downloaded Power BI Desktop since version 2020 onwards, right, you have it already. So gone were the era when I always advise my attendees, hey, if you have got this situation here, right, please go and create in your Power BI, in your Excel, please go and create a table like this. Control A, Control T, enter. This also Control A, Control T, enter. Create separate table region. Then give proper name here, No need to do this already, guys, because today they suggest for me. Okay. So that's why if you are one of my students, right, okay, back in how many years ago during the infancy of Power BI, those were the days we don't have all this. We have to do a lot of heavy lifting on our own. Okay. But like I say, Power BI is getting more and more modernized, and the AI is getting crazier and crazier. Especially, I just can't wait for Copilot to make an appearance, lah. Right? So I'm still, really, really waiting for the Copilot, because Copilot will one day, when they appear, you don't even need to build report anymore. Just need to tell Copilot what you want. Give me a 3-page report, okay? Whereby the first page, what title, okay, and what is it for? Which table that you have, what kind of report you want to build, right? Page number 2, what you want, how many charts you have, each chart, what is it going to be? Just type in plain English, just like how you do ChatGPT. For those of you who understand ChatGPT, just talk to the fella what you want, right? And then everything will be built for you. And if you don't like it, just make minor amendments here and there, just customize a bit, that's it. You don't need to do the complete heavy lifting, all right? All right, cool. So let me throw away my book one. Don't need this fella. Let us get back to our Europe. Okay, good. So now you got table, now you got sheet. In our case, right, Europe 1, the table and sheet is referring to the same thing, lah. Okay, is referring to the same thing. So choosing either one actually still okay. You understand me or not? Because it's not like the whole sheet got a few tables. The whole sheet is one continuous 1,000 row table. So choosing the sheet or choosing the table, it is okay. It is correct. But being a perfectionist, I will choose a table. Okay, I will go for a table. You know why? Now, please continue to watch this. Okay, let's say I choose sheet first. After that, I choose a table, and you will understand why. I choose sheet first. Now, first time ever, I told you all this while we do load. Now, first time ever, I'm not going to load right now. I'm going to click transform data because I want to show you PQE. When I click transform data, look at that. My PQE open maximized because I opened this many times already. Right? If you open this for the very first time, you should be like this small one. So please maximize it. Remember, you can see it's 2 separate windows. This window, it says there, Power Query Editor. The main window here, it says Power BI Desktop. So this is a child window, right? So separate window, open up, maximize it. So now you can see this is a window that reads the data from the Excel file, but we haven't loaded yet. You see my main Power BI window here, the desktop. The data not yet loaded, you see, it's not there yet. Still under renovation mode. That is why here now they've got a reminder for you. There are pending changes. Do you want to apply now, which will load, or discard changes means throw away? Treat as if nothing ever happened. Okay. So that is why now this window, right, is the one they detected. You are actually in renovation mode, something that you want to change, you want to modify. Okay. So that is why I can actually now expand this and show you what is actually inside here. Now, for what I want you to know right now is, pay attention to the right-hand side. There is this pane here called applied steps. Applied steps. Applied steps means it's past tense, These are the steps that Power BI has applied for you so far. Altogether, 4 steps. If you look at the 4 steps, you see, the latest step, what you're looking at right now is this last step. Do you know that I can click the step and I can see during that step how they look like? So apparently during the first step from the source, I can see that they show me a table which contains the name Europe, the kind is sheet. Europe 1, the kind is table. All right. So this kind here means what type what type of data, right? Europe, the type is sheet. Europe 1, the type is table. They can identify that, right? So this particular thing, right, is identified based on a source. Now, in my formula bar, I can see my M code. Look at that. This is M code in the formula bar. If you want to see the complete M code, right, you have this button here called Advanced Editor. You click Advanced Editor, This is how M code looks like. See, this is not DAX. This is not DAX at all. All right. So that's how different it is. And are PQE functions in PBI same as PQE in Excel? Yes, they are quite identical with the PQE in Excel, right? But Microsoft continues to, enhance and modernize the PQE in Power BI. I don't think so. They do, or they pay much attention to the PQE in Excel, right? So in the Excel's PQE, I believe that it might not be mappable directly with the PQE in Power BI. Okay, so that is why here, this is how the M code looks like. And you can see the M code, right? Shows you the file contents. This is the path to my Europe.xlsx, right? So this is practically, I'm looking at all the M code, but as I click step by step, they show me the M code for that step. Every step is actually formulated with the M code. The code is generated. We don't need to type like at least. Thank God that we don't need to type the code ourselves. Okay. So you can see from here, the source gives me this. By the next step navigation, I've chosen this. And you can see in navigation step, do you see that the first row is not a column header? Look at that. So column 1, column 2, column 3. So no column name 1 or by default, no column name. So that is why, because you read from a sheet, and because of this, look at that. Power BI gave you a third step, promoted header. So when I click promoted headers, they really promoted. Before, like this. After, like this, you see. And after they promoted the header, right? Every column, which is still ABC 1, 2, 3. Can you see now? Every column got ABC 1, 2, 3, ABC 1, 2, 3. ABC 1, 2, 3 means the type of data for each column cannot be identified yet. Yeah, it's considered like unknown yet. Why? Because it can be ABC or it can be 1, 2, 3. That's the reason why the last step is always change type. When I go to change type, now watch this. Every column is now identified with a proper type. This is ABC, text. This one, 1, 2, 3, you see? It's a number. And numbers, right, are just like Excel. Okay? They are right aligned. Texts are left aligned. Now, better than Excel, numbers are right aligned. On top of that, they are italicized. They are italic. If you try to check out here, I go to there. Unit price also there is 1.2 is decimal. Dates, they will have an icon of a calendar. Dates are considered just like numbers. They are right aligned and they are italic. See? All are italic, right aligned, numbers. Texts are regular font, okay, and left aligned. Right? So these are all the 4 steps that they have gone through. Okay. So even if we load TXT, CSV, or just a list from Excel, not table, only into PQ, you can, yeah, correct. It doesn't matter what source. The moment you read a table source, as long as the data you read, right, is a table format, doesn't matter whether it's a CSV la, or XML la, or what. As long as the data is a table, you can always click transform data, come into PQE here. Inside PQE, you can do this. Okay, you can actually manipulate the data. Right. And of course, yes, some of you guys are a bit more advanced there, as in you can have, let's say maybe from your SAP, and you've got 2 separate sources, right? And then you want to consolidate and convert various currencies to USD in one summary dashboard. Yeah, this is actually an idea that you have, and it's all doable in Power BI. But you need calculations, because you want to convert different currencies from the different column sources, and you have to apply the currency rate into a USD and all that. Yep, it can be done because that's calculation, right? This transformation, okay, inside PQE, it's all about transforming, reshaping the data only. But you want to calculate things, you better use DAX and not M, right? M is a language optimized for transformation, not so much on calculations. Calculations, you use DAX language, okay? All right, so, but I want you guys to see, okay, that when you choose a sheet, it involves what? 4 steps, you know. Look at that. But it's time for me to show you what if I get data from the table rather than the sheet. So now I'm going to click on again. In the recent sources, I can see Europe. Now I click Europe again. Back to this navigator. This time I choose the table. Just want to show and, you know, just want to let you compare. Now I choose Europe 1, which is a table. I click OK. So look at Europe 1, came back. You see, Europe and Europe 1 is the same, correct? But look at Europe 1. Europe 1 only got 3 steps. Look at that. Whereas Europe, which is a sheet, got 4 steps. Why? Because Europe 1 is already a table. A table already means there's column header. That means, okay, my column header, right? There's nothing to promote, ma. So they are 1 step lesser. Understand or not? So that's the reason why I would like a table better than a sheet. Because sheet, right, you need an extra step to promote the header. You get that? Even though both are, you know, doable, they are both correct, but it's just that a table will perform slightly faster because lesser steps. Okay? So remember, these steps, okay, are recorded. Okay? They are meant to be playback every time you refresh in the future, right? Whatever we modify here, you know they're not going to modify your Excel. One thing for sure, okay? But if you actually go and click refresh one day, they are going to come back into this PQE, the applied steps. They're going to play back how many steps you have in there. If you have 10 steps that you took to shape and transform the data, it took 10 steps. That means every time you click refresh, they will replay back the 10 steps. Okay? If you got 5 steps, they play back 5 steps. They trace. This is like a recording, like a CCTV recording. They're monitoring every transformation activities that you have performed. Okay? So ultimately, whatever you click, 1 by 1 step, they are going to run that, the command of that step. Right? So that's the reason why I prefer to choose a table. I want lesser steps. The lesser the steps, the faster your refresh can complete. That is on performance. Okay. Right. So make sure, okay, that you guys understand this. So in my case now, I would like to drop my source of the Europe. I want Europe 1. So right click, I delete. I delete the query called Europe, which is my sheet. Now I want to use Europe 1. So you guys know how to choose the table better than the sheet now, because I don't need the promote header. The promoted header step is not required. I want you all now to also bring in North America. This should be like a very simple assignment also, okay? I don't make it like this. So all this while I've been talking and demonstrating, but why not you guys try on your own? We got Europe 1 here already, right? So why not bring in North America together? Okay, so you know where, right? Click new source here. You don't need to go back to your Power BI desktop window. No need to come back to the main one. Directly inside PQE window also can do that. You can see new source drop down. There is Excel workbook. Click on Excel workbook and you choose your North America, right? So please do that right now. Bring in North America and please make sure you choose the table, not the sheet. So it should be like this. When you see the table name is called Sales North America, just tick on Sales North America and click OK. So you should get Sales North America. Same thing, no need to promote header. So both Europe 1 I can see, both Sales North America, 2 tables I can see together now. Okay. We are going to consolidate these 2 tables together. But I do not want to take the 1,000 rows of Europe and put it inside North America or vice versa. I would like to take 1,000 rows from Europe, 1,000 rows from North America and put it into a brand new table, right? The table, right, is going to be a new one. I intend to name the table master, something like that. Okay. Now, remember the appending, this action is called append. At the top here, you can see append queries. But actually, before we do appending, let's rename the table. The table name, it looks weird. Europe 1, here's Europe 1 here. On the right-hand side here, you can see the name, you can change here. I erase the 1, just call it Europe. Okay, enter. This one, Sales North America, also, I want to change it to North America. With a space some more, no problem. Here can name it with a space. Just rename the query lah. So now whatever you type here, they will reflect here. They're Europe and North America. Just rename on the right-hand side here and press enter to confirm. Once you're renamed, let's explore the appending. I go and click Europe first. Make sure that I select Europe first. Okay. Now, you need to look at the top portion here. In the ribbon here, right, there's this thing called combine. Okay. There's this particular combine here, right? This combine here is actually where allow you to perform either merge or append. Now, I'm not going to talk about merge, okay, because merging, I'm only able to cover the append queries for now. Appending is whereby you're going to take another table rows and append directly into another. So I'm going to click on append queries, but please take note, yeah, let me zoom in. The append queries also got a small drop down at the side. You click the drop down and you can see there are two separate choices. Append queries compared to append queries as new. So which one do you think it is? Obviously, right, the one with the as new is what we wanted lah. Because if you choose append queries, they're going to ask you which table you want to append inside your Europe. We do not want to actually, append everything into the same table. We want to put everything into a new table. Am I right? So that is why I want to choose append queries as new. I want to produce a new table. So look at this right now. I got two tables. First table is Europe. Now I can choose second table, North America. That's it. So they know that we're going to take North America, right? The records together with the Europe records and put it into a new table. The new table structure will follow the first table structure. If you have more than two tables there, 3 or more tables, I can choose this guy. So let's say you've got 4 or 8 or 10 tables here. You can then select all and add them together here so that all the table rows will be appended together. But since right now we got 2 tables only, I just choose 2 tables. Europe, North America. Okay. And when you click OK, you will get a new table created by the name append 1. When I click OK, look at this. Append 1 came out. This append 1 really contains the 2000 rows together. Okay, so let me rename lah. I don't want to call it append 1. I call it master, let's say. It's a master table. I changed the name to master. All right. So master appended already. Okay. So do you want to check out and see how it looks like? Just click on close and apply. Right at the top here, you can see close and apply. When I click close and apply means it will close Power Query Editor and then apply the changes. Look at this, PQE closes and they're applying the changes. They're loading all 3 tables now. Europe will be loaded, North America will be loaded, and master will be based on North America. Let's go to the data view and check it out. You see, Europe is 1000 rows. North America also 1000 rows. And when you click master, there you go, 2000 rows, confirm. See, loaded. Now this is provided again that the 2 tables, right, the column structure is the same lah. But of course, again, in a more advanced scenario, sometimes people ask, what if I've got 2 tables, the structure not really the same? Okay, maybe one table got 1 extra column than the other table. Can we still append or not? Well, you can, but make sure the rest of the columns, right, okay, must be the same lah. You got 1 extra column or 1 lesser column is okay. It's just a 1 extra column when you append, right? Whether the table you want to follow, right, is going to be the one that has more columns or the one lesser. Okay, so that actually depends on which table you select to become the new table structure. Okay, so that's what about this? We are talking about apply. Yeah, correct. Like I say, apply changes, all that, right? Once you apply already, can you see in my case I don't have that because you say close and apply already in PQE, ma. So PQE already applied, right? Back to your Power BI desktop, this notification, no more. Okay. All right. Or maybe you just click close without apply, because close and apply, right, got 2, close only without apply, or apply without close. Maybe you just accidentally click close without the apply. That is why the reminder is still there. Okay. So if you want, just click apply changes lah, to ensure. Okay. In the master table, how is the data sequence? Now, this is a great question. Every time when I conduct my full training, right, I will explain also that the order of the rows are not guaranteed. If you try to reopen your PQE and check it out, it's different from what you loaded. Watch this. I click the button, transform data again. See, it's on top of the ribbon. Anytime you want to change your data, right? Anytime also can launch PQE. This one, transform data, click, PQE reopens. If you look at your master table, right? Apparently, it looks the same that I wanted. The top 1,000 rows are all from Europe. All from Europe, top 1,000 rows. And then the next 1,000 rows right at the bottom is all North America, correct? But to your surprise, when you close and apply, when you load, the first big bunch of records at the top are all North America first. Right? Then after that, there will be and continue with a next big block of Europe. And after that, alternately, smaller number of rows for Europe, North America, alternately. So the order of the rows loaded, right, is in batches. And they process the batch, right, parallelly. So they read Europe and North America at the same time, and they try to load them parallelly. And this parallel loading, right, causes the batches, right, to be alternately placed. Right? North America, Europe, North America, Europe, North America, Europe, like that. So if you ask me, can I guarantee the order? There's no guarantee one. After loading already, let me close my PQE. You see, after I loaded, I go back to data view. Watch this, you see, my master table. Really all from North America first. After that, they will be periodically, Europe, then North America, Europe, North America, see? So if you want to guarantee, okay, an order, you sort lah. You sort your own. Okay, just select, maybe I want to sort by the group drop down. Okay, then you sort in ascending, or sort by the country drop down. You see, so it's up to you to sort. But anyhow, I always don't see this row ordering problem because you have to remember your ultimate goal. Your ultimate goal in Power BI is to create a report. It's not so much on this data view. So your report, right, you will drag and drop your columns and place onto charts and all that. So it doesn't matter, right? Okay. To enter PQE, right, is on the home ribbon, right? You can see this button, transform data. It's just before the refresh button is here. Just click the big transform data button, okay? Okay, some of you missed out again. You didn't follow correctly. Well, if you want me to show, right, I have to redo again. Okay, so let's say I go to transform data back to PQE. So let me delete the master. I'll redo. Okay, now watch carefully. So I've got Europe already. I've got North America. Am I right? Make sure you've got these two already. North Europe and North America. So when you are in Europe, you selected Europe. At the top here, you can see append queries. There's a button, append queries. So when you click the drop down, append queries, I want to choose as new. Append queries as new, because I want to put all the 2,000 rows into a new table. So I click on that. So first table already, selected Europe because you started with Europe. So second table, you just choose North America lah. Okay, that's it. Click OK, and you can see a new table called append 1 is generated. So we just rename append 1 to master. That's it. All right. So that's it. I close and apply. Just click close and apply, and you'll get master. Europe will be loaded as well. North America also will be loaded. Okay, no problem. All right. That's my job here. So remember, I actually got a lot more tricks, okay, more advanced stuff, okay, to deal with this. Okay, but I'm afraid I only have enough time to show you the appending and all that. Even merging, I'm supposed to cover that. If you would like to know more about that, right, you have to seriously have to attend the full training, right? Because one day is not enough. My full training is 3 days. Okay, so that is why I can only have enough time to show you simple appending. But there are actually much more that you can perform in terms of like text manipulation. You can see sometimes a column can be merged, two column merged into one, or one column split into two, or some form of manipulation. Okay, it can be done in PQE. All right, in PQE, see profile basis on 1,000 rows is there? Yeah, correct. That is actually a very good observation. Now let me go back to PQE. You can see that in my master table, right, I want to make sure that it's 2,000 rows, but I can't make sure because why? At the bottom, they only show me 999 plus. Look at that. 999 plus. Why? Because currently in PQE, to speed things up in PQE, they only profile based on the top 1,000 rows, correct? So here, even if you click the drop down, you can profile based on entire data set. But before you click on that, even after you change it, they don't actually show you all the number of rows here. The only way to show you, right, is this. Watch this. In this column, every column, can you see a green tick bar there? When you hover your mouse, they show there. They will tell you statistics, 1,000 rows. There. You hover your mouse there, 1,000. You point to the thick green bar at the bottom. Point, just point only. Must be careful, must be very precise, point to it. They will pop up a column profile, 1,000. Now, watch this. If I click here and switch it to column profiling based on entire data set, I click. Now you point to the green bar again. Can you see now it says 2,000? So this is actually how you check whether or not you have got the complete 2,000 rows in. Can you imagine if it's 1 million plus 1 million, 2 million? Obviously, right, you cannot find out the actual result. Not until you say column profiling based on entire data set. Then you point to the green bar, you have it. Okay, that's how you can check. All right. Now, this is actually based on 2 files, right? I would like to create a scenario now. Okay, I would like to create a scenario whereby I will have more than 2 files. Let's try to make it 4 files, right? Shall we do that? Now, I would like to seek your what do you call that? Your attention. I don't have other data to use, so I will use Europe file. I open Europe first. I just simulate lah. I select the whole table. Control C, copy. Okay, I don't want to just copy it. I select the whole table. You have to say Control A once more. You must Control A. You know Control A is select all, right? Control A, can you see that it only selected the data minus the header? I also want the header, so I Control A one more time so that it also select the header. Then you Control C, copy. Okay, I want you to copy also the header. Okay, copy. Now, after you copy already, I would like you to go to File, create a blank book, and then you paste there, like this. Just paste it. So you are pasting the exact same duplicate copy of the Europe table into a new file. I want to use this file, right, to simulate another file, right? But I just want you to change a country now. Okay. So once you paste it here, right? Okay. Now you see the country column here. I would like you to actually search, do a Control H, find and replace. Find France, replace it with, let's say, Malaysia. Find France, replace Malaysia. I just replace all. Okay. So all France become Malaysia. After that, find Germany, replace with, let's say, Thailand. Replace all. Okay. And finally, find United Kingdom. Replace it with, let's say, Philippines. Replace all. Okay. And then find what? The sales territory group, find Europe. So find Europe. Replace it with Asia. That's it. So all Europe are now replaced with Asia. So this is to simulate, this is Asia. So the sheet, I call it Asia. The table name, table design, table name is still called Europe, you know. So the table name, I just call it Asia lah. This is to simulate an Asia file. Remember, I just copy the whole table, I paste it into a new workbook, right? I look for all the France, replace it with Malaysia. I look for all the Germany, I replace it with Thailand. And then I look for United Kingdom, I replace it with Philippines. And then make sure that I also replace the whole sales territory group here with Asia. Okay, because it's still Europe, I just replace with Asia. Then the table name is Asia, sheet name is Asia. Great. Those of you who have done it, great. Now, please save this file. Save this workbook, right, into the same location, okay, of your folder. Same location. And call this Asia.xlsx. So we got Europe, we got North America, now we got Asia already, Asia.xlsx. So yeah, if you want to have a faster way to do it, yeah, just create another, another copy of the file, and then you still have to modify anyway, right? Many ways to do it, up to you, okay? Because I'm not here to teach you Excel anyway, so use your own knowledge on how to quickly create a file, right? So now I've got this. Now I'm gonna use to create another one, okay? I want you to do this, okay, just slightly before our break, okay? Because after the break, I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do here. So I've got Asia, I've got Europe, I've got North America, right? Now I'm going to use the North America file. Maybe I create another new file here, a copy of North America file. I'm going to rename it to, let's say this one will be South America. South America.xlsx. So I'm going to open up the South America.xlsx. Now I'm going to replace, find all North America and replace it with South America. Replace all. Okay. Then the country, Canada, I'm going to replace it with Brazil. Okay. And United States, I'm going to replace it with Argentina. Okay, good. And then the sheet name, North America, I'll rename it to South America. The table name, I want to rename it to also South America. Oh, no space, huh? South America, no space. Table name cannot have space, huh? Okay, then save it. Okay. So remember, just change the names, all that. The rest of the details, it doesn't matter, it is duplicated because we just want to append only. Just even though duplicated rows or whatever, okay, as long as it belongs to a different country, different continent, okay, already, no problem. It doesn't matter when it's duplicated. Okay. Only change the country name and then the sales territory, the first two columns, okay, to match, right? Then the sheet name, table name change already, and then file name change. That's it, done. Okay. So just do a find and replace all. Okay. And those of you who are done, okay, I would like you to create a new folder inside the folder that you just extracted. Create a new folder here. This folder, I will call it, let's say, global. I give the folder name global. And I want you to transfer now all the 4 files. All the 4 files. Asia, Europe, North America, South America. Cut and paste. Don't copy. Cut it off. That means move. Transfer it inside global. Place all 4 Excel files inside a subfolder called global. When you are done with all the 4 files, just put it inside global. All right. And that's it. We shall be taking a break right now. After the break, I'm going to talk about how is it the best way to actually manipulate, okay, all these 4 files, right, into one, and without the hassle of manually, select one by one the file and then append as new and all that. Because this is not future proof. What if one day, right, I've got an Africa coming in. I got a new file, Africa. And you have to still open PQE, right, to add Africa in and append again, So it doesn't give you the luxury of single click on the refresh button and they completely combine for you. So that's what I want to showcase after the break. Okay. South America will be Canada to become Brazil, all right? And then United States become Argentina. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Jason. Yeah. Thank you, Mohammed Zubair. Okay. Like I said, like I mentioned earlier, Felix, if let's say when you are appending two tables, right, okay, with different number of columns, it is still okay. But like I said, that column names, existing column names must still match. All right. There must be. You cannot have a completely different table with totally different column names, totally different number of columns. That one cannot lah. Okay. But column names must have the same, but maybe one table got extra one or two more columns. Now, let's say one got 5, one got 7. When you want to append, you have to decide. You want to append the rows from the 5 to 7, or you want the 7 append to 5. If you append the 7 to 5 means you want to follow the table, which is 5 columns. So the extra 2 columns will not be appended. You understand me? If you want to append the 5 to the 7, right? So that means you want to follow the 7 columns one. So those records from the table with 5 columns will be appended into the column, the table with 7 columns. The 2 extra column that the other table don't have will all be null. You understand me? So that's actually what will happen if you have a different structure. I hope that answers your question, Felix. Remember that when we append these two, right, we've got what? First table, second table. So why are they asking you what is first, what is second? The first table means that's a table that you want to follow. When the append as new, the new table come out, right, will follow the first table structure. So you can imagine, okay, the one with the 7 columns you put as a first table. That means your final table will be 7 columns. If the 5 columns one, you put it as a first table, then your final table will have only 5 columns. That's the explanation here. All right. Okay. Carol says, okay, no problem. Bye. Right. Thank you for joining. I hope that you guys are able to follow through by creating a subfolder called global. And I have actually thrown all the 4 files inside this folder called global. So our North America and Europe also in there, plus the 2 extra Asia and South America. I know we just, simply copy the entire 1,000 rows from the North America or Europe to act as a basis, as a sample data. And then we just change the country and also change the sales territory group to, simulate, okay, the matching place, okay, or the matching continent they come from. So I've got South America, I've got Asia, I've got Europe, and I've got North America. All right. Okay. Now I'm going to show you how we can literally combine all these 4, right, into one particular table. And in the future, when we add, let's say we've got Africa coming in, we've got Middle East coming in, we've got extra, then you just need to click one time refresh and it will do everything for us. Okay. So now let me show you how this is going to be. Okay. Start a new Power BI desktop. This one, I think we can just close it and maybe you can save it. Save the file. We haven't saved it before. We save it and name it as data consolidation 1. Okay, so we shall save data consolidation 2 after this. Just call it data consolidation 1, save it. And after we close it, we shall open a new Power BI desktop. Right? Okay. So now, once it's done, okay, Now, you know that if we were to use the same technique that you learned earlier in part 1 to go and append all these 4 files, it will be very tedious. I've got 4 files. I have to click import data from Excel one by one. I have to do it 4 times. And I get all the 4 files, then only append. But then in the future, if I get another file, I got to append again. If we get another 2 files, I got to append 2 more times. So it's very, very tedious. It's not a good solution. So I'm going to show you now how to get data, and you have to click more, right? So the answer is get data from folder, not from Excel, but by reading the folder where all these files are. So now you know why I move all the files into one special folder, so that I can connect to that folder, and they're going to read all the files that they have inside the folder. And then the combination can be done one shot, which is very, very skillfully done, can be very powerful. So I choose folder and connect. So then they will ask you, where is the path to that folder? So you have to browse. In my case, I'm going to browse to my GRCX folder. Inside, I got a global folder. I select that. So make sure, check this out. This is my path. You have to select your path that points all the way to the global folder. All right? Go into the global folder. And then you click OK. Okay? So once you click OK, now check this out. This dialog box is never something that you have seen earlier. Can you see now they really can read? There are 4 files inside the folder with the names and their extension and all that. Most importantly is the first column called content. The content inside each of the file is in binary format. Okay. Now, most importantly, right, you can see also the column called extension, because the extension will allow us, right, to filter only for Excel file. Just in case you've got a folder inside, got all the Rojak files in there, all mixed up. Okay, you got files like PDF, you've got JPG files, you've got TXT. You wouldn't want to read those. You only pay attention to XLSX. So you can use the extension, okay, to filter. Okay. Sorry, where to remember? Please follow closely, okay, because I I got no time to go and repeat after this. This one is from get data, more, and then go to folder. Okay, so let me cancel first. This time, this one I can still repeat. Get data, drop down, more. We choose folder, read from folder. Okay, connect, and you choose the folder up to the global. So in my GRCX folder, I go to global folder and click OK. So that's my path. So once you read the path, you click OK, they should be able to return the 4 files inside the folder. Okay. Now, the most interesting thing at the bottom of the screen here, look at this. This is what I wanted. Besides load, transform data, and cancel, this is the usual one. Now the green color button is on a new button called combine. Okay, combine. So when you click on the drop down on combine, this button is a drop down. There are 2 options for combine. Combine and transform data, or combine and load. Now, I don't like combine and load, because once they combine, they immediately load for me, which they don't give me chance to have a look at it first, but they load for me. So usually I don't like this. I like combine and transform data. Okay, combine and transform data. Get it? Okay. So when I click combine and transform data, means after they combine, they will open up PQE and have a look. Let me have a look, review first before I decide whether to load or not. Okay, that's what I wanted. So I want to click combine and transform data. Now, the next dialog you should see, right, is they will ask us to choose a sample file. Now, we are going to be in a big problem here. Okay, we're going to be in a big problem here, because you see, first file, they are reading from the first file. So inside the folder, the first file is Asia. So when they see Asia, right, you see, I told you that you've got either the table or also the sheet. So let's say we choose a table, Asia 1. Okay. Now, something that you should know now is this. When you, if you click OK, if you click OK, what they will do is that they will go into every other file, and each one of the file, they're going to look for a table with the same name called Asia 1. You understand me? Now, even let's say not just table lah. Let's say we choose sheet lah. Okay lah, sheet. For the very first time, I want to choose sheet and not the table. I think I choose sheet better than table this time, okay? Because I'm going to show you a solution that will be the best. But still, the same problem. If I choose Asia now, the sheet name called Asia, they expect that every file, the sheet name is also called Asia. You cannot have all the files where the sheet name is different name. That is why this is also a big issue. You won't be able to combine everything. You understand me? Okay? So now what it does is like this. You choose this sheet called Asia. And then they're going to go to the next file. Look for the file, look for the sheet also called Asia. If they cannot find it, they report it as an error. And then they stop. Okay, they will stop. So now, in this case, I will choose skip files with errors. Skip files with errors. So that if they go and find the second file, look for Asia again. If they cannot find it, right, it's an error, but they're still going to skip it and proceed to the next file. Again, look for Asia. But in our current scenario, right, I can tell you, they will skip the next file, skip, because every file, the sheet is not called Asia. Yes, I mean not. So that is the reason why, okay, we will have an issue. We are not able to combine all. So now, one of you says that you start with different file Europe, because like I said, that your sample file here, right, is actually choose first file. You choose a first file, right? My first file is Asia. Because why? My folder, right? I sort it. Remember, you refresh it and you can see they're sorted by the name in ascending order. A first, Asia, Europe, North America, South America. So they read like this. Okay. So if you choose the first file, then it will begin. It will come with Asia. You choose the sheet. I don't want to choose a table, guys. Okay. So choose first file. Right? Now, you choose first file Asia also, you say that the sheet name is Europe and the table is Europe 1 because you've forgotten to rename the sheet. Right? You guys just find and replace all the data, but the sheet name you forgot to rename, the table name you forgot to rename. Right? So that's the thing that I've already asked you guys to prepare. Okay? So you have to make sure that because they're reading from there, you just copy and paste, and you've forgotten to rename that. Right? So make sure that you rename it. But like I said, I will demonstrate now. I want to skip file with errors. Please make sure you skip file with errors. And then when I click OK, I can guarantee you I only get one table. It's still Asia. Because the rest of the 3 files, right, the sheet name is not Asia. So they are all not going to be combined. So now when I click OK, watch what happens. Please remember, choose sheet. PQE will open up, but then they disappear because you have to alternate tab to switch back into PQE. It just literally go to the back. Okay, you can see PQE will appear for a while, then totally disappear. Don't be worried. Okay, nothing to panic about because the window is at the back. Right, just switch back to the window, and you can see now all Asia.xlsx. Can you see that? Now, this table, I want you to scroll and scroll and scroll. Right, let's see whether you get all the files in, all the tables. See, no, only stop at 1,000 rows. See, Europe cannot get, North America cannot get, South America cannot get because the sheet name is different. That's a problem. I did not manage to combine. And you can see they will give us a source.name column to tell me all these rows come from which file. They are all Asia.xlsx. Europe cannot process. North America, South America, all cannot process because sheet name is different. So this is the big issue. Okay. You know why? Because they remember the sheet name. They remember the sheet name. Now, my solution to go about this, right, is very simple. Okay, my solution is very simple. We are going to have a look at in the background. For the first time ever, they generated helper queries for me. You see, the sample file we've chosen is Asia, you see? That's a sample file. And this sample file is used in the parameter sample file, see? So this parameter, right, okay, sample file is used inside a function called transform file. Let's have a look at the transform file function. This function, right, is called the accept parameter one. Now, I want you to open this transform file, the PQE. So I right-click on transform file function, click advanced editor. They will ask you to click OK or cancel. You have to click OK. Now you're looking at the M code that represents the function. Now look here. Look at this. I found the culprit already at line number 4 here. Look at this. No wonder they are looking for Asia lah, because here is hard-coded. The item they're always looking is Asia. Time is sheet. Asia, Asia, Asia all the way. You understand me? Okay. So in order for this to work, right, I need to change this. I need to delete this part. Remember, delete that. You highlight the square bracket until the closing square bracket. The curly bracket don't need to go and, select. Don't touch it. When you delete, also you delete whatever that's inside the square bracket. So now you should have your cursor, right? Okay, something like this. Okay. Your cursor, okay, will be placed in between the curly bracket like this. Place your cursor in between, inside the curly bracket. So once I erase the Asia, in order for me to make this work, I will tell Power BI, please ignore the name of the sheet. But please ensure, I want you to read the position of the sheet, which means I put a 0. You just need to replace the whole thing with a 0. Look at this. I just replace it with a 0. This will be the answer. Anything inside the curly bracket is just a 0. Now, why 0? 0 is the index number representing the position of the sheet. So that means now they can go into every file. They don't care the name of the sheet anymore. As long as the sheet is the first sheet. If you one day encounter a file, you got many sheets in the file. But as long as your table, right, is in the very first sheet. If the sheet is sheet number 2, number 3, number 4, just make sure you drag the sheet and place it in front, the very first sheet, then the solution will work. The 0 represents the position of the sheet. Okay, that's a sheet index, correct. Okay, correctly said, Nicholas. Okay, so once you place a 0, you want to see it in action now, you click close, you click done. When you click done, you go back to the table called global. You see, they refer to the name of the table using my folder name, global. Can you see now? I will have everything. Now, make sure, because it's still profile by 1,000 rows, right? I'm going to click this profile to switch to entire data set. Now, as I point to the green line, can you see that I've got 4,000 rows now? Confirm they are able to read every file and every table. 4 files, 1,000 rows each, altogether 4,000 rows, confirm. Okay. So any hidden sheets, right? Well, yes, you can actually filter it. Remember earlier, okay? I want to show you. Remember earlier or not? During the source here, remember this one? During the time when the source, content is here, extension you can filter. Then can you see that there are attributes inside the file, right? You have to go into that filtered hidden files. Are there any hidden files? And also is in the function, if I'm not mistaken, right, there's a place for you to check out the sheets. So let me go into the sample file. In the sample file, this is a sample file. The source is like this. Wait, from the source, for every file, the content, when they expand the content, I think it's inside parameter 1, if I'm mistaken. Wait, let me try to see here. Navigation, source, there's a place, there you go. Under the transform file here, in this helper query, under the source, right, you can see, they will see Asia is a table, is a sheet. Asia 1 is actually table. So in the sheet, right, there is this there. If you have any other sheets, right, the hidden is true. You just need to filter it off. Okay. So even hidden, what do you call it? If there's a true hidden sheet, right, they will also be displayed. Okay. But doesn't mean, okay, that hidden or not hidden. Like I say, my solution, right, can make sure that that is the first sheet. Make sure that your sheet is number 1 inside the entire file. Okay. After transform file, how to, okay, now in the transform file here, right, you have to right click, go to advanced editor. That's how you see an M code. All right. Right click on the transform file function. Go and see the M code. So this is actually where you make the changes. Zooming is actually quite small. Hang on, let me change my zoom factor. My live zoom, oh, I can't change a factor. Maybe 3, okay. So now if I zoom in, okay. So 3 times larger. So make your change here. Just put it 0 inside the curly bracket. Then, like I say, it works right now. Go back to global and you can see all 4,000 rows are there. They have combined it. Okay. Did you select the sheet or you select the table? Because your transform sample file, right, the value equals to table. What did you change? Your transform file, make sure it's like this. Let me show you. My transform file is this. Source 0 and then data. But in the first place, we choose sheet. I never choose table. Right? I never choose table. So the parameter in this case, right, is actually a file. Remember, when you see the parameter, let me cancel it, see. Transform file, right, they want a parameter. Parameter 1. Parameter 1 is here, man, there. Parameter 1. Parameter 1 is referring to a sample file. Sample file is this, which is your Asia file. See that? Okay. So if you select the sheet correctly, okay, when you go into transform file, right, you go into advanced editor, all you need to make sure that you don't simply change anything. You change only what is inside the curly bracket. Okay. Choose everything that is inside the curly bracket. So, okay. Now, in your transform file parameter, this one, okay, this is supposed to be able to show you this already. Okay. So in the source, navigation, and promoted headers, make sure you got this. Okay, in the transform file, if you got error, right, you right click on this transform file sample. If there's still an error here, you go to advanced editor, right click advanced editor. Make sure that your code is this. Because that's a sample file. Transform sample file, right, is here. Actually, just now when I changed the transform file function only, but here you still have item equals Asia, kind equals sheet. Okay. All right. So make sure, okay, that in the transform file sample file, you've got this. Able to show 4,000 rows. Remember, you say, how come it's still showing 1,000? I think you didn't pay attention earlier. Remember that it's only based on top 1,000 rows. Remember, I told you to click here to change your profiling to entire data set. Once you choose entire data set, then when you point to the green color, it will be 4,000 rows lah. Okay. This one, when you go to global, entire data set, point to here. You change profiling to entire data set, make sure you select back your global. Okay. All these things are just the working behind the scene. Your final output is under global, this one, not inside this. These are all under helper. They're helping you to shape up your data, helping you to combine. Your final output is global here. Then when you point to it, There you go. You will have 4,000 rows. Okay. No problem, Jason. You are welcome. Okay. And thanks, Alan, for the statement that you put into the meeting chat. Okay, so you know what? Because these are all file names, source.name, you see? So all my sales territory group, you see, if I click the drop down, right? I can now click load more and I can see all my 4 groups are in there. Asia, Europe, North America, South America, so they are all there. That means that all the data is in, okay? So now the source.name column, right? I think we don't need to use it, right? We just need to delete the column. Click delete. Select the column source.name in front and delete so that we have a final output of exactly the identical columns. The first column, source.name, no need. Select the column, delete. Press delete. Okay. Any questions? Make sure that you are able to delete. Now, after you delete it already, right? Then you can now close and apply. Just close and apply. Okay, so I shall do that as well. Close and apply. So once you close and apply, you see that all the extra tables like Asia, South America, all that, right? We don't have it. We only get to see the final output called global. You see, really 4,000 rows. 4,000 rows are loaded. Exceptional good. That's great. Get that? How to cross-check if all 4,000 rows already in? You are referring to after loading or before loading? After loading, you just watch, okay, the table, the the bottom part, right? The status bar. Before loading, that means be in your PQE, right? You just need to turn the profiling. After loading, you just go to your global, remember data view. That's where you view your data right there. At the bottom, remember it's always there. Okay, the actual row count is there. Right. Okay. So all 4,000 rows are added. All right. So that's it. Okay. That demonstrates, okay, the ability for this Power Query editor, okay, so that it can actually combine everything for us one shot. Okay. Now, you guys want to see what if I've got extra files coming in the future? Now, how do we do this checking? Very simple. You will need to create in the folder, let's say 1 or 2 more files. I want to create, let's say, Africa. Okay. Again, I'm going to use South America as a sample. Create 1 more copy here. Right click. I rename it. I call it Africa.xlsx. Africa, I double click. Right. And I'm going to change Africa, the sheet name to be called Africa. See, different name as well. The table name also, I'm going to switch the name to Africa. Now, the country, I'm going to control H, find a replace. I find Brazil, replace with, let's say, South Africa. Replace all. Okay. Then I'm going to select find Argentina, replace it with, let's say, what other countries do we have? Nigeria. Okay, Nigeria. Okay, I think that's it, right? And then South America, I just need to replace also, yeah, the word South America with Africa. Right. So now I can actually save it. This is a new one, okay? So once I got a new, this is to simulate, I've got a new file that has been dumped into the folder. Because of this now, I will go into home and I just want to click on refresh to test whether it works or not. Can you see that? Just click refresh and I've got 5,000 rows already. Very easy, huh? Just got new file in there, just click refresh and see Nigeria, everything all in. Okay, I've experienced that when load data to Power BI, it limited up to 100,000 rows only. Any resolution to this if you have bigger data set? Loading data up to 100,000 rows. Now, there are two explanations. Number one, okay, either in your tenancy, okay, or maybe there's a setting, okay, that you restricted loading. Let me see whether I can show you or not. File options and setting. I haven't seen this option for a long, long time because I doubt that the loading it's that little because I've loaded 19 million, 40 million before in my DEX training, all that. So in the data load here, parallel loading, either your cache is not enough. You actually need to clear your cache. Sometimes your cache is full already, but this one seldom happen, right? And there is another one, data load. I don't see the setting already, whereby there's a setting for you to actually set what is the default number of rows to load. But that brings me to another second explanation. Okay, what is the version of your Power BI desktop? Okay, because you must be using a 64-bit. Help about. Okay, remember this. It must be 64-bit. Right? No point using a 32-bit because 32-bit, right, it only loads with a restricted set of capability. 32-bit is only up to 4 gigabytes of memory. So you can't access more than 4 GB memory. Even you're using a 16 gig laptop, right? If you're having a 32-bit Power BI desktop, that's it. Okay. So refresh is very simple, yeah? You can always see the big refresh button here in the home tab. Just one click refresh, you will get it. Okay. So see, I've got 5,000 already, very fast, just to simulate a new file. But one thing for sure, even if I delete, let's say I delete all these 4 files, left only Africa, because the folder content now left only one file. When you refresh, right, it will be affected. You only get 1,000 rows, all from Africa only, you see? Only 1,000 rows. This is actually the thing they have to understand, because it's every time you refresh, they play back and reread everything inside the folder. They look at the latest condition in the folder. So my folder got one file only, they read one file, one table only. Okay. If I return to my recycle bin and restore all the files again, let me restore all items. And if I return to my global, now I've got all my 5 files together. Now, if I refresh again and I get back my 5,000 rows, look at that. Okay. You can refresh also many ways. Microsoft give you many things. Okay, you can right click and refresh data here also, no problem. Yeah, okay, just like copy paste, you can click, you can right click, you can use shortcut key, many methods to achieve the same thing, right? Okay, can the refresh be automated? Now, you see, in actual real world scenario, right, you need to publish your report and data set up to the cloud. You have to actually create a scheduled refresh on the cloud. But I'm afraid scheduling refreshes, right, it's only doable if you need your IT to install. You need your IT to install the Power BI data gateway. You have to have a gateway to manage the connection so that you can periodically refresh it. And the refreshing schedule, right, is only 1 day, 8 times. Okay, if you want it to be around the clock 24 hours, right? 24 hours divided by 8, right? That means it's only a 3-hourly refresh. Okay, every 3 hours once. So that's the only predicament. Okay, but further automation can be performed if you use Power Automate. Okay, if you want to do a schedule refresh, right? You can create Power Automate flow. Inside the flow, right? You establish a connection to your Power BI dataset. Okay, and you choose to refresh the dataset, and you create a flow that is scheduled flow. All right. Maybe you create a flow that's scheduled every 5 minutes, refresh once. So it runs the Power Automate flow. The flow will refresh your Power BI dataset. All right. So these are the two options available. This method will not check for duplicate records. No, there is no checking of duplication. Checking of duplication, it's there inside the PQE, but no, this is just to combine. Okay. It just reads everything. Okay. Okay, Felix, I mentioned 32-bit. Does that only correct? Yes. Like I said, 32-bit systems are already considered museum, dinosaur already. Because nowadays, all our laptop, it's actually beyond the 4 GB mark. Remember, 32-bit systems only go up to 4 GB. So that is why if you buy a laptop that you got 16 GB RAM, make sure you don't install Windows 32-bit. If your Windows is 32-bit, the OS can only use 4 GB portion. You got 12 more gigabyte that is gone to a waste. It's idling there doing nothing. That's a 32-bit system. So even if your Windows is 64-bit, you can see fully 16 GB of RAM. But when you install a software, for example, Power BI Desktop, which is 32-bit, again, the software operate in a throttled operation. Okay, they operate in a throttled manner. Only can access the 4 GB memory limit. You get what I mean? Okay, so which means in a 4 GB memory limit, how much data can you massage or manipulate using a Power BI Desktop? You can imagine that, right? Okay, so that is why a 32-bit systems are usually useless nowadays. Okay, we're at a 64-bit age for a long time. Okay, there's a question about again the 1,000 rows and 4,000 loaded, all that. I've been mentioning this many times. Okay, so please pay attention. If you're still in PQE, right, you can see 4,000 rows, right? Remember in a global, I kept on mentioning about column profiling. Change your column profiling to entire data set. Okay, then only you point to your green color, then you can see 5,000 in my case right now. See, always pay attention to column profiling. It's only based on 1,000 rows. You can click here to change it. Yeah, right. So please take note. Please remember that. Okay. This is only in PQE. Once you actually load it, close and apply, your data view in your main Power BI Desktop will show you all. There is no need to do profiling. In my case, I can see all 5,000. So you can try to experiment again, that every time you create a new file in there, right, you just need to click refresh, and that's it. Okay, you can see how beautiful this solution is. In the future, somebody go and dump in 10 files, 20 files, one shot. You also no sweat lah. All I need to do is just one click. Because you no longer need to every time open and then manually a pen, one file by one file each. You don't need to do that anymore. One click refresh, they lasso everything into the whole folder. They read and combine all one shot. Okay, this is the solution that more realistically usable. Okay, so in PQE, right, that's actually, correct. It's actually for preview only. That is the reason why the profiling, right, they always throttle to load the first 1,000 rows. Because what if you got 1 million, 2 million, 10 million rows in your actual table? They still profile the first 1,000 to speed up your PQE experience. They don't want your PQE window to be overloaded, even though they can read the entire data set, but the default profiling is 1,000. If you want, then you can click there to change to entire data set. Okay, but I would suggest that not to change that to entire data set if you know your table is in that multi-million row, right, which is tens of millions of rows. that one will really stress a huge load on your PQE window. Okay. Because column profiling means that they're going to profile every column data values. And what it does is that in behind the scene, they are going to generate column statistics, all the statistical information of every single column. And if you have millions of rows, so it will take a long time for each of the column, right, to be profiled and calculated with the statistics. Like what is the mean, what is the median, the variance, the uniqueness, the distinct count. All these are column statistics. So if you load up the entire data set, the statistics will take quite some time to calculate, right? You don't want that to happen. You have tried twice, but I still get Europe and not Asia. Well, I just don't understand what you do. Get Europe and Asia. What do you mean by get Europe and not Asia? You mean your file? Remember that the Asia maybe, right? You copy from Europe, right? I told you that in Asia file, make sure that your sheet name is renamed to Asia, because you might have changed all these things here, but you've forgotten your sheet name is Asia. It's Europe. You still have to rename here. And then your table name is okay lah, because we are reading from sheet ma. Okay. Okay, can this append method work on Excel PQE without Power BI? Yes, it's the same, right? Excel's PQE, right, has a similar feature. No problem at all. Okay, just that you're intending to do a report, okay, in Power BI, so that you might as well do everything here. Okay. So for Jeffrey, you said that you have already tried, you already did Europe and Asia, all that, right? You have to relook into your your PQE there. Where was it? You got to actually do a refresh of the preview and make sure that in your preview you get everything. You have to go back. Okay, so if you open up your PQE again, okay, in your PQE, your parameter one here, this sorry, you click sample file. Sample file must be Asia in my case, because that's the first file there, right? But your sample file, right? Okay, the most important thing is your transform file here. Your transform file, right click, advanced editor, you must replace it with a source of 0 here. Write it out. And those of you who are going to be a bit more adventurous, try to think of more files, and you can just add it, dump it into the folder, and it will work. Okay. Okay, so if you want to save this up, you can save this as this file. Save it as data consolidation 2. Okay, usually append, they use the double arrow in the binary column. Is that recommended? Yeah, because when they append, right, not really append, they use the double arrow. That double arrow, when they append, right, okay, is to expand inside the column and investigate the binary column data. All right. So that's the reason why, okay, that we have that arrow, because everything is helped. So if you investigate one by one, all that, right, you will see that the M code is actually generated based on the binary column, because it's a content, right? So when they click the double arrow, they are going inside the binary column to see what is in there. You see? It's not to say it's a recommended or what, but that is actually the usual way they do, right? Okay, so yeah, Lim Eng Wei. So you are most welcome. I'm glad, okay, that now you have a clearer understanding, clearer picture of Power BI now. Sometimes when you view some videos and all that, yeah, you see them demonstrating jump here, jump there, whatever. Well, it seems so cool, but you might not understand what they are doing, But based on this, even though it's one day, I actually got more things to cover. If you're really interested, right? Okay, we got the full 3 days training, right? Even that 3 days training, sometimes some of my attendees, they feel that, oh, 3 days too long. Can you shorten to 2 days? We do have a 2-day version, okay, which is called the Fastrack, right? So at least we got 2 days, okay, to cover even more grounds. But 1 day here, okay, is to really excite you all with this tool called Power BI. Okay. Okay, so yeah, some of you guys are gonna go off also, and Yes, let's see if we could run that part again. We'll try it again later as I'll try to troubleshoot and see where I went wrong. Everything from the Europe instead of Asia went sideways for me. Oh, okay. Now, the Asia part and all that, right? Make sure that you just need to copy and paste there, right? But it's just that the solution, right, needs to really ensure that you selected the sheet, right? And then, of course, you have to investigate your sample file here is Asia, right? And then the transform file, this one is actually just the function. The most important thing, the function is to investigate M code, right? And then my parameter one is using the sample file anyway. So make sure that the sample file here is asia.xlsx. Okay. Source is actually from here. You can see my first file is Asia, right? So just need to investigate here. The 2 or 3 days training is part of NTW. Not really part of NTW. That's actually our course that we registered in what we provided. All our courses are HRD Corp claimable, right? So that one, if you were to arrange and try to see whether from your company's perspective, yeah, we can actually process HRD Corp claimable as well. Okay. Anyway, NTW is part of HRD Corp, right? So we participated in NTW, right, okay, to offer all this one-day training, So for Power BI, that's today, right? Do you have corporate training for experienced PBI users? It may have to be customized to answer specific questions, advanced level. Yes, I've done that as well. Okay, so I don't have a specific syllabus, okay, which is for Power BI advanced or whatsoever, but we do open for customization. So, for example, you can actually arrange a call with us, right? And then we'll discuss about the specific requirements, the request, put it into a list or whatsoever. Then I'll try to look at it from that perspective and try to craft out a customized training syllabus, right, to cover your requirements. Even for expert level or advanced level, I even go into the IT portion, how to manage workspaces, how to deal with, let's say, a data warehouse and even configuring data gateways. Yeah, we do that. Yeah, we do. We are specializing in providing customized outlines for our corporate people, right, our corporate customers.